get into how that happens in the future. And you can see the structure of inside a cell is very much like we have. They have organs, they have glands, they're called organelles and glandulales, and other names for them, but they basically have the same systems we do. They have a nervous system, they have a lymphatic system, they have a bloodstream, they have everything, glands and organs, everything we have, just different shapes. You know, like any creature, just a different shape. Now, our other system, the neurological system, is a web network, just like the bloodstream. It's just as intricate as a bloodstream. Only what that does is that transfers information to cells within an area and also to the brain. So that keeps the body in touch with the brain and brain in touch with the body, and different areas of the body in touch with those different areas of the body. And we have the lymphatic system, which is a mainly fat system. Now that has two jobs to do. The lymphatic system is supposed to feed every cell in the body, except for the bloodstream, and is supposed to clean every bit of waste out of the body, including toxins. Supposed to take it, let's say they're dead cells, except in the blood, we know the white blood cells, the white blood cells eat dead red blood cells. They eat each other if they die. So that system is encapsulated and takes care of its own. The rest of the body, the lymphatic system, is endowed with the ability to take dead cells into the little bitty nodes, and then the glands that can be as big as this. But most of your nodes are about the size of a pellet, and most of your glands are about the size of a sugar cube. But as you notice in your throat, they get very large and very big at times when it's time to clean waste out of the body. They absorb that waste. They have to neutralize it, they have to dissolve it, and dump it under the skin to be perspired out of the body. 90% of the waste are supposed to leave through the skin. Most people's skin and lymphatic systems are jammed right now. So let's just take a look at to give you an idea. Of course, this is a lot more intricate than this is the skin. Now see how complex the skin is? Many layers. And this is there are 3 layers to the skin. This is a shot of one layer of the skin, and you have 3 of these on top of the other. And there are many layers to how it works, except for the hairs only on the top layer. Sometimes the follicle can come from a second and third layer, you know, like in gorillas and apes, but most humans, it's coming out of mainly the top layer of skin. But it's quite intricate, so you can see the things that can go wrong in the skin. So you have to keep that very healthy, make sure the poisons leave through the skin. If they don't leave through the skin, where's the rest of the place so they can go? Out your digestive tract. And if you have poisons going into your digestive tract, they're going to interfere with digestion and the absorption of your food, and then you're going to start absorbing toxins into your food along with it. So the point is to keep that skin very alive and functional. Now this is 3 different shots of the lymphatic system. It's oversimplified. It's much more intricate than it shows here. Like here it shows the lymph glands going here. This is just one network. They go all into the breast everywhere. Very complicated and complex. And you can see the little bitty bumps on there, the nodes, and then the larger ones are the glands. And the major networks of glands are here, here, even into from the back, going all the way down into the arms near the elbow, and then here, all the way from in, all the way up in here and around the kidneys. That's your major network of lymph glands. That's why you get rashes here and here and here so much, because that's where the glands are doing major work and dumping the poisons out your skin. And when you have a rash, that isn't a sign that you've got some bacteria damaging the skin like the pharmaceutical and medical industry wants you to believe. It's some poison leaving the body. The skin isn't protected enough. The skin isn't taken care of enough. So the only way you can help the skin and protect the skin is by providing butter for the skin or coconut cream or a combination of them to protect the skin, so that when the poisons leave through the skin, there's enough fat that don't damage the skin cells. When you get rash, inflammation, swelling in your skin like a hive, you have toxins that are so caustic, they have damaged the cells. They're irritating the cell walls. Hello.
Monica.
Sorry, I'm late.
Monica.
Yeah.
Join.
Do come in.
I found out about last night and I forgot that my daughter had her last class this morning, so I promised to be here at 12, but sorry about that.
That's okay.
We're just
Have
getting
a seat there.
started.
Thank
Come on
you.
in. Yeah,
We're just getting
great.
started with the
Great,
workshop.
thank you.
So,
Hi.
so keeping the skin protected so it's not damaged as much when those poisons leave is part of the object of preserving your health. You're going to have rashes. You're going to have pimples. You're going to have burns. I don't know if you read my newsletters. You know, I saw that burn that was in one newsletter.
Yeah.
This woman had third-degree burns.
She thought it was a hot water bottle.
Yeah, and it wasn't. The hot water bottle was never over 110 degrees. You can't burn skin like that from a hot water bottle. Yeah. So those were chemicals coming out. She had had some injections in the buttock. It went up into the back and stored in the spinal cord here. So then when she got on a diet for about 4 years, the body was able to discard it. Didn't want to send it to the intestines. Imagine what it had done if those toxins had gone to the intestines. It would cause peritonitis. She could have died from it. Instead, it came out her skin and burned, third-degree burns in her skin. And all the skin opened up and peeled away and left scarring. But because she did what I suggested, putting lime juice on it, putting honey and coconut cream and meat over it, she didn't scar. She scarred a tenth of what she would normally have scarred if she hadn't had those substances to soothe the tissue after it had already been destroyed. So you're going to have some skin damage if you've ever had a vaccine or any injection from the medical profession, and you've eaten donuts or French fries, you're going to have some of that toxicity. If you're a supplement taker, expect a lot. If you've been a supplement taker your whole lifetime, expect a lot of skin damage. Because all supplements, I don't care how natural they say they are, use kerosene to dissolve the substance from which they will extract the nutrient. Would you take your food, soak it from 22 to 76 hours in kerosene, rinse it for 2 minutes and eat it, and think you're not going to get kerosene in it? It permeates everything, every molecule of that food. So people, when they get high from supplements, are getting high on an adrenaline rush because of the kerosene poisoning. It's not a good, healthy thing. That's not a healthy high. You do less damage by snorting cocaine.
Serious.
I'm serious. You do less damage by snorting cocaine than you would by eating kerosene. So if you've taken supplements, any form, natural supplement, you have kerosene to deal with in your body, and a lot of it. If you've had unnatural vitamin supplements like one a day, they use gasoline to dissolve their substance to extract. Vitamin D is never even natural. Vitamin Bs are never extracted from a food. They are chemically created. The way you create vitamin D, you take vegetable oil, hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is the same molecular structure as plastic. That's how you make plastic. And if you want it to be a oil type, you just don't expose it to hydrogenation for very long, but enough to make it a plastic molecule. And then you expose it to radioactive material. Expose it to radium, uranium, or charged barium. Some form of nuclear waste is what they're using to make your vitamin D. So all of your milk that's fortified with vitamin D, your cereals fortified with vitamin D, you're eating plastic oil exposed to radiation. Has no relationship to true vitamin D. Oh, but the sun's radiation hits the skin, the fats in the skin transform into vitamin D. And that's the principle they're saying that creates vitamin D, which is the truth. But just any old radiation doesn't do what the sun does. Uranium doesn't do that. An isotope doesn't do that. Creates a whole different spectrum. And it will damage the oil even more after hydrogenate. They hydrogenate it because once you make an oil into a plastic, it has an infinite shelf life. It won't rot. There are no bacteria that can infiltrate it. It's forever. But that's not healthy. We need nutrients. We need good butter, good cream, even some avocado. And that mixing in our skin with the sun, we create the bacteria in our skin, create the vitamin D. Now, everything that happens in your body, 99% of everything that happens in your body is by the virtue of bacteria. We have 150 bacterial genes to every one human gene. That means we are 99.5% bacteria and only 0.5% human. So when the medical profession says that bacteria is to blame, and that a few little bacteria somewhere are going to take over a whole body, it is Hollywood B horror film crap. Can't happen. Oh, but you got a little cut there, and then some poison is going to get in there, some bacteria is going to get in there, take over your whole body. It's nonsense. What creates toxicity and disease in the body is industrial pollution coming into the food, coming into your air and your water, and mainly injected into you from the pharmaceutical industry, medical industry. They create 70% of all present diseases. Their vaccines are the worst. There is not one nutrient, not one food in a vaccine. When they create a disease in a vaccine, they use a solvent, usually gasoline, not even kerosene, to dissolve that substance. Like, let's say they use a raw egg to create their bacteria, or they use tissue from a pig or a monkey. They'll dissolve it in that solution, gasoline. They'll extract the so-called disease cells, and then they'll put them in a vaccine with what? The basic 5 ingredients are liquid mercury and aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent.
Oy.
Does that sound like a good diet? Okay. Those are the 5 main ingredients. Then you have 26 to 56, 26 even to 63, but mainly it's 56 other ingredients. All of them are toxic on their own merit. In the soup of toxins, you can have up to 63 toxic substances in a vaccine. They are called inert. Well, if they're inert, what the hell are they doing in there? No, it is a poison. They are all poisonous. There is nothing beneficial about a vaccine, ever. And they tell people, and they browbeat parents that they're bad parents.
I know.
If they don't poison them, you know. And the way you can get around that is you educate them. I've got a flyer, you can get it off the website, wewantolive.com. The TO is the numeral 2, so it's we want, numeral2live.com. Go to there and look for the vaccine waiver, vaccine release form, or acceptance of responsibility form. I don't remember what they finally called it. And it is a 6-page document that tells you what's in the vaccine. And you hand it to somebody and say, okay, if you believe this vaccine is good, you will take full responsibility to $1 million for each vaccine. And here's the ingredients in the vaccine. If you can prove to be of any benefit. You're talking about me being immune, or my child being immune to a disease from this thing that you're giving it. Look what else is in this vaccine. And you've only got maybe a pinhead full of disease in it. Disease cells. How's that going to alter anything? You've got all these whole list of poisons, which are 98% of the vaccine. You take the responsibility. You will owe me $1 million to take care of my child if anything happens to that child. You won't see anybody ever sign it. And they will say, okay, fine, okay, you're free, you're okay. Every case, even when you go abroad, and let's say you're going from Peru to Brazil, and they want you to take the yellow fever vaccine. You pull out my document, you give it to them, and you explain it to them, and say, you take the responsibility. If I die, or if I get very sick, you're responsible up to $1 million. They'll hold you for 24 hours at the most, make sure you're not coughing and spewing, and then they'll let you go right into the country. Because it's part of the Geneva Convention law that everybody, every country signed into after World War II. Nobody can be forced to take any medication that can be dangerous and does not have a proven record of no harm done.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
It's part of that document. It's in there. It's quoted.
So where do I find it on your website?
I don't build the website. I have contract with somebody to produce it, but it's on there. It's on there too.
Because I know it's cool. My daughter is not vaccinated, and I had to go through this whole lawyer stuff. But
all you have to do is take that document.
My family is so afraid that I'm killing my kids, like everybody.
Yeah, I know. They're trained to think that way.
Every time I come to my doctor, he's trying to tell me it's safe now. And
no, you hand them that document and you say, justify this. And take $1 million responsibility. Bush made a law, an executive order, that relieves the pharmaceutical industry all responsibility of vaccine damage. So now you can't sue the vaccine companies.
Yeah.
But you know what? Even when I emigrated here to Canada, they had to vaccinate me for every damn thing, or I wasn't allowed to come in, and it made me really sick.
Yep.
I was in Africa before. I had to do the same thing, and they went like, okay, what do we have here? My doctor didn't even know. She went like, okay, let's do cholera too, and let's do whatever. Yeah. And I was really, really sick. Yeah. And so I don't want my daughter to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But there's the fear. Like,
well, you take that document and you put it in, you take it and put it in your doctor's face, and you have him sign it. And if he won't sign it, let me tell you, you don't have to have your child vaccinated.
But the immigration, what about the immigrations? If I would go
you gave that
Australia,
to an immigration agent, it'd be the same thing.
Oh, yeah?
They're not going to sign it. They're not going to be responsible. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
And then you get an attorney who understands my document, and they can sue the hell out of them if they keep you from immigrating.
Fantastic.
Because you couldn't even study in the States. Like if I wanted to do a master's, they didn't let me study unless I do the whole thing again. And I went,
You don't have to do them again. All you have to do is show them you had it once. But you have to keep a record of having them.
Right.
But if you show that document, then you don't have to have any effort. Because it's against the Geneva Convention that all countries signed into.
See, nobody knows.
So amazing. I didn't know that. Wow.
Well, when I do studying, I do a lot of studying. My whole life's a study on it.
Yeah.
So any kind of information I come along that's helpful and keeping us healthy, I use it.
I thought I was hypervigilant until I met you, and then I thought, this man is so thorough. I can't believe him. It's incredible.
Well, that's my whole life. I don't have a family.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, I hear you.
I have research.
Right.
Kind of like Ralph Nader. You know?
Yes.
No family, you don't have time for a family.
I'm right there
Who's
with
going to
you.
tolerate it? Oh, did you shut off? No, you didn't. Okay. See, I have electromagnetic energy with machines. If I touch them directly, they'll start getting static and crazy, so I have to use a mouse. I can't even use the keyboard on it. When I was an actor, I used to shut down movie cameras, especially video cameras.
What's this? What there was before? Like that
Pardon?
was just like how the
Right.
poison runs and.
The lymphatic
Oh.
system she's
Yeah.
asking.
Basically, he was saying where the lymph glands are, that's where the rashes will tend to come out because they're spewing the toxins and moving out through the skin.
And most of your lymph glands start from here and go all the way up, all around here and back around the kidneys, and here, all the way up around in here, and the neck, and then starting from here, your major gland will work all around in here, even more so in women than men in this area. But under here, the same, and then to the back here. So that's where you have most of your rashes, here and there. Some people get them on the feet, like fungus on the feet, but that's not lymphatic detoxification, that's fungal detoxification. When the lymphatic system can't do it, we have bacteria, parasites, and fungus to help us detox. Break down the dead cells. The fungus can eat it. Gangrene is a fungus that breaks down a lot of cells that are damaged at one time in a particular area. Because the lymphatic system isn't working there properly. And a lot of the cells are dying quickly. It's usually from diabetics suffer more of that than anybody else. Because they're constantly injecting themselves 1 to 3 times a day with insulin, whether it's in the stomach or in the thighs. They're getting these chemical poisons all the time without going through the digestive tract, damaging their system. So they have a lot of chemicals that are stored in their legs and in their limbs. And what happens, they get into their 50s, late 40s, early 50s, and they start turning gangrene. Their whole cells are just starting to disintegrate and disrupt. And they'll chop off the toes, and they'll chop off the foot, and chop off the leg to the knee, and they get all the way up to the hip. You know, I've seen many diabetics go through that. My family's full of diabetics. I have 8 cousins who were diabetic by the time they were 8 years old. I was diabetic at 15 and a half after my 3rd polio vaccine. And it also caused angina pectoris, which are, basically heart attacks, muscle spasms in and around the heart. So I had 300 heart attacks from the age of 15 and a half to the age of 22. When I started eating the carrot juice and raw milk together at 22 years old, the heart attack stopped. And I only had 1 after that. But I had 300 from the age of 15 and a half to the age of 22, and 50 of them made me unconscious. But because I was autistic, I didn't have a problem with it because I wasn't indoctrinated to be in fear. I didn't understand language. So I knew that when I went into pain, the best thing is to do is ignore the pain. And you do that by just going inside and going into, like, you see as autistic kids go off in another state. That's that state. They're just doing it with their eyes closed. Eyes open. And so when I used to go into it, my parents would slap me. My mother would slap me on the back. My father would slap me on the back of the head and say, "Stop doing that. You look like an idiot." Well, I freaking was an idiot. I was autistic. Part of my brain was damaged from a tetanus shot at 18 months old. So, and that's when I went autistic. And I understood language, and I understood no language. I understood language up to 18 months. And then after that, it was like somebody just turned off the light. And it wasn't there anymore. Until I started drinking the carrot juice and raw milk after about 12 days. All of a sudden the light was on again. Oh, that's language. And there was a whole different experience. So, toxins in the body cause disease. Not microbes, not some bacteria, not virus. Those are just activities of the body trying to get well. And they're janitors. Oh, salmonella in raw milk will cause disease. Salmonella in food will cause disease. What was salmonella? What is salmonella? Where do you find salmonella naturally in your body? Take a cotton swab and go through your nose. Take another cotton swab and go through your eye. Another cotton swab in your ear. Go under your nails. The amount, you'll find 1,600 varieties of salmonella just in those places. 100 years ago, when we took a bath in June, we go from October or late September all the way to June without a bath. What do you think ate the dead cells on the skin? Salmonella. We had 2,300 varieties of salmonella. And a lot of those lived on the skin. They ate up the dead cells. Otherwise you peel like a snake every 6 months, every 3.5 months. You had salmonella working on your body. Your salmonella still works on mucous membranes where you have cells dying all the time. Unless you're going to be up there with soap and water cleaning your nose all day long, you're going to have salmonella to help you get rid of those dead cells. That is natural. But the pharmaceutical industry says, oh, look, we see them eating, animal cells. We see them eating human cells. See, bad guys. And they say, oh, that's pathogenic, creating disease. How is them eating dead cells creating disease? They're the janitors. Some industrial chemical had to have entered the body and damaged cells in the body. That's disease. If it over a long term collects in a certain organ or body part, you have a diseased area in your body. You have a malfunctioning kidney or a malfunctioning gallbladder or pancreas. And then the pharmaceutical industry is, oh, let's take insulin for that bad. Instead of repairing the pancreas, instead of making it well and healthy and nurturing it, because it's not making proper insulin anymore, not making any at all. It's, let's shoot you with some insulin. You pay us $1,300, $1,600 a month for your insulin. We'll make a bundle, and you'll stay on it for life. And then when your feet and toes and everything start rotting, we get $10,000 every time we do an amputation.
Sounds
It's
really
a money
nice.
racket. That's all it's
Sounds
about.
perfect.
Pardon?
Sounds very perfect.
Yeah.
So clean and...
Yeah, it is. It's perfect for them. They're not interested. They don't make money if you're healthy. Think about it.
Yeah,
They
so
do not
it's
make
chilly
money
in
if you're
here.
healthy. And
Do you need a blanket?
90% of your politicians
That's great, thank you.
99% of your politicians own pharmaceutical stock. It's their major investment. And the rest of them are in agriculture. So they have no interest in you being healthy. They have every interest in you buying the foods they produce from their big agribusiness companies that they have investments in. So it's all about the money. Always all about the money. So when your body is trying to clean itself and it can't, what can be blocking the lymphatic system? You remember I talked about the trans fatty acids, the fat that they use to make vitamin D, the hydrogenated oils? What do you think all your fried foods are cooked in? Cereals, packaged cereals, even if they're healthy packaged cereals, so-called health food, organic, and that's a lie. All the organic's a lie, because they're using all of these altered chemicals which are not organic. Sure, the beans that they take the oil from, or the flour, the safflower that they take the oil from, the safflower seeds, they take the oil, flax oil. Sure, it was great, or it could have been raised organically, but once they finish processing it, it's no longer organic, but the FDA allows them to say it's still organic. Take, for example, you have organic chicken. What are chickens mainly fed? Soy. Soy, processed soy protein. If you feed raw soybeans to a chicken, what happens? Any bird, they die. It poisons them. If a human eats a raw soybean, what will happen? You will get very sick and probably die. You will have stomach cramps you would not believe. You will be vomiting, you go into diarrhea, and there's a chemical enzyme in there that will destroy your intestines and possibly kill your liver. So, any time that somebody tells you something is organic and has soy in it, that's for human consumption or bird consumption, it is an absolute lie. Because they have to process it with kerosene. They have to dissolve it, make it into a protein powder or a tablet, and feed it to the bird or the human as a cereal or something. So you have all this chemical in it. Nothing organic and natural about it. But the FDA says that's okay. Because if you knew it was in it and you were allowed to call it organic, nobody would be buying it. Just wouldn't be sold. That's why they don't want GMOs labeled. That's why they don't want radioactively exposed food, radioactively treated food, with the label on it, the radiation label on it. Because people aren't stupid. So they want to keep them misinformed. So this lymphatic system has been jammed with plastic fats, trans fatty acids. Now, in my research with autopsies on 32 humans, when I analyzed the lymph glands, I only analyzed a few lymph nodes because they were identical, just tiny way stations for the lymph glands, where the body would hold up some of the worst toxins and slightly neutralize them before it put it into the lymph glands to be fully denatured or try to resolve and diminish the caustic effect of those chemicals, and then try to put them into a solution to be dumped under the skin to be perspired from the skin. Remember I said 90% of all the waste and toxins are supposed to be expelled from the body, secreted from the body through the skin. Remember, the only other place is mucous membranes and intestines. What damage could they do to your sense of smell, to your intestines, to your digestive tract? You damage those and there's no recovery. If you can't eat and heal yourself with food, there's no recovery. Of course, the pharmaceutical and medical industry loves that. because then you'll always be going to some chemical for help. And that's what they like. Money, money, money. So how do you get this lymphatic system to dissolve? So I've taken those lymphatic glands and I put them in different temperatures of water. And the only thing that would melt them was 105 degrees. For at least 90 minutes. And when you take the gland and you put it in warm water, there's different, it would dissolve quicker than an hour and a half. But I found that if you exposed, like if I amputated an arm and put it in the warm water, it took 60 minutes to get the heat into the deepest lymphatic gland, and then 30 minutes in that same temperature to actually start the melting of that hydrogenated vegetable oil. So imagine this, you've got a cold stick of butter in the middle of a 2-cup jelly jar. So you've got a cold stick of butter broadcasting cold into the airspace around it. Then you've got 105 degree temperature to 110 degree temperature that has to get through the glass to warm the air in the space around to get it to slightly melt the butter. 90 minutes. 90 minutes. So, of course, we're not as cold as the butter coming out of the refrigerator, which is about 48, 50 degrees. So, but we have also an air conditioning system naturally in the body that keeps the body from getting too hot too fast, keeps trying to lower it and lower it. So getting the body up to 105 degrees is not an easy thing. It takes time and many times of doing it. But the benefits are astounding. Now, I used to tell people to do them 2 days a week, 90 minutes 2 days a week. Minimum, do that at least. So I had thousands of people who did it for many years. The progress increased the cleansing of the lymphatic system, and it was helpful. Then I went to 5 days a week. 3 to 5 days a week. And people reported how many times they were doing it and looked at their iris and saw what happened. Then I went to every day 90 minutes for people who were really sick. And let me tell you what happened. This last year when I got enough people to do it, I had one woman with rheumatoid arthritis that came to me in 2006 who was really actually crippled in a wheelchair. Her knees were this big as basketballs. Her joints and her hips were large. Her elbows, big, size of a softball on both sides. And the wrists, all of her hands were buckled up. She couldn't feed herself. She couldn't dress. Her husband had to do absolutely everything for her. So she's been on the diet from 2006 up until last year. She was back to playing cards. Had stopped playing cards. Hadn't played cards in 10 years with her friends. And when she told them that, over the phone, speakerphone, that she was on this diet, they said, dangerous diet, it's going to kill you. And she says, no, it's making me feel better. That's why I'm doing it. So last year when she came, the knees were just slightly swollen. She was back to feeding herself, preparing her foods, not walking yet by herself. She had to walk. She'd have to use a walker. And still in some pain in her knees and the elbow and a little bit one of the shoulders. And I said, this next year, I was talking mainly to her husband, I said, put her in that bath. I know it's a big chore and it's a lot of work. Because he'd have to lift her into the bathtub, lift her out of the bathtub, dress her, undress her, everything. So, but at this point, she was now able to dress herself, do a lot of things. So I said, now take her in the bath every night. Because that she couldn't do. She couldn't get out of the wheelchair, into the bath, and out of the bath on her own. So her husband, she could undress herself, and he'd have to take her and put her in the bath. So he agreed. I said, you do it every night, 90 minutes. And next year, she'll be running in here. And I know that was a huge promise and not something, I'm not God, so I really couldn't tell that, but I could tell at the progress she was going. That if we could just get that lymph system to do the final cleaning fast, that she could function almost normal. So she came in April. I saw her on April 2nd. She walked in.
Oh, beautiful.
Walked into the room. You know, this is a woman, it's not functional. And she and her husband had gone on a cruise for the first time in 10 years. And she said, I went down the ship's plank on my own. I needed a little help for getting back up the plank. But she says, I did the whole thing on my own. So, it was great.
Can we ask questions when you're done?
Pardon?
Can we ask questions?
No. If you have a question, write it. Because
Questions at the end.
when I have a question and answer session. When I've done that before, we've gone to 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So
That's what I asked.
it's been that if you have a question, I usually will answer it with a brief. But if you ask me a direct question, I expound on it too much. And then we get out of the framework of it. And if you're doing it in the process of the workshop, you'll understand the answer, even if it's more simplified. But if I have to answer directly, it's too much. So those hot baths are imperative. Another thing that I've been using for the last 3 years is because I find so many toxins in the stomach, and that's where your hydrochloric acid is made to dissolve larger particles of food. Now your digestive juices are to reduce larger particles of food into smaller molecules so that bacteria in the intestines, which is 90% of digestion, eat your food. That's the way it works. So, if you have to break it down into smaller, you use digestive juices. Well, if your stomach lining is full of formaldehyde, mercury, aluminum, and all the toxins from vaccines in the stomach lining, what's going to get into your food every time you secrete hydrochloric acid? Those compounds. So you're poisoning your food every time you eat. So I was suggesting that people, depending upon the amount of toxins in the stomach and in the intestines, that they eat a little sugar cube-sized amount of cheese, which is a half a teaspoon of cheese, every 15 to 45 or even 60 minutes. Now, if I have people who have a massive amount of mercury in their body, I'll suggest that they have a piece of that cheese every 15 to 20 minutes. That means 3 to 4 an hour. And it'll act like just a train of cheese going through, just collecting poisons. So that was my theory 3 years ago. So I had people doing it mainly once an hour. It's working very well. So then I took, like my construction workers were full of metal poisonings and radiation, because now they allow 22% spent uranium from old bombs the military's getting rid of and making new ones to make more money for the industrial complex. The government allows them to use 20% in building materials, building metals, 7% in jewelry. You see any jewelry on me? I don't want radioactive, material on my body. I don't care. Spent uranium doesn't mean a thing. Just means it was used once for something else before. Doesn't mean it's inactive. It's just as active.
I think it's in utensils too.
Yeah, as
hip
utensils.
replacements and my God. Yeah.
I use wood utensils 99% of the time. They break easier, but still, I'm not poisoning myself.
So how often are you saying to take the half teaspoon of cheese now?
Up to the individual. I mean, when I look at the irises, I can tell how toxic the stomach and intestines are. And then I'll say, I think you need every 15 minutes, every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes, or 45 minutes, or every hour to help. So this woman also did that. So she was getting twice the amount of nutrients because she was eating a piece of cheese every 20 minutes. So the hot baths were taking care of the lymphatic system. The cheese was pulling the poisons out of the stomach and intestines, so she wasn't recycling any of those poisons from the stomach and intestines. So she was able to make huge progress in that 1 year. And I knew she would if she would just stick to it. But she's 100%er. Absolutely 100%er. Her husband isn't 100%er because he's not well. He's not sick. But she does it 100%. And now she's got a normal, functioning life. Knees look normal. Her hands look... She has only one knuckle on one hand that's still a little large, and the fingers are a little crooked right there. But the rest of her body looks normal now. And she's not in all that pain, and she can have a normal life. So those things work. Now let's go to the digestive tract. Starts in the mouth. What's in the saliva? That's where, when you chew, you create saliva. What's in the human saliva? Bacteria. We have more bacteria than dogs and cats. Don't bite anybody. You'll start digesting them. But our saliva isn't like a fly's. When a fly spits its bacteria onto something, it's like muriatic acid. It will dissolve it right there before it even eats it and sucks it up. Dissolves it outside the fly's body. But our saliva starts breaking down with the bacteria infiltrating the food, getting into deep crevices of meat and breaking it down so that we dissolve it, so the bacteria, so when it gets to the stomach, we don't need as much hydrochloric acid. But we still need it for the larger particles to break it down so bacteria can infiltrate it. So 90% of bacteria is supposed to be, 90% of digestion is supposed to be bacterial, entirely bacterial. You can even make it less than that if you want, or more bacterial. If you take your meats, cut them into cubes, put it in a food processor, and make a mince out of it. You prevent your body from having to work so hard to make hydrochloric acid and a lot of the other digestive juices. You free up fat molecules so you don't have to create, your liver doesn't have to create as much bile to break down the fats. So when the food goes from the mouth, it goes with full of bacteria. There's only the ptyalin enzyme in the mouth, and there's very little of that, and that helps break down sugars. And that's about 5% of your saliva. Only 5%. So we're allowed to eat 5% carbohydrates, because ptyalin helps break down carbohydrates. So if you measure, wait a minute, if we follow the body's structure, and we say that we have bacteria here in the saliva, let's put that bacteria on vegetables, leaf stalks and roots. Let's put it on fruit, see what happens. Let's put it on meat, see what happens. Let's put it on dairy, see what happens. Let's put it on eggs and see what happens. Let's put it on coconut and see what happens. Let's put it on avocado and see what happens. The bacteria from the mouth almost has no relationship to any of them but meat and dairy.
Wow.
So when a vegetarian tells you that we're supposed to be vegans, they don't know what the frick they're talking about. They've never done any of the research to prove anything. I have. So, and I've taken all of in the autopsies of the 32 humans that I've taken the hydrochloric acid from the stomach and put it on all those foods. Guess which ones it works on? Works a little bit on the coconut, works on the avocado, and it works on all the meats and the dairy. Does it affect the fruit and the vegetables? Etches it by 2% only.
And the eggs?
And the eggs.
Works on eggs?
We don't need hydrochloric acid for eggs. They're already liquid. It's the quickest digesting food in the world. You can digest an egg in 27 minutes. Even milk has to be broken down heavily. It takes 6 to 10 hours to digest milk. Eggs, 27 minutes. Milk 10 to 16 hours. Raw milk. Eggs 27 minutes.
6 to 10 hours is not just the stomach, right? It's the whole.
That's the whole.
Okay.
Now it takes 24 hours to food to move through the human body.
But it's the stomach and small intestine or something?
Stomach, small intestines, and bowel.
No?
24-hour period
Yeah.
to go all the way through.
But the 6 to 10 hours you're talking about as well?
No, that's all in the small intestine. Very little milk ever gets to the bowel. If it did, children would be smart very young. Because the bowel is the area where E. coli breaks down the final stage of protein and fats to the finite molecule to feed the brain and the nervous system. If you were to put a suppository of milk into a baby's colon, that baby would become smart much faster, but then get into more trouble. A lot more trouble, because they'd be making decisions very early in life that parents don't want them to make. So, the small intestines take care of feeding breaking down the nutrients to feed the whole body. Except for the brain and nervous system, most of that comes in the colon. It's a short passage to the colon. Depression always comes from a low bacterial count in your colon. If you're depressed, eat high meat. Why does high meat work? Because the natural bacteria in the meat is breaking down the molecules of fat and protein just like your bowel would. Like the bacteria in your bowel. So that's why when people eat rotten meat, raw rotten meat, they get silly and happy within 10-20 minutes after eating it. Like when I don't know how many people saw me on Ripley's Believe It or Not. And those two patients of mine that were eating it with me, the woman and the man, they've both been depressed all of their lives. The woman was taking 27 psychotropic medications daily. 7 different ones, 27 doses daily. For 18 years. No, it was 22 years on medication. I was like 14 years old, 12 years old.
Oh, God.
And, I tried to get her to get the high meat, eat the high meat. I'm already on this crazy diet. It's antisocial eating all this raw meat and hang up on me. Finally, after a year and a half, I said, listen, she was a famous, yoga instructor, videotapes and everything. She's teaching yoga and she's depressed and on all kinds of medication. So I said, listen, I'm not going to help you anymore. You're creating a basket case out of me, being a basket, you're a basket. She'd go on and off the diet with her mood. And I said, listen, you try the high meat. Just try it one time. If it doesn't work for you, I will still work with you and work with you. But if you don't try it, please don't call me anymore. I said, I need to resolve this. You're taking too much of my time, too much of my energy, and you keep asking the same questions. I ask you to record them so you don't have to keep calling me and asking the same questions and getting the same answers. You've got to record it. But I need to communicate. I need to touch with a person that understands. I said, but I can't afford that time for you. Sure, I can take all of your money, and sure, that'll make my life a little happier. But if I can't help you, and you won't help yourself, you don't make my life happier, in that way. And money, I can go back to acting, making $13,000 every 2 hours. Now I have to work 3-4 weeks to make $13,000. So it's just not worth it, right? So she says, but I'm on this diet. No. Hung up, slammed the phone down. So she calls about 3 hours later and says, okay, how do I make this high meat? I said, let's cut up, chop it up, put it in a jar, leave half airspace, and then put it in your cupboard. If you want it to go fast, put it in your cupboard, take it out every day to 2 days and open it. If you do it in your refrigerator, it's going to take a lot longer. Take it out every 3 to 4 days. You put new air back in your house in your refrigerator. I don't have that kind of time. I could commit suicide tonight. I said, that's your choice. So she says, I said, but I have a patient, the man who was on Ripley's with me, ate it all the time and had batches of it going all the time. Because he was happy all the time because he just, a golf ball size amount every day. And he was happy as could be. So I said, I'll give him your number. If he has any extra to sell you, you go see him. So I get a call about, must have been 11:45 at night. And I don't answer the phone at that time. I screen the call first. If it's an emergency I want to handle, I do. If it's, to me, not real emergency, I don't answer it. You can call me at 7, 9 in the morning. So it was her on the phone. I ate the high meat. I got it from James. I got the high meat. I ate it. I'm really nervous. I'm scared to death that something's going to happen to me. This bacteria is going to take me over. I'm going to get very sick and I'll be dead in the morning. So, no way I'm answering that phone because I'd have to babysit her all the way through the night to assure her that she was not going to melt, or dissolve or die. So it wasn't like the Wicked Witch's wool water on there disintegrated. So that's what people think when they think eating high meat, that they're just going to dissolve and melt. So every 45 minutes to an hour, she called me through the night. You better answer this phone. It's been 2 hours, and I think that I'm having a problem. And she's getting funny. And this woman never said anything funny in the year and a half that I knew her. And so all through the night she called, and at like 4:30 in the morning, she's making a joke. She says, if you don't answer this phone, I'm just going to stay there and run your tape out, and we're going to keep calling, and you're going to hear the phone ring. And then she whistles some happy tune. She's whistling a happy tune, waiting for me to answer, and making jokes and laughing. So I said, it's time for me to answer. So I got on the phone and I said, hi. She said, why didn't you answer the phone? I said, because if I had babysat you, you would think that it was my babysitting with you that protected you and give me some magical, talent that I don't have. So you need to know that you can get through it on your own. And listen to you. You're whistling a happy tune and you're making jokes. Oh, I am. I said, do you have any stomach pain? Are you vomiting? Do you have any nausea? Or do you have any diarrhea? No, I feel pretty good. Then why the frick are you calling me? Go to sleep. And I hung up on her. She eats it every day. I have one guy that doesn't eat any fresh meat. He's 6'2". He's a landscape artist, became a landscape artist because he was chronically depressed all of his life. He hated people. So he dealt with trees and plants and grasses and stuff like that. That's how he made his living and lived his life. So he was the same thing on and off the diet until I got him to eat the high meat. I didn't have to threaten him with not helping him. He finally just did it. And now he won't eat any fresh meat. He eats 2 pounds of rotten meat a day. He has 2 refrigerators to handle it. And they're outdoors.
Oh, God.
So he keeps it going. He's 2-3 weeks old before he will even consider eating it. The next time I went to see him, he never called me again. I thought, oh, he's doing well. So I went back to Nevada City to do the next workshop there about 6 months after this. Here he is in the workshop with 3 girlfriends. This guy never had a girlfriend in his life. He's only about a 5.5 in looks, but he was so charming, funny, one of the funniest guys I ever met. He could make a joke out of something that didn't deserve a joke. And he had over 10 women, 10 plus looking women at the workshop together, dating all 3 of them, and at the same workshop. That's charming. What it can do to the body is enormous. It is not bad stuff. It is the bacteria in the meat pre-digesting itself, just like milk can pre-digest itself. It'll be sour and nasty smelling and tasting. That's why they make a cultured yogurt and kefir, so it doesn't taste nasty and smell nasty. But it doesn't break it down the way the body does. So, if you vomit, what's it smell like? Nasty. That's digesting. That's the way it's going through your system. Your body makes it stink, makes it rot, makes it foul, and the bacteria in the colon finish that, take away the odor except that's in the feces, the discard. The stuff it could not thoroughly digest is what's discarded. A lot of people get on this diet and they stop having malnutrition. They say, but this diet constipates me. No, it doesn't constipate you. You're digesting every particle. You don't have any waste. So some people will go 5 to 7 days without a bowel movement. But when it comes out, it's like a brick. Because their body's just sucking everything it can out of it. Digesting and sucking everything it can. That's not constipation. That's incredible, happy digestion. What can you do to resolve the hard matter and getting that out without splitting your rectum, without agony, is what you need to consider. Not eating laxatives and, all kinds of crap that prevents you from digesting your food properly. And that's what people do. They'll run to herbal formulas or regular over-the-counter laxatives or something like that, which destroy the bacteria in your digestive tract. And then you're not digesting the food. Sure, you're going to have bowel movements because you're not digesting the food anymore. So what I tell people to do is, your colon is starved for fats. When food finally gets to the colon, and that's about 19 hours, then it's got 5 hours to move through the colon. Almost all of your good fats are already gone. They're already absorbed. Especially if you've been on a bad diet all your life. So how much fresh fats does the colon get? Very little. So of course it's going to hold that raw food up. Keep trying to break down more fats and to absorb the fats. What it can. If you take 3 tablespoons each of butter, coconut cream, and dairy cream, 1/4 teaspoon, about the size of a bean, of honey, and you put it together in a 4-ounce jelly jar, put a lid on it, tight lid on it, shake it, immerse it in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand, but to make it uncomfortable by holding your hand there for about 10 seconds, and then letting it bring all of that fat to a little above body temperature. Cow's body temperature, hottest, is 105 degrees. Went from 101 to 105. So you can heat it that high without a problem. And then you take a bulb syringe. You do this all before you go to sleep. So you can hold that in the intestines without, you walk around, of course, it's going to come out. It's fat. It takes a long time to digest it. A lot of people say, well, wait a minute, it takes bile to digest those fats. Well, your body dumps bile all throughout the intestines, not just here in the stomach from the gallbladder. The body is distributing bile all throughout the small and large intestines. I've done autopsies on bile and small intestine. I found bile in the tissue. So it goes either from the liver or the gallbladder through a network of tissue to the intestinal tract, to the lacteal system. I'm theorizing it goes to the lacteal system. I couldn't find how it was delivered. When you're dealing with dead people, it's usually old people. I only had one of the 32 cadavers that was a teenager, died from leukemia. But, I was not able to get healthy people to study. Some of them died in their sleep, so you could say they were relative, but they were old. So everything I wanted to find from those was not. I would need more samples of people of the human race to make other conclusions or discover other things. But anyway, bile's dumping into the system, and so is hydrochloric acid, not just in the stomach. Hydrochloric acid is dumping and being made within the intestinal wall if there's food particles that are too big.
Sorry, did you say to eat it? No.
Pardon?
Did you say to eat it? The
Eat
three...
rotten meat.
No, the mixture of butter and...
No, insert it.
No, you insert it in the rectum. So what you do is it's bedtime. You take a bulb syringe, suck it up in there. You maybe get the bulb syringe warm first because it will cool your ingredients down very quickly. So while your food is warming, the fat is warming, you also warm your bulb. And then, put it up in there and get it on all fours. And, this way or this way, whichever comfortable, squirt it up in there. Then go down on your face on your hands and roll your stomach like a belly dancer. And get it to move up the descending colon. Do that for about 3-4 minutes. Then roll on your right side, lift your left leg, and roll your stomach again. And get it to move from the descending colon over the transverse and down the ascending colon. So what's going to happen? Your E. coli and colon bacteria are going to be ecstatic the first time they've had fresh raw fats in their whole life. You think they're going to worry about all that food that's in that sigmoid colon and holding on to it? They're going to let it go. The body's going to let it go. And then all night you'll be feeding your brain and nervous system like it's never been fed before. Because it's actually going to have fresh, pure, wholesome fat that we'll never have. It'll be impossible to be depressed if you did that. You don't get the protein from it though. If you were to, I've tried this though, inserting an egg in the bowel usually causes diarrhea. So that didn't work. Maybe if you took a teaspoon of the egg white and a teaspoon of the egg yolk, you wouldn't need the egg yolk, except there are a lot of vitamins in the egg yolk that are only in the egg yolk. It's got B12. It has every vitamin on the planet. Egg has everything except the nutrients to allow cells to divide fast. Only meat has that. But eggs can help regenerate and bring back to life any cell that's already alive. But eating raw meat will actually cause cells to divide faster. So you become more alive as you're eating the raw meat. No other food does that in the human body, in my experiments. I mean, you have all these, David Wolf and all these people saying we've got the superfoods. Well, you know what the superfoods that Dave really eats? Raw milk and raw meat. I told him in 1998, when he got on for raw diet, I said, David, you've only been eating raw foods for a little while. 7 years you're going to hit a wall and it's not going to do it for you. You don't have the system of the 8 people that I knew that could be vegetarians almost their whole life. You aren't built that way. And, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. So what happened 7 years, I get a report from a couple that works for him. He started drinking raw milk. And we're not allowed to tell anybody because we have, our contract says we can never divulge anything about David's life. Nobody can say anything. They're contracted to that. Why would they contract? Why would he have them contract to that? 2 years ago, there was a German couple that worked for him for a year. They came out to my workshop. They heard about me through him, what he was doing. He started eating raw meat.
Wow.
So now you see him. You see he's all plump and all white. He used to be all sunburned and all shriveled and, and dry. Now he's all full and white and plump, like I like people to be. So he's eating all this raw dairy and raw meat and not telling us all.
Yeah, who's this guy?
David Wolf.
David Wolf.
Yeah, he's a...
Oh, the vegetarian raw food person.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, that's the guy that all the dowsers are going to hear rather than coming to you. Look
Yeah.
at that. Wow.
Yeah, he makes about $30 million a year selling his
way.
superfoods. Yeah,
Oh,
30
yes.
million a year with his superfoods.
way.
Yeah,
30 million.
30 million a year
He's done
with the
amazing.
superfoods. Yeah. See, he has everybody believing these superfoods. You won't have to eat meat. You won't have to eat dairy, and yet that's what he eats now. To me, it's it's a sad reflection on his spirituality, but he thinks he's doing good by getting people, even though it's a bad raw diet, he thinks it's good by getting people at least on a raw diet. But it causes other complications that are just as bad as eating a cooked diet. It disintegrates your bones, deteriorates your spinal cord, rot your teeth out of your mouth, all of that. And he knows it doesn't work. Now it's all about the money. So, if you understand that bacteria is the main digester in your body, and you realize what the food is we absorb, you'll get rid of any squeamishness that you had. We basically eat the feces, the shit, the urine, and the sweat of bacteria. They eat the foods that we eat. Their excrement, their secretions are our food. Gets absorbed into the lacteal system through the intestines. The lacteal system is a web network, very complex web network, where every food that you eat, even if it's blueberries or blackberries, gets converted into milk. It looks exactly like this. Milk. Just off-white milk. Off-white. That's why they call it the lacteal system. No matter what color it is you eat, it will turn into milk. Again, why mammals produce milk. It's the same thing like the body creates in the digestive tract. Well, the mammary glands created from the lacteals absorbed into the food and goes there, and it's purely milk. You don't create the milk in your breast. That's a fallacy. You absorb it, and it's pulled up into the breast from the lacteal system. So this is not a milk producer. It's a milk gatherer. It pulls the lacteal together from the foods that you've eaten, from the secretions of the bacteria, and just holds it there to nurse a baby. So milk it's a fallacy that you produce milk. It's drawn in from what you eat, and it's held there in the mammary glands for secretion. If you really understood everything about the body, an animal's body, you wouldn't listen to anything the pharmaceutical industry and medical industry have to say about the body, because it's all wrong. It's meant for you to lack trust in your body and get you to believe your body's always attacking itself. And you have to control the body attacking itself. And you have to protect your body from itself. It's absolute crap. If that were true, we'd all be dead many, many thousands of millions of years ago. So, our food is urine, feces, and sweat of bacteria. Guess you won't be squeamish anymore. And when you discharge your waste products, sweat, urine and feces, it's not supposed to be toxic. It's just supposed to be, okay, I have these dead cells, I've got to get rid of this waste. What will break down and digest that waste? There are insects and ground organisms that digest that waste, right? So we just put it into the earth and give it to some creature that does eat it. So it breaks down. So their secretions are not supposed to be toxic. They're to feed other organisms in nature, to go back as fertilizer into the ground to help plants grow. So it's a big ecological cycle. But because we put 60,000 chemicals in food and we take all these medication and injections, our waste products are now toxic and will damage creatures, will damage our environment. But it's not supposed to be that way. There are tribes which eat fecal matter from vegetarians because they don't have, from herbivores, because they don't have money. They're just serfs or slaves working on farms where they have no access to their own proteins. They don't have chickens or anything like that. It's like in North Africa. The British government and the Queen and all of our peanut farms have destroyed the land. It only takes 10 years of growing peanuts to completely devastate a land where you can't grow anything in it. And they know this and they keep doing it. And they promise these tribes, oh, you'll get, instead of a chicken every three chickens a week, you'll be able to have a chicken every day. And that's what they tell these people. And then when 10 years is over, they're not even able to have one chicken because the lands won't support anything. It won't grow an animal, it won't grow a plant, it won't grow anything. That's what happens when we use chemicals in the body. We discard it when it starts killing things rather than helping them. They were eating feces from cattle as their protein. Why? Because when it goes through an herbivore, the food goes through an herbivore, if it's fresh grass, fresh leaves, they will digest anywhere from 52 to 67% of the food. If it's dried hay, they will digest 25 to 52%. That's a lot of waste product that's coming out. But it's pre-digested for people because it takes 24 hours to go through our system. It takes 48 to go through an herbivore. They have twice the digestive tract. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule. So if they've done that to a lot of that food, but it hasn't been in their system long enough because it's not made to be there longer, then when they discard it, it's like yogurt or kefir. Other animals eat it, including humans, and guess what? They get to be partial vegetarians because now they're eating pre-digested vegetable matter and able to break it down and utilize it because it's already been through a 48-hour process in an herbivore. Not a great, tasty smelling diet unless you like fecal matter, buffalo fecal matter. But that's what it is. And when you eat that fecal matter, it just tastes like overcooked vegetables, which make me vomit. So I certainly can't eat feces. I mean, I've done it to improve my health, but it's not something I want to base my diet on, even unless I were starving. You know, I would do it, absolutely. I've seen what it does to people. It makes them incredibly healthy and strong. The first time I saw it was on National Geographic. It was on a Disney program produced by National Geographic in the early 70s. And it was the only time it ever aired. It only aired one time. And they had, this was in Georgia, Russia, and they had the close-up on this woman's face with these big, beautiful blue eyes and black hair and black eye, beautiful, dark red, brownish skin. And you see her, you know, a little bit brown on her lips and pull back, and her hand's got this, looks like chocolate, with maybe some green cast to it. And pull back farther, and there's this water buffalo tail swishing in the background, and you pull away, and there she is, a diminutive woman, probably 5'1", in front of this big cow patty about this big, mushy still, and she's eating from it. As healthy as can be. And these people averaged 132 years old. They in National Geographic magazine did an article, and only published once, and almost all of the issues are destroyed. You can't even find one. I happened to find one. I think it was between February and June of 1971 issue. And they interview a couple that had been married for 128 years. Can you imagine being married to somebody 5 years, 128, and still adoring each other? Another couple was 112 or 13 years old, somewhere around there. Another couple, 90-something years. A man that was 128 years old, out riding the horse, bringing the cattle in. I mean, that's health. They don't want you to know about it, so they wipe it out of the records.
But they're doing it in cults, actually.
Yeah.
That just went bong in my head.
Yeah.
They're doing lots of raw meat and wow.
Well, I met a tribe
another explanation for
in Philippines 3 years ago. I had gone to the Philippines for the first time because I had heard, they have 7,107 islands, and only half of them have ever seen a white man. So I wanted to get off to these remote islands and see what people were eating, because I knew that they were eating very primitively. They didn't have motors, they didn't have machines. All they had was their primitive tools. So I was on Mindanao at this time. I knew there were some in Luzon, but I knew they had been visited by various people. And there was a filming crew that was with, those films that are just almost all pictures and music. Felt glass as music for them, and like Baraka, and another film, I forgot what it was called. Anyway, I know the producer of those shows, and he was there in Luzon when I said, let him have those, I'll go to Mindanao. And so I went to Mindanao to look around there, and the government would not give me a permit. I was on their ass like a pocket for 3 weeks. I said, listen, I'm just a nutritionist, PhD. I just want to study. I'm not going to take any pictures. I just want to see what they eat. I want to observe them. I'm not going to infiltrate them. I'm not going to tell them to eat this. I'm not going to tell them to eat anything. I just want to observe what they do. Still wouldn't do it. No, they're cannibals. They'll eat you. They were telling me as that if it were real. That was bullshit. I knew that it was only happening on the islands farther down, like Borneo, places like that.
Yeah.
You may still have some of the tribes back in the woods doing that, but not here in the Philippines. I didn't believe anyway. So, it could have been. It's pretty close to each other. And I thought about maybe after I thought about it a while, but I still wanted to go there. And I thought, I swam with alligators because I would rather die than not swim in this lake I love. And I swam with them every day for 18 months, never got bit once. So, first time, that was scary. So I went into the lake and all these alligators on the side came in with me. Same time. They were anywhere from 9 feet to 14 feet. And they would come up, their little eyeballs in their noses, and that's all you see, and coming. And all of a sudden they got a certain distance, they would go under, and you say, where did they go? And I would say, well, if I die, I die. Feels good. It was, Jekyll Island, Georgia. Sun felt good. It was warm water. It was all full of algae, and I could drink water because I didn't drink any water unless it was full of algae. And I had a good time. It didn't bite me once. They would go under 20 feet from me. Then it got to be 10 feet. And then one female, she would go along with, after about 6 months, she would come up and swim alongside me. We'd go across the lake. The longest part of the lake was more narrow and longer. And she would go back and forth with me 3 times, and then she would stop. And that went on for a year. So, I have very little fear. So, I wanted to see these tribes. I wanted to see how they were. Because there are very few remote tribes anymore. And the Amazon jungle is just a little, you can get lost there. And I didn't want to get lost. I can keep my bearings pretty well on islands. Even if they're 100 miles wide, I can still find my way. So they refused to let me go. After 3 weeks, they even banned, they called budget rental car and said, you can't even rent. They said, you cannot rent a vehicle to this person. Because I was just going to go get a 4-wheel drive and go do it myself, go into remote areas. So I went to budget and I said, what do you mean you want to rent? I got a credit card? I've been renting to me for years. Well, we can't. The government says, what do you mean the government said you can't rent me a vehicle? No, because you've threatened to go out to areas where you could get killed. And we can't do that with our cars. We can't take that risk. So I was really furious. I was fuming. So I went to the spa to get a massage. And there was a regular kind of, a doctor's spa where they do dermatological stuff. It was in a mall. So, I asked how much, do they do massages and how much and stuff like that. What kind of massages. And what if they do it with my coconut cream. So, yes to everything. And the girl receptionist sitting behind was pretty dark-skinned. Not black, but very dark-skinned. Filipina. And she had a baby in a crib behind her. White as a ghost. As white as your shirt. Literally as white as your shirt. She's dark. And I looked down on the desk and she has a picture of her husband and baby together. He's black. Not that black, but pretty close. Black. And here's this white baby. I thought, well, she's been fooling around. With somebody. And no, the genetic thing, because I asked. I says, is that your husband, baby? She said, yeah, we had it tested. And I said, it's anemic. It barely is breathing. What are you feeding that poor baby? And she said, the hospital told us, the doctors at the hospital told us to feed it powdered milk in boiling water. In Pottinger's work with animals and Howell's work with animals, they found that the worst diseases were created by powdered milk. All of the extreme chronic serious diseases were created by powdered milk. So I explained that to her, and she couldn't believe that doctors at a hospital would tell her that. I said, I'll prove it to you. So I went to an island off of Davao where I had rented a house. $200 a month got me a 4-bedroom house on the beach of an island. Can you imagine that? 4-bedroom house on an island, $200 a month. So I had made a connection with a dairy that happened to be on the island. So I was able to get my raw milk there, warm, every day. So I got her 5 or 6 liters, took them back, took the ferry across over there, took them to the spa at the mall, and gave them to her. And I said, you feed your baby this. You'll see the difference. 3 days the baby was dark. Making noise, moving around, kicking, moving, and everything. The grandfather was so happy he had to meet me. So I said, I'll be in for a massage, in another day or so. But she said, no, please wait. You have to have a massage anyway. My father's coming from work, so he just wants to meet you. So he came, and he thanked me and was crying. It was a great, another great experience. And he said, if there's anything I can do for you, let me know. And I said, well, I'm trying to get to a remote tribe. And he says, I'm from a remote tribe. I left it 30 years ago, and I worked for the government as a liaison between the government and tribes. He said, I'll get you a permit. They wouldn't even let him get one for me.
For the Mindanao.
Right, from Mindanao. Well, the island's off of Mindanao, outside of Mindanao, where they hadn't seen white people. Because I wanted to go where no white people, they didn't have any machines or any kind of, mechanical, industrial society, except for their own making of tools, primitive making. So he didn't call me, went by and I went to the spa and said, what's going on? He said they wouldn't let me give you a permit. They wouldn't let me issue a permit for you. And he said, I'm taking you anyway. I just had to arrange it. So he had a friend with a four-wheel drive, all-terrain four-wheel drive. So we spent a day going four-wheeling to one particular peninsula of Mindanao. It was pretty remote, so it took us about 16 hours to drive there, and I slept on the beach. They slept. They wouldn't sleep. They slept. They kept awake sitting around me, sleeping. Afraid I was going to get hurt. I've been living outdoors so much my whole life. I lived off my bicycle in the Yucatan, everywhere in jungles. And they were worried about me. It's raining, and they thought they came over to you. I thought, like the rain. It's warm rain. They were used to a civilized man living like a primitive. So they, in cycles, stayed awake and protected me through the night from who knows what. So then the next day we took a boat, whole day on a boat, 10 hours on a boat. And some of it rowing. Actually, you had to row through certain areas. And then a whole day swimming. We swam over a mile to get to this island. And we had picked his cousin up on the way who had left the tribe only 7 years before. So he still was very in touch with them and had visited twice in that 7 years. So we got to the island, and of course, I had to vegetate because this is my exercise normally on my computer. I don't walk, I don't do anything. I carry my groceries once a week, and that's my exercise. Or I stand up and do this, 15 times a year. That's my exercise. So I was pretty wiped out after a day of swimming. And, I floated and went like this a lot on my back. My arms weren't used to it. So, but we got there. It was probably about a mile and a quarter of swimming. And got to the island. I slept most of that day and night, which is rare for me because I only sleep about 2.5 to 4 hours a day. And then they took me to the tribes. When they got to the tribes, the elders would not let me, they didn't want everybody seeing a white man. But some of the tribe members who had been out and gone to the inland and seen civilization as it was and came back to the tribe, they're not allowed to talk about civilization. So they allowed those people to come out and talk with me. I didn't speak the language, so the language had to be interpreted from English to Tagalog, which is the main language in the Philippines, and then to the native land of that island. So it was a while getting all this through. And I said, okay, I'm basically here because I want to know what you guys eat and how you guys live. So what do you eat? Coconut and fish. And I said, coconut, that is it, coconut and fish. Yeah. Once in a while we eat a banana or a mango. And maybe once every few months we'll get a wild pig. And I said, okay, how do you prepare these foods? What do you mean prepare? What do you do to the foods before you eat them? Nothing. You just eat them raw. You don't do anything. They just eat them raw. So they eat, their diet is 2 foods basically. Raw fish and raw coconut. And they eat the meat, the mature meat. The men will eat about 1 whole coconut a day and the women eat about a half a coconut. The rest of their diet is 1 to 2 pounds of fish, fresh, raw, daily. And they're all thick and full and strong. When I eat fish, I get hungry in a flash, And I expected anybody who eats fish to be really skinny. But they weren't. These were huge, thick-muscled people. And then I had to say, where's my mind? I'm just going off of my own experience. They get hungry after. That could be because of the vagotomy, could be because of the way I might process my food. But take a look at the Maasai, who live on nothing but milk and red meat. And they're skinny and tall. You know, the tallest, skinniest tribe in the world. And, like 8 foot 2 inches. A couple of them been up to 9 feet. The guy who played Harry Anderson and also the alien in The Predator, Peter Hall, was a friend of mine. I hired him when I worked at a health food store because he walked in the door and he had to go like this, and the door was 7 feet. He had to bend down to walk in. And we had, in our aisles, we had all these plants between the aisles, so we had to put up a ladder once a week, pull down all of the plants that were hanging, put them in the back room, water them, and then put them back up. So I hired this guy right away because he could just go take them off, water them, and put them back up. And that was Peter Hall from the Maasai tribe. And tall and strong. He and his family were painters in this country, in America, and they never used ladders.
Wow.
They didn't need ladders. And he was the shortest one in his family, and he was 7'3".
Oh, geez.
7 foot 3 inches. Anyway, he was from a tribe that eats red meat and raw meat, and blood 3 months a year because the calves are suckling, so they can't get all the milk that they want. So they bleed the bulls. They take a bamboo shoot about this long, cut a long, make a long cut into it, and they have a huge slingshot made out of actual rubber from the rubber trees there. And they take that long slingshot, the base of the slingshot is like this, and the arms of it, horseshoe is like this. And they take that thing and they shoot that bamboo shoot right into the jugular vein of the bull. And, I saw it, and the bull goes right back to grazing, as if it was just like a mosquito bite. And then they cork it, and then they take a bladder sack from a cow, pretty big like this, fill it with half milk, and then they bleed the bull. So it's half blood, half milk. And they shake it up and they drink more of that. Because normally each member drinks about a gallon of milk a day. And 30 to 35% of their diet is raw meat. And they're considered the healthiest, strongest before the 12-year drought. Now the 12-year drought has decimated their cattle. They have very little. Now they're accepting, commercial food, cereals, powdered milk, all stuff like that. But they were considered the smallest, happiest, strongest, most intelligent tribe in the world. Mm. And they ate no fruit there. No fruit. But this Filipino tribe, 2 foods. It shoots the hell out of the USDA's food pyramid, doesn't it? Well, you got to have starches, you got to have this, you got to have that. That's to feed the agricultural industry, not to feed us properly. So, in the Fulani tribe, they ate 90% raw milk and 10%, less than 10%, 5% cooked meat that they would cook at very low temperatures, 5 feet under the ground. Very low temperatures. Very slowly. And they could control the fire to be very low. Heat deep under the ground. They would do it that way. And they were thicker and fuller because they lived mainly on the milk and they were broad.
Does it matter what our ancestors kind of ate, or like our parents? Because if they ate like a different diet, aren't we like used to that, or no?
No. That's a fallacy.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a fallacy.
It has nothing to do with what our system
any human can eat that diet.
Okay.
Without any problem. All of that's to trap you into thinking that you need a certain kind of food and multiple foods. It's nonsense.
So the blood type thing is...
Blood type thing is nonsense. I've had over 100 people come to me from Aajonus that were type A's and not supposed to eat red meat, and they were anemic. 2 of them were leukemic from doing his diet. I put them on red meat. Every one of them responded. And we're talking about 102 people. So, nonsense. Chemistry nonsense. It's all to confuse you. So, remember, our food comes from the waste. The waste of bacteria, their waste is our food. So nothing to be squeamish about anymore. Now let's take a look at the glandular system. Take a look.
Bathroom break.
Oh yes, let's do it. Go ahead. See, I get carried away. Somebody watch the clock and so the glandular system. Endocrine glands first. Endocrine glands means the glands that secrete hormones directly into the blood. Pituitary, pineal, thyroid, parathyroids, thymus, adrenal glands, and testes, or testes and gonads, any of the gonads, ovaries. Dump hormones right into the blood. So let's start with the pituitary. Now the pituitary secretes hormones that help growth. Also speeds up healing. Where a lot of cells were massively destroyed, it helps cells divide rapidly, more rapidly than normal. The pineal gland is supposed to be the seat of consciousness. It's where we're supposed to chemically be linked with our dream state and then this state and bounce back and forth. And it helps create the chemicals that turn a dream into something that we can remember, that is identified even though it could be completely bizarre and outside of this physical experience on this plane, unrelatable in normal terms to what we do on this planet. So you can't remember those dreams without a chemical change and a perspective on it. That's what is claimed. There's no way to prove it that I know of yet. So we'll just leave that one in theory land. In the pituitary, why would a body, if it's being fed healthy, need a growth hormone if your cells are naturally dividing properly? When people eat poorly, of course they don't produce hormones they don't divide cells properly. So in an emergency situation, let's say there was a forest fire that went 30, 40 miles, there would be humans and animals that would not have their normal food available for months or even years because that part of the forest is destroyed. You've lost the squirrels, you've lost the pigs, you've lost everything that would feed a human. And those animals, their food chain is gone, burned, destroyed. In a situation like that, let's say the human is eating, burned leaves or eating grass, which isn't normal, not going to get enough protein and fats from that. So how is a baby going to grow during a diet like that for 1 or 2 years? Or until they go somewhere, they travel somewhere to where there is food still available that's on their normal diet. The pituitary will secrete hormones that, or based on, it doesn't matter what diet, will allow rapid cellular production. That doesn't mean the cells are going to be healthy, but it allows for rapid cellular production and growth. Always the cells will be healthy according to the diet. So we go down to the thyroid gland. Now here's the most unusual place in the body. We've got left thyroid, we have the right thyroid, parathyroid, 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 parathyroid. We have 5 backups for one gland. What is so important in the human body that you have 5 backups for one gland? The heart and the lungs. If you don't breathe, you don't live. If your heart doesn't beat, you don't live. Absolutely, without a doubt. So, the pharmaceutical industry traps people into, with their vanity into believing bullshit. They say, oh, it controls hair growth. If your hair's not growing, you have to take thyroxins. If you're fat, your thyroid isn't working, you have to take these. If you're skinny, your thyroid isn't working, you need to take this particular variety in this quantity. It's a racket. When I was proving what the thyroid did, I thought, the only thing that's that important are the lungs and heart. How can I prove that it does? I said, well, I have to knock somebody out, punch them in the stomach, stop breathing, and the heart goes. My brother used to do that to me 3 or 4 days a week. And I would actually black out because I'd stop breathing, and my heart stopped pumping. I mean, he would come up and sucker punch me so hard right in the gut, right here in the diaphragm. And I'd just pass out. After, 2 minutes of trying to breathe, and nothing would happen. Couldn't get any air. And my heart would stop and I'd black out. So I said, I need to get a coach on a football team to let me on the field once these guys get hit. So I spent a season in a college football team out on the field with 5 hypodermics, 1 for each minute. If the guy doesn't wake up after 6 minutes, he's dead. So I need just 5. So I waited for, 5 or 6, 10 guys to hit, the quarterback or, an end or somebody that has the ball and knock them out. So there were 3 knockouts that year that lasted about 5 minutes before they revived. And everybody agreed that I would only take, a quarter of a centimeter quarter of a cc centimeter of blood in each hypodermic. Because when they take those 3 whole vials out of your body to do tests, they use that much of each one. And throw the rest away. But it's in case the lab makes a mistake and they have to redo it. Redo it 50 times? It's all nonsense. It's to make you think that they have to go through a hell of a lot with a lot of your fluids to go through it. And I've been in a laboratory that used this much to do a test. Every test, that much. So all if you're going to have 8 tests done, you would need about half a teaspoon. So in the future, if you go have lab work done, for whatever reason, I don't know, don't let them take much blood. Let them have just a little bit, 2 vials. How do you know? Have you been into a laboratory? Tell the doctor. Do you know? Nurse says no. Do you know? Have you been into a laboratory? Well, I know somebody who worked in a laboratory. That's all they use per test. So don't let them take that much blood from you if you're going to do their tests anyway. Their measurements are all rigged to get you to take medication. Just like going after your vanity about hair loss and weight gain, weight loss. With the thyroid, it's all nonsense. So each time one of these guys got hit, I took every minute I would take just a quarter of a teaspoon of blood. And I had it analyzed for thyroxine levels. Each minute that the person wasn't breathing and the heart wasn't beating, the thyroxines doubled. Then at the 4th or 5th minute, all of a sudden it was like, it it was just working, and that was the thyroxines building up to produce that trauma to bring the breathing and the heartbeat to return it. And it was normal. And that was the only hormone that changed. That was the only blood change, chemistry change, besides a low oxygen level, of course. So these glands, all 6 of them here in the thyroid gland, are for the heart and lung. Emergency purposes again. Then we go down to, now I have to count the pancreas as being an endocrine gland as well as a normal gland because it makes insulin that goes right into the blood. Now, we'll get into the pancreas later because I'm not going to count it as just an endocrine gland because it's majorly not an endocrine gland. It's only something we developed. And then we go to the adrenal glands. And what are the adrenal glands for? Fight or flight. If you're eating healthy food, healthy fats, you wouldn't need adrenaline to give you energy. But since you're so toxic and ill, and your blood is so labored on distributing nutrients to cells in the body because your lymphatic system is so jammed, you need energy to do it. So your body's pumping adrenaline into your system as an emergency circumstance. Then you have the gonads.
So the adrenals have to do with not having enough fat.
Not having the proper kinds of fat to utilize them to generate energy, or your red blood cells aren't healthy enough to bring in the oxygen to alter the fat into energy. So the body will use adrenaline to give you a high and a boost. What happens when people become adrenal fatigued? All of a sudden they can't even function at all because the body's relying upon that hormone to function because they're not eating properly. They're not digesting properly. They're not doing anything properly. And they were living off of their adrenal production, the adrenaline production. Now they can't anymore. Even the adrenal glands are shot. So, the gonads, they're for, only thing we know is absolutely for pleasure, and procreation. You can say procreation is an emergency situation, or we become extinct. So, to me, all of the endocrine glands are for emergency purposes only. When I tested healthy animals for hormonal levels, only trace amounts, except when they were being run down by another animal, then there was high adrenaline, sometimes high testosterone. Or when 2 got together and got sexually excited, then there was testosterone and a lot of estrogen. And that's for procreation, emergency of extinction, so to speak. I'm stretching that one, of course. Growth, only times I found is when you feed dogs and cats. You look at their offspring, their kittens and pups, will be high in pituitary hormone when they're fed kibble and canned and garbage food. When they're fed raw meats with raw bone and raw milk, that pituitary hormone does not exist, even in trace amounts in dogs and cats. So, endocrine glands are for emergency purposes only. Now let's go over the other glands. The other glands and organs. Start with the brain. We know the brain keeps the body in touch with the brain touch with the body, so you can do things like I'm doing. My brain talks to you through my body, and I use my body to do that, express move the lips, all brain activity. But it's natural. It's not something I have to think. I have to open my mouth this loud, this wide for the word the, and for way, I have to open a little wider, and a little farther back in the throat, and hit a certain pitch. I don't have to do all that. Bacteria does all of that. And it's like a chain reaction. The bacteria already knows automatically what to do. Its way of thinking is fast compared to us. So let's say they're thinking, oh, this and this and this. For us, that's less than a split microsecond. So they are doing all of it for us in a split second. And it comes out of us easily and naturally. It didn't happen when I had autism, when I had brain damage and brain congestion from the mercury formaldehyde ether and detergent from that tetanus shot. It jammed that center up. So what did it do? It destroyed the bacteria in that area of my brain. What do you think mercurochrome and methylate are? Those are antiseptics, right? Mercurochrome and methylate are liquid mercury. Liquid mercury. You're putting liquid mercury on something to poison the bacteria in the area. You will scar from it because you killed the cells. You killed the body's ability to heal naturally. And plus you poisoned yourself by putting more mercury into the body because it will absorb into the body. Now if you want to go online and see what mercury does to the neurological system, put in Alberta University, mercury, neurons. And you come up with a video that they show you when you introduce mercury into a petri dish of growing neurons, that just all of a sudden just dissolves them almost instantly, just starts dissolving them. And you see them over a whole 2 minutes, fast motion growing. Same time speed, all of that growth that took 24, 48 hours is now gone in seconds from putting mercury in the petri dish. Not only that, you see that, let's say the fibril is this big and the actin on the fibril is this big. Okay, and it's got a tentacle that comes out, and this is the sensory end. And let's say it's this big right here. They drop the mercury in at that wall, that far away from all of the neurons, and it disintegrates them from that distance. And you see it right there in the petri dish. You see where the drop of mercury falls into the petri dish, away from the neurons. And it automatically, as soon as it touches the petri dish, they start disappearing, dissolving. Mercury is a very toxic substance. And they're injecting that into you anytime you have any kind of an injection. Almost any type of injection. Not only vaccines. They put it in almost every one of them as a preservative. Preserve what? Well, with mercury in it, there's no bacteria that can live in the vaccine. So that's good. That's their thinking. And people accept it. Well, bacteria causes disease. The germ theory, of course. Nonsense. Bacteria theory has never been proved, and it's been disproved thousands of times. Every time you drink raw milk and eat raw meat, especially rotten, and you don't get sick and don't get a disease and you get healthier, complete evidence that it's nonsense. But people believe it every day. And they go in fear from it. And that's where they catch you. They put you in fear and terror, and they get your brain to just melt and say, guess it's true. I guess I better do what the doctor says. And people just become dumb. Stupid. And they make very stupid decisions. They can, with fear, they can wipe out your logic and sensibility. I'm here in this workshop to to dispel all that so you never go into fear again. Understand how the body works and you take care of it. You nurture it, you don't attack it. So, we go from the brain down to the tonsils. Now the tonsils are identical to the lymphatic system. They are just very large lymph glands. And they protect your brain from any contamination in the food that you're chewing. Now, when did tonsillitis start hitting the medical market?
I know, mine were taken out. It was widespread in the 50s.
Okay, in the 50s. And what happened before that?
I don't know.
World War II.
Oh,
What happened in World War II? What was the King and Queen of England and all of this, the messages on the news, TV and all of that, all the radio? Support your troops, eat canned foods. What the frick did eating canned foods have to do with the troops? Well, they're out there eating canned foods and rations. So, what does me having to eat garbage food have to do with them eating garbage food? So I'm going to make myself sick? And that was the consciousness. And the King and Queen of England owned 70% of all food production in the world. And they were the ones that started World War II to bring in food processing. Very long shelf lives. Because they knew that in their manufacturing and their ways at that time, more than 30% of their food had a shelf life and they lost 30% of their food. They knew that they had to trap people in to buying canned foods. Two ways: convenience and support your troops. So, King and Queen of England helped create World War II. Helped fund it, along with the Catholic Church and the Bush family in the United States. Prescott Bush ran a bank that was funding, here in America, that was funding Hitler. Attorney General found out about it, seized all the assets of that bank. Prescott Bush went bananas and said, "Never happen again, I will run this country." In 30 years, his son was voted president. His son was running the CIA for 10 years, in the CIA for 30 years, still a CIA agent, and so is George Bush Jr. And they just do all of the acts, puppet acts that they're told to do. So, King and Queen of England own 35% of the landmass in the world. Wealthiest family. Yet they say in their newspapers that they own that the richest monarch in the world is the monarch of Thailand. He's worth $30 billion. That isn't even a speck what the King and Queen of England own, that family. They own 90 times that. They own trillions and trillions of dollars worth of land and food product. They owned almost all of the salt production in the world. Gandhi put a halt to that in 1947. To go out and make your own salt from the ocean in India was a death sentence. You died. If you took the king and queen owned all the salt in the ocean. That was the way it was. If you went out and made your own salt from the ocean, you were stealing the king and queen's property. And it was death. And Gandhi went out there in 1947, had millions of people on the beaches making their own salt. Many deaths, many people were beaten to death for doing it. But the world was watching. And finally, the King and Queen of England had to do an underdoor policy. Well, we'll let them think we're giving them their independence, but we'll own everything anyway. So they still have the production. Still own the salt production in there. They just don't let the little guy, the little pauper who doesn't buy it, they let him make it. But they still own the salt mines, the salt production, pools, and areas in India. So, anyway, the canned food, what did it do? What did it have in it? Tin, mercury, thallium, all the stuff that was getting into the canned food. The tonsils were trying to prevent those poisons to get into the brain. So all of a sudden we had these tonsils that were full of this metal and these chemicals, the chlorine and the formaldehyde that they were using in the food as a preservative. They had something like, 10,000 chemicals at that time. Now we have 60,000 that go into food. So the tonsils were exploding with toxins, dissolving, disintegrating. Kids were constantly getting sore throats, constantly pussing out the mouth from it. What else happened in that time?
Vaccination.
Polio. Polio. What is polio? Polio is metal contamination of the spinal cord. Also the result of canned food. The metal getting into the system, getting in the spinal cord. Metal dissolves the spinal cord tissue. And you get poliomyelitis is the way that the body cleans the metals out in the dead spinal cord tissue. Yet they're saying the polio is the disease, causes the disease. No, it's the cure.
Why were kids crippled then? I grew up with crippled kids all around me because of polio.
The canned food was poisoning their spinal
It
cord.
was from the food, not the polio.
It was the canned food, it wasn't poliomyelitis. It was the canned food deteriorating the spinal cord. And then they would go inject you with antibiotics and put you in a hot chamber. And what would happen? You start dissolving neurological tissue more. So you have all these people crippled going around with different types of paralysis, depending upon where that damage is done in their spinal cord.
Is that rebuildable? People who've had that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on how much medical treatment they've had for it. But remember in my book, when I observed people who had polio, the more myelitis that was active in the body, the more they healed. When they were given antibiotics and it was lowered, they stopped healing. And they would become paralyzed. So, again, the cure is the disease that the medical profession is attacking, that's saying causes a disease. It is not. It is industrial chemicals that always causes disease. Even cooking food is an industrial process. It alters the chemistry of your food and produces 32 toxins, which I name in the last part of the recipe book. I name all 32 of them. The three most notorious or acknowledged being heterocyclic-amines, lipid peroxides, and acrylamides. Acrylamides is the most known one. So all disease comes from industrial chemicals. So the canned food industry and the processed food industry created all the tonsillitis and the spinal degeneration, polio. So of course in the 60s, in the late 50s, King and Queen were aware of it and all their technicians were aware of it. So what did they do? They invented plastic. Coated the cans with plastic. So, you got rid of the metal poisoning, but what do you have now? You have phthalates and PBAs. What do? They alter the chemistry in the body. They still act like a fat, but when they're used as a fat to make hormones, they make the opposite of what they're supposed to make. So you're supposed to make testosterone, you make estrogen. When you're supposed to make estrogen, you make testosterone. So women become men and men become women. So now we have this very little change between men and women in civilized cultures that are subjected to plastic molecules. So it would be like frogs. It would be both. Man and female. Like some worms They don't need to have sex with anybody else. They can breed on their own. So then we go down to the thymus, which I didn't talk about before. The thymus is right here. Now they say, that the doctors, medical professionals say, the thymus protects the lungs and the heart. No proof, no evidence of that. I prove what the thyroid does, lungs and heart. But whenever the stomach is poisoned by something, or goes through an inundation of chemical toxicity where the body's storing toxins like from a vaccine or injections into the stomach lining, the thymus sends out all of its hormones, like white blood cells, fatty cells going around and binding with those poisons. So the thymus protects the stomach and digestion. It doesn't have anything to do with heart or lungs, even though it's right at the heart. And then we look at the liver. Liver's an unusual organ. It has one job in the body: to produce bile, to digest fats. Its only job. Yet what is it doing today because we're so toxic? The body's storing toxins in it. Like it stores toxins everywhere else in the body. But the body knows that that bile is going to meet fat in its existence. That's its purpose. So the body starts storing a lot of toxins in the liver and making those toxins, building them into the bile that it makes, because when it meets with the fat, that fat, instead of being used as an energy producer, is going to be used to bind with that toxin and pass out of the body. So the body weakens, doesn't have much energy, but yet it's freeing itself of a toxic substance. However, we're not eating the proper fats. If you're not eating the proper fats, what's going to happen? The fats that are toxic are going to receive this toxic substance and not move out of the body. It's going to get clogged in the lymphatic system or in the digestive tract. It's going to get built into the intestinal walls. Now the stomach lining is the most resilient tissue in the body. It produces hydrochloric acid that can dissolve bone, but yet it doesn't dissolve itself. The next most resilient tissue in the body is the joints, the cartilage. It can also take on a massive amount of toxicity and not be heavily damaged. To give an example of that is if you had leaky gut, let's say a Crohn's disease, where you've got leaky gut. In other words, you don't produce a lot of mucus to protect the intestinal walls. And your digestive acids and bacteria begin eating your intestinal walls, and they become thinner and thinner and thinner. Then all of a sudden, if you eat a little too much, it's going to tear. Undigested food is going to move into your gut. What is your body going to do with it? It has to dissolve it. The body is incredibly intelligent. So what the body does is we'll take it to a joint. Usually the biggest joints. The knees are the biggest in the body. Produce like 50% of the red white blood cells are produced out of the knees from the bone marrow. Remember, the bone marrow is where the red and white blood cells divide, mature, and once they mature, they enter the bloodstream. That can be a 45 to 60 day process. If they're contaminated, if your bone marrow is contaminated, it affects their reproduction or their strength and ability to carry oxygen to other cells in the body. So your blood can be hindered just in their production cycle. If a lot of the toxins go, and now the bone marrow is like 70 to 80% fat. If you eat bone marrow, it's all fat. Mostly fat. The toxins love fat. Our bodies store toxins and neutralize toxins with fat. So that's why the body's sending toxins to the liver when fats aren't available. So when the bile goes to find its destination, it will be a fat molecule or fat cell to break it down to become smaller fat molecules to alter it into different cholesterols. And we have 60 varieties of cholesterols. A third of them feed the body, a third of them strengthen and protect the body, and a third of them clean the body. So give you energy, protection, energy. Energy, protection, and strength. Energy is strength. So energy, strength, protection, and cleansing. 3 things. Cholesterols are good. But be on a cholesterol-free diet, right? Don't eat anything with cholesterol. Only thing you can eat with cholesterol are eggs. That's the only thing you can eat with, advanced cholesterol. But that cholesterol cleans the body beautifully. If you've read my recipe book, you remember that incident there where that doctor, MD, called me, said I have an emphysemic patient diagnosed with emphysema 7 years ago. She's on her deathbed, going to die this weekend. She's been on, machines and bedridden for about 2 years. And I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she says, well, I have to protect my practice. My whole family depends upon the livelihood. I said, well, that's your consciousness. Well, what do you mean? She says, well, an MD cannot suggest alternatives until a person has failed with the medical profession's restrictions and cures, which there are none, treatment methods, for 10 years. If they failed for 10 years, an MD can suggest alternatives. Or the person is on their deathbed and they're going to die. There's no question they will die. So I said, well, that's your conscience. So all I can do is suggest that you get 10 to 15 dozen raw eggs, put them at her bed table in the hospital, and tell her to eat one as often as she can, and there's no limit. So this is on a Thursday night, about 9:30 my time, so it must have been at 12:30, 1 o'clock her time, somewhere between 9:30 and 10:30 for me. So it'd be between 12:30 and 1:30 her time. So this is a concerned woman, concerned MD. So I get a call on Monday morning, and I knew that she couldn't have got the eggs to her probably by late Friday. So I said, don't know if the woman's going to make it. So on Monday morning I get a call from a raspy voiced woman. She says, it worked. What else do I do? And I said, well, who are you? And what worked? Well, you told my doctor to tell me to eat as many raw eggs as I could. And it worked. I'm out of bed. I'm off the machines. What else do I do? And I said, well, how many eggs did you eat? She said, I ate 33 on Saturday and 33 on Sunday. And I woke this morning and I was off the machines. I pulled them away. I was breathing okay. Got out of the bed and I'm walking around. I dressed myself and everything's good. And I said, just keep eating the eggs. And eventually started eating raw meat and raw milk. So eggs are phenomenal substances that can be, digested in 27 minutes. Whenever I have somebody in critical condition, eggs is the main diet. Eggs, and there's no limit to it. I've eaten up to 50 in one day and never had a biotin deficiency or any chemistry nonsense that goes out there to scare you from eating these good raw foods. And that's all it is.
So if somebody's in any emergency, kind of life-threatening, eggs.
Eggs.
Even heart attacks.
Pardon?
Heart disease, heart attacks.
Anything.
Wow.
Anything. Absolutely anything.
Adventure.
Anything.
Okay.
If you've got dementia, you may want some rotten eggs.
And you don't have to worry that, like, I can just walk in any shop and drink an egg. I don't have to worry about...
Of course, you have to know what your eggs were fed and built with in the chicken. Not any.
So if they're
Good eggs.
organic eggs,
They should be pasture chickens.
yeah.
And not eating any soy whatsoever. Those are the
No
best,
soy.
of course.
Because I emailed an egg person who apparently they don't feed animal byproducts to their eggs or whatever, what they say they all do, give them powdered.
Yeah, but the powder probably has soy in it as their protein. And soy can't be fed to chickens, like I said, any bird. It will kill them if it's raw. So it has to be dissolved in kerosene if it's natural.
But so the problem is to get like a good egg,
Yeah.
to find like a good egg that's...
Well, even a
Right,
medium good egg will still help incredibly. Raw, medium good.
It will still work for the time of the emergency, right?
When that
Say,
woman had eggs that were fed 25% soy, and she still made it through.
Wow.
Imagine if she had pure best eggs.
So farm eggs of the chicken it just eats like
Pardon?
regular on a farm. Somebody would has like a little, you know.
Depends. Your farmers are wanting to produce eggs fast, so they're feeding them meals, commercial meals. You have to find somebody who's not feeding their chickens commercial meals.
So what they're allowed to eat, like just like
Chickens are
grains,
vultures.
grains, worms,
Chickens are vultures.
kitchen.
They mainly eat rotten meat. They eat dead carcasses like vultures.
Right?
Yeah. If they don't have that, they'll eat bugs. On the farmers that grow my food, and like the Amish in Pennsylvania, and all my farmers all over the United States, I tell them to take any food byproduct, when they're butchering, anything that they don't use, guts, intestines, anything, bones, crush them, put them on a pallet, put it out there for the chickens. And every time I go visit, I see a pallet out there. Of course, in the spring and summer and fall, they'll have maggots growing all over it, so the chickens will be eating the maggots as well as bone fragments and the meat scraps and rotten meat.
That's what my grandfather
And
did.
they
Yeah.
come up and rub up against you like a cat. There's no pecking order. They don't attack each other because they're getting all the protein they need. I mean, if you've been in a field with regular grain-fed chickens, they're always pecking each other. They have feather problems unless they're giving antibiotics or poisoning them. And of course, the body builds those poisons into the feathers. So it doesn't want to get rid of the feathers. It will hold the feathers because it's trying to get rid of the toxins. And other certain toxins get rid of the feathers because it damages the follicle where the feather is produced. So it's a rat race out there with chickens. And there's a pecking order that's tremendous. But when they get exactly everything they want, there's no difference between either of them. They're all happy together. I mean, can you imagine a chicken coming up against you and rubbing you like a cat?
So revealing.
It's like, a whole different reality. It's a bizarre reality. I grew up with my grandparents feeding their chickens grains. And there was always a pecking order. But, they would crush bones, though, and feed that to them for minerals. And that was a good thing. So they didn't lose their hair. I mean, their feathers, like a lot of the other chicken farmers do. So they did something right there. But when I realized that chickens were vultures, because I dropped, some rotten meat that I picked up from a different pasture, and I dropped it around the chickens. The chickens went nuts over it. And then they were very calm and happy afterwards. So that's how I realized it, by accident. Everything usually I realize by accident. Like going to kill myself by eating the wrong rabbit, to just the opposite. So all of the things that I found by going in the opposite direction stumbling onto the truth. We are trained to be idiots. We are trained to be idiots. We're trained to believe the opposite of reality. And I tell everybody, whether I'm on a radio show, TV, anywhere, anybody says one thing you have to tell people, what would it be? And I say, all the time say, 99 times out of 100, whatever the pharmaceutical and medical industry tell you to do the very opposite, and you will be right. You'll only be right 1%, wrong 1% of the time. I said, really? I said, yeah. They said, put ice or cold chill something, put heat on it. They tell you not to eat it, you eat it. But they tell you to eat, you don't eat. And really, it's true. It's absolutely true. They tell you to take this medication, which is 99% of what they say is take medication. Don't do it. Do the opposite. Don't take it. Find a way to nurture your body rather than attacking it or controlling it with some kind of a chemical that isn't healthy for the body. So the liver produces bile to digest fats. And we have a gallbladder that sits on top of it. Now the gallbladder doesn't produce anything. The gallbladder is a storage for bile. You have enough bile storage to digest 20 pounds of fat. Why the hell do we need to digest 20 pounds of fat? Because when we were out there as hunters, you kill an animal and the first thing you ate was fat. Because it went the fastest and every animal was out to get it. So you had to eat it fast. So if you ate 10, 12 pounds of fat in one sitting in a several hour period, what would happen? You'd have vomit, you'd have diarrhea. But if you have enough bile, that won't happen. It'll break down the fats. Your body then will make it into various cholesterols and store it if it can't use it all at that time. So it stores the fat on you. Good cholesterols. And there are good cholesterols unless you're eating a fat that is very toxic, like trans fatty acids, hydrogenated vegetables. Margarine is the biggest of them. Any fried food, any packaged food that's been fried, it's been fried in plastic fats. Period. That's not healthy. It just jams the body up. But that makes you sicker and then they make more money. Because you keep running to them, giving them money on false hope.
But it seems so against, I always believe that people are good, that we have a good heart and we're good people. And that whole thing that the government, instead of taking good care of its own people,
no,
would take.
Like I said earlier, the government,
care,
all in government officials, all your congressmen, senators, your prefects here, what do you call them, and
Prime Minister.
prime ministers, they all have major investment in pharmaceuticals and food production. Their interest is in their profits, nothing to do with you.
It's hard to believe though now because they already make lots of money. I mean, it's not like they.
Doesn't matter, they're greedy.
And it's about
They-
dumbing
They want
down.
10 homes, 10 swimming pools, 10 cars. There's no end to the greed. It's so sad. You and I aren't like that. 99% of the people aren't like that. They are. That 1% that run government and run the world. They wouldn't get into office if they didn't do that. They wouldn't be supported. They wouldn't get the money to run campaigns. Wouldn't happen. Unless you and I send in our money like we do for Ron Paul in our country. They do not want, they ignore Ron Paul. Like crazy. They ignore him and they don't acknowledge that he's won almost all of the delegates in every state. Now on Friday in California, on next Tuesday in California, we're going to watch him win California. And if he does, that's the end of the road for the Democratic and the Republican Party. Because Ron Paul is for the people. When I lobbied for raw milk in 2007 with 5 and 6 people. We rented a townhouse in Washington, D.C. We visited the senators and representatives every day for 3 months. We had pamphlets we had printed. We did my milk report with Dr. Douglas, handed out all the information, and talked with 98 senators and representatives. Actually met with us. Out of 535, 99% of them, that means 97 of them, believed that raw milk was dangerous because of the publicity. We had to re-educate them. The other offices we went into gave them my real report and a quick synopsis that said the FDA is lying about raw milk. And I put the FDA's, their logo up there and said FDA response. It said response to FDA. So automatically you're thinking this came from the FDA. So I knew I could get people to read it. But it said response to FDA. And I put their logo there. So I got a lot of people to read it. But when I went into Ron Paul's office, and he's an MD, he's a doctor. And I walked in his office and I said, this is what we need. He said, okay, let's write the bill. Not a second beat. He was the only one. I had 60 of them, or 58, who said that they would co-sponsor any bill, that if I could get any senator or representative to write it, they would co-sponsor it. When I got Ron Paul to write it, we wrote it together. Not one of them came forth and co-sponsored. They're all a freaking bunch of liars. They're just into it for the money. Except Ron Paul. And the only reason he's making it this far is because we're paying for his, and there's millions of people who are sending in money. So, I mean, he's the only person who gained $10 million in one day from individuals, citizens, not corporations. All the others are fed by corporations. That's the only way we're going to get the change in there. It's the only way we're going to be able to trust people. You get elected because you have a conscience. You have a heart. Those people up there don't. They're married to money and power. So, the gallbladder has a lot of bile to handle a way to eat fat fast, a lot of it. If you've had your gallbladder removed, guess what's going to happen if you eat ice cream? You're going to get nausea, you're going to vomit, you're going to have diarrhea. So you can only eat like an ounce of fat an hour, an ounce of fat every 2 hours. Because that's all your liver can produce, enough to digest about an ounce every 1 to 2 hours. Depending on how well your liver is.
If you still have your gallbladder...
Then you can pig out on
Well, I
ice cream.
still have my gallbladder and I still get like these problems you're talking about.
Then your liver isn't forming proper bile.
So that would be okay.
Yeah. So you have to get your liver well. Okay. Then we have the pancreas. Now the pancreas is a phenomenal organ and gland. 4 million years ago with Lucy, and then 5 million years ago with the recent findings of the 5 million year old humanoids, their pancreas was 2.5 times smaller than ours. They did not eat any carbohydrates or fruit. They lived on meat, and some of them lived on meat and dairy. We only have a swollen pancreas because we went to eating grains and high carbohydrate. So over the last about 20,000 years, the pancreas has been swelling to handle carbohydrates, what it's not meant to do. The pancreas, what it does is when you eat something, the enzymes send signals to the pancreas. The pancreas analyzes what's in that food and what to do with it. The pancreas is the architect of the body. Knows how to design fats to be used as energy, how to design nutrients to use for reproducing cells, building cells, whether it's bone, heart, blood cells. The pancreas has to send the plans out. And it has to know how to alter it. Let's say if I'm eating a tomato from this side of the vine, and there's more roots and nutrients in this side, gets to that tomato. And this side, the roots aren't embedded in as good dirt, as good soil, I'll produce an inferior tomato here. So the pancreas decides how that will be used. If it's not complete enough, it will be used as energy and as a cleaning substance. If it's a good, strong one, it will be used as a building block as well to accompany whatever else it is we're trying to eat. And, even a grape on the same vine will have different nutrient value depending on what it's been fed through the shaft and through the root. So the pancreas is endowed with that responsibility to decide how that food will be used, and if there's enzymes and something missing, how to draw it out of somewhere else in the body to supplement it. It sends out little hormones to do that. Then we have the carbohydrate mania, which caused the pancreas to swell and have to make all this insulin we never did before. So now there has to be an insulin production to take this excess sugar to make it into a storable glycogen. Now what happens with that storable glycogen? According to Columbia University and New York University, Columbia University at New York State, the laboratory in Millhouse found that the body retains the byproduct of glycogen that is built from a carbohydrate as a binds glycation end product. Stores in the body at a rate of 70 to 90%. That means that every time you eat a carbohydrate, whether it's fruit, whether it's grain, no matter what it is, you will store 70 to 90% of that byproduct in your body. If your body makes the glycogen from pyruvate, which is from protein, like egg white, your body makes a lot of pyruvate from egg white. There's no advanced glycation end product. There's no garbage left that bogs the body down. What happens if the body's bogged down with advanced glycation end product? It's just like carbohydrate that is formed in. It's sticky and thick, like syrup, like molasses. So what happens? Those byproducts get into the blood, neurological fluid, lymphatic system. Cells start sticking together. Synapses don't fire properly. You're not thinking properly. You're not functioning properly. You don't have the proper energy. All kinds of problems with those byproducts storing. So we were not designed to eat lots of carbohydrate. And it starts with the signal in the mouth. We only have the ptyalin enzyme here. Only the horse has it. And it's a carbohydrate digester. And it's the only place where we find a carbohydrate digester in the body. Is that 5% in 9? That's your clue right there. No more than 5% fruit if you're going to have it of your diet. I recommend a little bit more because people are very toxic and your body can make some very good alcohols with it. As long as you eat it with fat, it will be made into a cleansing substance to clean the body. So you can have more than 5% fat, no more than 10% fat, no 10% fruit, as long as you're eating enough fat with it. Not an equal amount of fat by carbohydrate value, you'll be eating more fat than the fruit, than the carbohydrate. So, the pancreas has a lot of extra work to do that it doesn't normally do. Then we have the spleen right next to the gallbladder. Right next to the pancreas. What does the spleen do? The spleen holds red blood cells, sometimes white blood cells. Why does it hold it? Well, let's say you fell out of a tree and you hit a branch that slit your jugular vein. and you bled 3 cups of blood, what would happen? You'd be anemic. And if you had big tigers and dogs and cats around, you'd be lunch, dinner, snack, a candy bar or something. Because you wouldn't be able to run, you wouldn't be able to climb a tree. You wouldn't have enough red blood cells to deliver oxygen to all of the muscles that would need to work for you. So as soon as the blood clot area would clot and stop bleeding, what does the pancreas do? I mean, what does the spleen do? It has over, sometimes up to 3 pints of blood, holding 3 pints of blood. It puts back into your bloodstream exactly what you lost. Unless you bled over that, then you're dead. So, an hour later, you can run, you can climb a tree again. That quickly. Without that spleen, that reserve of red blood cells, you wouldn't have that. You'd be dead from one bleed. If it were just a cup. 1 cup loss of blood and you're weak, you're anemic. Most people just from 1 to 4 tablespoons blood loss, they're anemic. That's proved. You wake up in the morning after 8 to 10 hours sleep and you're groggy and say, why am I sleepy and tired? Because you're anemic. If you go 5 hours without eating, the blood in the protein in the blood level drops to 0. So the red blood cells start eating each other. Fasting is a very bad thing to do. Red blood cells eat each other in an 8 to 10 hour period. You'll lose 1 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. That's up to 2 ounces of red blood cells in a 10-hour sleep. No wonder you're anemic when you awaken. And most people go for caffeine or nicotine or theobromine, chocolate, something to give them a boost. That doesn't treat anemia. Eating treats anemia. I have to suck an egg, folks. I'll show you how to do it. Got a fat end and a little bit more pointed end. This one is a little funny. It's almost like you can't tell, but I can't because this is basically the circumference all over the bottom is rounder, but this usually has a little sharper point on it. But anyway, what you want to do is you want to fracture the integrity of the shell at the fat end. You don't want to break a hole because it'll run out. But there's a membrane inside. Everybody's opened an egg and seen the membrane inside that holds the egg so it doesn't touch the shell and protects it. That has to collapse or you're not going to get everything out of the eggshell. So you break it. I break it on my eye tooth. You could take a round surface like this and do it. You see, it's fractured without a hole. The membrane is not broken, so it's not going to run out. Okay. Then on this end, I hit it on the eye tooth downward to make a hole. Now I have a little face there. You see that? So now I can suck the egg out of the hole, and this membrane will move as I'm sucking it. Draw the egg up to the surface. Now, if you eat the egg white first, the egg white is digested very rapidly and gets to the liver. Helps the liver build a better quality of bile to digest the egg yolk. And remember I said earlier that the egg yolk is the only food in the world that contains vitamin B12, every nutrient in the world. An egg yolk contains it. You have to find elements in meat and other things to get other nutrients. But the egg yolk contains every nutrient in the world, except that it will not help you divide cells. It will not increase cellular division, like pituitary hormone and meat will. So they will deliver everything. That's why I use them. They're fast in digestion, and they have everything in it to help people regenerate cells that are already alive, like the woman with emphysema. Now let's say that 90 or 80% of the cells in her lung were dead. Eggs wouldn't have done it. Eggs wouldn't have worked. She would have had to eat a lot of raw meat. But usually only when somebody is 70 to 90 years old do they only have 22% of their cells alive. Usually when you get 22% only, that 22% can't carry the 100% for very long, so the person dies. You see those old people walking across the street like this. Let me tell you, they don't have many cells alive, maybe 24, 25%. And that's it. You can't expect them to go faster because 22% of your cells, 25% of your cells can't move a whole weight of a body that fast. So you have to be patient. That's all they can do. So you have to swallow your frustration about having to wait for them to cross the street. But if you look at that and say, gosh, I never want to be like that, and I know how not to be. You know, stop taking industrial chemicals, stop breaking down and killing the cells in my body. So, if you suck the egg white out first, feed the liver will make better bile to digest the egg yolk, which has B12, every one of the A vitamins, both water and fat-soluble fats, oil-soluble fat, both water and oil-soluble fats, they have everything in them. So, the way you do that is, if I go like this, the yolk is heavier. It's going to fall in and start coming out, and I'm going to suck that out, break the yolk, and that's going to come out. But if I hold it down like this and suck upward, gently, only egg white comes up. And sometimes at first it's very, very wet, and then it starts getting thicker. The thicker it is, the little bit more mature it is. Sometimes, if it's too thick and it's not moving, you shake it like this until the yolk and the egg white have separated. And then you begin sucking it. And what I'm doing is mixing all that bacteria in the saliva with the egg white so it will digest like that and go to the liver quickly. It doesn't need hydrochloric acid, it's already liquid. All it needs is the bacteria. So I put enough in it to handle it.
Good for adrenal fatigue too?
Mm-hmm. Almost have the egg white out. No.
I don't do like that.
Now when I get to the egg yolk, I just...
It's faster. He's chewing it.
Mm-hmm.
I try and switch it.
I do too.
Yeah.
I like to do those at an organic market, and everyone comes around, what are you doing? And then I do my pitch.
And I get told
You see it collapsed by breaking the integrity.
Yeah.
The whole thing collapsed, so I won't find any egg in there at all.
Cool.
Yeah.
On the outside too.
When I sucked it through, the whole membrane collapsed. So I got everything out of the egg. There's not a drop of egg
Oh
inside.
yeah, that's good.
If I hadn't done this, I could have sucked all day and not getting everything out of it. I may have left half of the egg in there. So experiment and do. If you like soft-boiled eggs or runny eggs, you'll love that egg yolk.
You don't want to eat the shell sometimes?
Well, the shell is very difficult to digest. If you put the egg shells, grind them into a powder like in a blender, and they're not washed. I will only do that with non-washed. If there's fecal matter on the egg, I know that hasn't been washed with the soap or water full of fluoride, because that will just demineralize you. It won't help you. Fluoride. Put fluoride in drinking water.
Yeah.
You see it's good for your teeth? That's another big lie. The test they're pointing to was done in Massachusetts. And what they did was they took two cities near each other. One got fluoride and the other got no fluoride in their water. They examined how many cavities each town had in a 2-year period. I think it was 2-year period. So the town who had no fluoride in the water had more cavities. A little bit more. So they said, see, if they had fluoride in the water, they'd have less cavities. But what they didn't do, they didn't tell you that those people who had the fluoride in the water lost a lot of teeth. So they had less cavities because they had less teeth. People drinking the fluoride were losing teeth, whole teeth. Not just getting cavities, they were losing whole teeth. So that is the fallacy and lie. So you can't listen to these people. They're just total liars.
How you turn things,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Great things to the
Twist it.
brain, too.
Who you give the research to as well.
Yeah, fluoride fries the brain.
Okay, so the spleen delivers blood back into the system. Also, it helps you change body temperatures as long as you haven't inundated with a lot of drugs. What happens when you get cold? You urinate a lot to get your blood thicker. Plus, your spleen will dump more red blood cells into your bloodstream to thicken it, to get warmer. With your spleen dumping red blood cells into your body, you can stand 30-degree temperature changes in an hour. Without that, you would not be able to. You would die with a 5-degree temperature change. The kidney assists that, and we're going to kidneys next. The kidney assists that by removing water from the blood to thicken the bloodstream. So what happens when you get cold? You pee a lot. When you get hot, you don't pee as much. The body will, during a hot spell, the spleen will draw red blood cells out of the bloodstream, thin the blood, so you can cool the body. Same with the kidney. The kidney will remove fluids from the bloodstream to thicken the blood. So 2 ways that it can be done. Normally the kidney should not be working to do that. We should not be drinking a lot of water, only a tiny amount, and we should be eating all the foods raw and not be exposed to industrial toxins. Then the kidney wouldn't be involved in that. It would just be the spleen adding and removing red blood cells to the bloodstream to keep us warm and cool. Be that simple. But we've contaminated the body so much, the kidney is getting involved in that. And what does the kidney do? The kidney produces ammonia. Why does it produce ammonia? Because that is the way the body prevents red and white blood cells from getting into your urine. If you urinated your red and white blood cells every time you urinated, you'd be anemic. You only produce about 2 ounces of red blood cells a day. 2 ounces a day. It takes a lot of time to replace blood, to build blood. And if you're pissing it out every minute, you're going to have a problem. You're going to be anemic. Then we have the bladder. Oh, and so the ammonia, what the ammonia does is the ammonia does not allow the red and white blood cells to enter through the kidney wall. It repulses them so they don't enter the kidney. Some toxins are bound in ammonia, and it's like a chelator of certain kinds of toxins. So with ammonia, the body can reject and get rid of a lot of toxins. Now, what animal in the world produces the most I just sucked an egg so I wouldn't lose my train of thought. I didn't eat. I got 2 hours sleep last night. Working.
Last year you said the spleen holds all the information in the body too, so that you don't have to keep remembering.
No, that's the appendix.
The appendix, thank you. Okay, that's, yeah.
Appendix. Thank you for saying I don't have one, so I forget about it all the time. So the ammonia is a chelator of certain toxins. Keeps it from getting into the bloodstream. The ammonia can't get into the bloodstream easily. Very difficult. So if you've got a toxin attached to ammonia, it won't make it into the bloodstream. So if you've been poisoned, it's good to eat shark, or you can find horse piss, you can drink that, or you can drink shark or stingray. Because once they're dead, as their tissue decays, those particular animals produce a phenomenal amount of ammonia.
Like in Iceland, the Harkle shark is called the
Yeah.
rotten shark.
Yeah. That's 6 months old, 6 to 9
Have you
months
tried
old.
that?
Stuff. Yeah, it's a little nasty.
Is it?
Well, it can make you very dizzy because too much ammonia can kill you. Because if you have too much and it gets into the blood, your red blood cells can't absorb and you take oxygen and carry it to the rest of the body. So you'll die. Brain dead. No oxygen to the brain, that's the first place you die. And you can't recover from 6 minutes of brain death.
So you can have a piece.
Huh?
You can have a piece.
A piece of brain?
No, a piece of fish.
Fish, and that'll help, yeah. Just have small amounts.
Mm-hmm.
When it gets to the point you start getting lightheaded and dizzy, you've had enough. Don't have any more. But if you've been poisoned, that's a good way to restrict the amount of poisons getting in and damages the bloodstream. Also helping the intestines quite a bit, preventing those poisons going through your digestive tract. You want them to come out through the skin, no matter how much damage they do to the skin. Everybody read about that where I was kidnapped in a hotel room 2 years ago in April and given 3 injections? I went out and got a stingray and ate the stingray for the ammonia to keep from dying. So that time they were coming out with a swine flu vaccine. This was April 2009. And they were pitching it heavily. They were making 226 million doses. And we had paid $8 billion for them. I went on a radio show, international radio show. I was just on an international radio show yesterday. A day before yesterday. At a hospital in the UK. Broadcast from a hospital in the UK talking about all this too. So we're going to see what happens in the Queen's own land. Anyway, I put out that information about the swine flu hoax of 1976. I was 29 years old and very aware of it. And I got involved with Ida Honorolf and Dr. McBean, who had both sued the federal government for the swine flu vaccine, saying it was a hoax. No such thing. And Ida Honorolf was a consumer advocate that was syndicated on 3,200 radio stations in the world. One of the better known radio advocates, consumer advocates. And I had all of that information from 1976. I had the document showing that 2,323 people died from a direct result of getting the swine flu vaccine. Yet the CDC now says only 46 people died as a direct result of the vaccine. So I had all of the contradictory evidence. And I said, the only way you can get swine flu is to get the swine flu vaccine. Period. I got death threats for 5 weeks. I still did 2 other radio shows about it. And while I was there, I went to the Philippines on the 6th week, and I was subdued in a hotel room. I woke, and there were 2 American-looking idiots next to me, CIA-looking guys, and I had hypodermic hanging from my arm, cloth moving down my stomach. I'm halfway sitting up, and 2 more hypodermics on the bed. And they were both shocked that I was awake and sitting up. and the guy on my right grabbed the cloth, put it up over my face. I was out in a split second. Didn't smell like ether, and ether takes 12 to 17 seconds to put me under. Had it many times as a child. This I was out in a split second. So I just thought it was a bad dream when I awakened. And I turned over to get out of bed, and I was sick. Started to vomit in the bed. I had 3 bubbles here with a hole, in it, just like an injection where they put, fluid right under the skin, like those Montauk TV tests, put on the skin just like one of those. Mm-hmm. But what they had done is put a whole hypodermic in each one of fluid, like 3.5 cc's. Could have been 4 cc's. So I was all bubbled up. I still have some nasty scars from it. Mm-hmm. You can see this one, and this one.
Oh. I remember you showed us one right after that, and you were covered with
sores,
broken out all over.
Yeah, it looked like
yeah.
My skin just started exploding within about 14 hours after that, 12, 14 hours. And one of the biggest ones is this one. Exploded that whole area, all these explosions.
So that's a good sign that it came out.
Oh, they came out, yeah. Can you imagine if it came out of my heart? I'd be dead.
And you still don't know what it was that they put in you,
I imagine it was a swine flu vaccine, 3 doses of it. To say, see, he died of swine flu. Oh, but see, I was heptic. I woke up and I realized what had happened, so I immediately called a driver because I knew I couldn't drive. I couldn't even stand. I was passing out, getting dizzy. Actual vertigo, hitting the floor. I had to crawl to get somewhere. And I would get dizzy even crawling. So we had to find a wharf and find either shark or a stingray. And I found a stingray that had been caught, I think it was almost 2 days before. So it was ripe enough in the moment. So I chopped it up and ate like a quarter of a cup at a time at first. Went up to half a cup, got too sick with that one, started dry heaving. So I went back to a quarter of a cup at a time. Consumed a quarter of a cup of that for about 36 hours. And then I knew I was out of danger. But I was still unable to drive myself for another 3 or 4 days. But within 12, 14 hours, all these things were exploding through my skin. I mean, it looks like I got hit by shrapnel. It still does. I get scars all over the place. Arms, legs, everywhere. Feet. And then every April, I go through a detox. Now that detoxification where I was blistering out all over went from the first week in April when they had the injections all the way through August, end of August, first year. Last year, it came on in April, my detoxification, all of a sudden in the chest and back and all over the left leg. Most of it happened on the right leg initially, and this happened on the left. The foot almost all completely deteriorated, almost gone. And sores and scabs, and the muscle was going, some of the bone was starting to, and here was the worst area right here. And when I got it to stop finally, Kaposi sarcoma formed here, which is a skin cancer. And it was about this big. And I put vinegar on it and lime juice, and it shrunk it up and dissolved it. So now I don't have the tumor. But the tumor is nothing other than a collection of dead cells because the body can't dissolve the dead cells. And all that chemical was killing so many cells at one time. Couldn't dissolve them and get rid of them. All the layers of my skin was going with pus. And not so much pus, but serum. Like a plastic, clear, yellowish serum. Sometimes brown, like rust, or bright orange, like iodine. As it was flaking off. And, I mean, all of it went up to about here. It's a couple around here, but most of it stayed from the knee down. And I thought I might lose my foot on that one. But I kept putting lime juice on it, kept putting honey and some coconut cream, and then wrapping it in raw meat. And that prevented me from losing it. So that's what ammonia can do for you. Then we talked about the adrenal glands, so we talked about the intestines. Then you have the muscles, you have the bones. You know what that's all for. If we didn't have bones, you would be like worms on the floor. Now with bones, we can do flips, back flips. We can make tools. We can use tools. We can do all of the stuff because we have bones. And then the muscles are attached to the bones, so we can contort the bones in the whole body in different ways to do different things. So that's basically the body. Don't be afraid of it anymore. Forget the medical profession. Your body never ever attacks itself. It attacks poisons and industrial chemicals in the body. Tries to harness them, neutralize them, and get them out of the body. Acne, rashes, skin cancer, no matter what it is, those are the poisons, caustic poisons leaving the insides of your body where they could do grave harm. By grave, I mean deadly harm. Okay. So, trust your body.
Do you ever get colds?
Cold's a great detoxification, just as the mucous membranes.
So you welcome a cold, then it's
I welcome. I pray for 3 a year. Before the injections, I was getting only 1 a year, and I was lucky if it lasted 12 hours. Sometimes it only last 1 hour. I was getting disappointed, but after the shots, I went back to getting heavy colds and flus again. Not the way I wanted to do it. I didn't want to get colds and flus to get rid of the new stuff. I wanted to get rid of the old stuff. But as long as you're having colds and flus, you know you're detoxifying. Not the best way. I prefer people going into a hot tub and spending 90 minutes in a hot tub every day, so they don't have to reject those poisons to the mucous membranes. Because that's taxing. If you have diarrhea, it's dumping it out through the intestinal tract. You're going to lose a lot of nutrients. You're going to destroy a lot of bacteria. I prefer you're sweating it out of the body. But your body's going to use the only channel it has. If your lymph system isn't working, lymphatic system isn't working, you're not going to neutralize those poisons. The lymph system is going to put them under the skin, and you're not even going to move them out of the body. Your skin has to be healthy. Your lymph glands have to be healthy. Everything has to be working properly. A lot of people that don't perspire. Their skin is so damaged and the lymphatic system is so congested they can't perspire. Those are always the sickest people I get. They're usually skinny and have been skinny all their lives, had no fat to bind with poisons, so the bodies just store all the poisons in their body. And then when they get sick, they really get deathly ill. Some of them find my diet, and it takes them the longest to get well, because all those poisons have permeated every cell in their body. No fat.
Why don't people perspire?
Huh?
Why don't people perspire?
The skin is damaged. The follicles aren't open. A picture of the skin I showed you. You've got like 6 layers with 1 layer of skin. And all of the different channels have to be open to make it up to the follicle to be perspire out of that pore. And that pore isn't open. It could be clogged with trans fatty acids. Plastic fat that'll never melt until you get the body to 105 degrees right in your skin. It only takes 45 minutes in a hot tub at 40.5 degrees centigrade to dissolve those compounds in the skin. But to get deeper into the lymphatic system, it takes at least 40.5 degrees for 90 minutes to get in deep into the lymphatic system to get it to melt a little bit.
So you've increased that amount, because I think you were saying 40 minutes before, or 45 minutes.
40. It was 35 to 40. With different people, it was different amounts.
Okay.
So 35 to 45 minutes, the skin can break that down and free up the skin.
Okay.
Then the skin can perspire. But is the lymphatic system moving? to even dump the stuff under the skin.
So in the water, you put anything in, or just
Yeah.
put salt?
Look in my
or-
book, We Want to Live Under Health Modalities.
Yeah.
Under lymphatic baths, it tells you what I suggest to put in the water and the amounts.
So 45 minutes, you're not actually going to start really moving the lymphatic system
No.
enough.
That's just your skin.
Really an hour and a half. Maybe.
Yeah, for the lymphatic system. You can get rid of some of the lymphatic waste under the skin, get that melted and moving. But you're not going to get the congestion of the lymphatic nodes and glands moving, and even some of the veins and arteries of the lymphatic system moving without an hour, 90-minute bath.
Can you replace that with the sauna?
Pardon?
Sauna. Going to a sauna.
Sauna is too hot. Sauna is 137 degrees minimum, all the way up to 168 degrees. You will damage the vitamins, enzymes in your skin at over 110 degrees.
So the temperature you said is what? 110?
Well, that's 110
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, but is that like, does it have to be really precise?
It has
I
to
don't
be
know
pretty
what-
precise.
Yeah.
It's 43.3 degrees centigrade is too high.
Well, what's the temperature we start getting really uncomfortable in? Like,
It depends. Some people get uncomfortable at 102 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 40 degrees centigrade. Some people it takes 45 degrees centigrade for their uncomfortable.
so it's always around that temperature.
Pardon?
It's always around that temperature, that is 110 degrees. That's pretty much much we can take, heat.
No, that was when you start doing damage to the skin. I've been in a 140 degrees Fahrenheit desert,
Yeah.
poison,
Plain water.
debilitating, but it didn't kill me.
Plain water.
In the water, it's different. You could kill yourself at probably 120 degrees for long enough. It would kill you.
But, I mean, my question, I guess, is if we go over 110, is it better? Is it worse? Is it...
No, you shouldn't go over 110. You will kill the vitamins and enzymes in your skin.
Even if you're sweating a lot at a certain temperature, if you let the bath go down a bit in temperature because you're sweating like crazy,
No,
you
you
still
have
need
to
to bring it
melt
up.
those plastics.
so you have to keep the temperature.
Yeah, that's the best
Okay.
thing.
It's like, man, I've
So
got
you have to
ice
get,
packs
you have to
on.
get a,
I know, yeah.
you have to get a hot tub to be consistent. Or right now, I'm working on inventing a filter with a pump with a heater. Tube goes into the tub at your feet. Tube goes into the tub right about here. So sucks the cold water out, goes in here, filters it, heats it, pumps it back into the tub at the feet. Well, every once in a while, you just have to move it around.
Yeah.
That way you can keep a steady temperature in the bath and fall asleep in it. Because what you'll do is turn your bath into a hot tub. So trying to do it safely. I've looked at over 72 pumps for ponds, for aquariums, for everything. They all broadcast an EMF field that is longer than 3 feet. You can't have, unless you have a remote control, you can't control it. Be too close to you. So I'm still trying to work on it. And when I do that, then instead of spending $4,000 to $6,000 for a hot tub, you can just spend $1,000 to do it. And then you can use your own bathtub in your home.
In the meantime, just thermometer and throw out some water, put some water
Yeah.
and keep it.
Yeah. Keep it as hot as you can. Yeah. And a steam bath is way too hot. You listen, anybody can eat what they want. This is a workshop about food. So eat. If you're hungry, eat.
Yeah, she's like, oh God, I have to open this.
And now live chunky things here, because I don't have raw eggs, I couldn't find anything, so I had like...
That's up to you. I'm not eating it.
Is the best place to go.
Okay, so that lymphatic flow is so important. Your skin being able to perspire is so important. Like I said, when I talked about the woman who had that rheumatoid arthritis, and after 10 years, the first time she could go on a cruise with her husband. I mean, that's a virtual miracle. Because in the medical model, they say that nobody ever recovers from rheumatoid arthritis that's that advanced. She was crippled. She couldn't do anything herself. Not even button her own blouses, not even put them on. Husband had to do everything. Now she does it all on her own.
Was it mostly the detox that did it, or was it the combination of getting the junk out and the good stuff in?
Well, I would say she didn't heal much in that time.
Okay.
In that whole 6 years that she's been on the diet, I saw little healing. It was cleaning and garbage out in the waste products that were causing all the blown out joints. You know, like 75 to 80% of arthritis and rheumatism and rheumatoid arthritis is from leaky gut. You have tears in the stomach. You have undigested foods go down and churn your joints into digestive tracts. And then eventually the acids there start deteriorating the cartilage. And then you have swelling from that. And then you produce bacteria to eat the dead, damaged cartilage cells. And then they say, see, it's the bacteria, you know, that's causing arthritis and rheumatism. And they're just the freaking janitors.
In Canada, they say it's the cold weather.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, the cold weather certainly makes the joints uncomfortable.
Yeah. Was she using tap water?
Pardon?
Was she using tap water in the bath? Is it okay to use
Yeah,
as well, right?
but she put the ingredients that I instructed her to put in. Yeah. That's what she asked. How much would you put in the water? So that's in my book. Okay. In my first book, the big book. Okay, so let's get into. What time is it?
Break time.
Well, it's break time. Okay, we're going to get into food then. All those elements that we produce on the foods that I mentioned, and the only ones they properly digested was the milk, meats, and the dairy, meats, and eggs. Only ones they, anywhere from 70 to 92% digestible. So those are the foods that we have to concentrate on. Nuts, as I said in the book, they have an advantage if you're somebody who's hyperactive. You're a type A, which means you got all this energy and you can't slow down. It means you've got a lot of adrenaline, low fat levels, and a lot of problems. Then you can eat a nut formula that I have in the book, which is taking soft nuts, not almonds, not any of the hard nuts. You take the soft nuts, like walnuts and pecans and pine nuts. You blend them like in a coffee maker or something like that until it is like a flour. And then you mix egg, butter, and honey with it. And eat that. And it's like, let's say you're doing 2 ounces of nut flour, and then like a tablespoon of honey, 1 egg, and 2 ounces of butter. And that will make a nice nut butter. It'll taste really delicious, and that will help lower hormonal levels. But that's the only time I suggest it. If you have to consider hyperactivity or overproducing some hormone. Mostly you're overproducing hormones to deal with toxins. So eating, if your body's producing excess hormones to deal with toxins, you don't really want to rest it very much. Just enough to calm down. So you can deal with life sanely. Because we all know when we get crazy, we make say stupid things and do stupid things and make really bad decisions that we pay for many, many years. Some things you can't even reverse. It cuts to the quick so much. in somebody, and says they can never heal from it.
This is
So,
from hormones overproducing and running
Yes.
amok. Yes, I've
Yeah,
been
running
there.
amok.
Yes.
so that helps. Also, drinking raw cream helps. Eating ice cream helps in those conditions. Exercise is the best way to get rid of them. Whenever you have anxiety, you need to exercise. If you're very fatigued and can't, then you go for the nut formula. Or you sing, or you sing. Singing is the most strenuous exercise there is. You have to control the muscles to the lung, how much air goes out, how fast, how it goes through the vocal cords, how broad or small your mouth opening is to get the right pitch. All of that goes into a note, singing a note. Only part of the body that works that hard in any exercise. So, singing is a great way to release anxiety if you do not have the physical energy to exercise. Do some other form of exercise. So always anxiety is producing a lot of hormones for physical activity and not spending them in physical activity. Then you will spend them in anxiety. And the anxiety, you have a tendency to project it out in the whole world around you. So relationships are not good, even with yourself. So better to sing, better to do some kind of physical activity to get rid of those hormones. Now, some people who produce a lot, those are your type A athletic individuals. I tell by the activity rings I see in the eye. For each activity ring, that tells me that you're producing an hour of hormones for physical activity a day for each hour. For each activity ring, it's 1 hour. Athletes have 7 to 14. They need to be physically, that's why they do it for a living. They have to. Now, one child was brought to me, she was about 14 years old, and the parents didn't, I tell people, don't tell me why you're here. Don't prejudice my thinking. Let me analyze your eyes, and your hands, your skin, and then I'll tell you what I see, and then you tell me what I've missed. I rarely miss anything. I hit 99 out of 100 things. And this one little girl, she came in, I had no idea why they were bringing her, photographed her eyes, color, fixed the color, color corrected, and cropped the irises and had them up there. I'm talking to the parents, the little girl sitting behind, in a chair behind, observing. Because of the parents, they want to know. They want her up there right there, as I'm pointing everything out. And I said, and it's always at the end I read the activity rings. I say, this is the amount of activity that this person needs a day. You need to be active this many hours, or you need to exercise and do this amount of activity. So if you're doing exercise, you can reduce the amount of just natural activity. Your body just doing things, making the bed, making foods, walking to your car, walking around the office, whatever you do, lifting a chair, all the things we do in a day, that's physical activity. If you're exercising, that doubles the activity. So if you exercise, let's say you have 7 activity rings and you exercise an hour, you only have to have 5 hours of activity a day. An hour of exercise, now you need 5 hours of activity. So you've eliminated an hour of just plain activity. So I got to the end of it and to see what kind of meat that she needed to eat. And I said, oh my gosh, she has 14 activity rings. I had only seen 11 in my life. And I've seen 20,000 eyes, at least 20,000 eyes, and irises. 20,000 pairs of iris. So I've seen 40,000 eyes. And 11's the most I've seen. And these were professional athletes. Hall of Famers. People who lived activity. And this little girl had 14. And I said, oh my gosh. I said, you can't put this girl in regular school. she'll be crazy. She has to exercise 10 minutes every hour, or else her brain won't function. If she doesn't, they're going to diagnose her as ADD, ADHD, and want to put her on drugs. And they said, that's why we're here. And I looked back at the little girl, and the little girl's sitting on the chair like this. Sitting there for an hour and 15 minutes with me. She can't sit still. She has too many hormones for physical activity. I said, see? And I said, you can't put her in a regular school. You have to put her in a sports school where they understand that. And she says, oh my God, we're going to put her on drugs, and we were hoping that you could solve that. I can't stop that. That's her body's creation. She will produce that much for the rest of her life. And I said she needs to get into some kind of sport, tennis, basketball, something heavy duty. And she says, I hate those. I said, oh shit. And I'm thinking, swimming? That's okay, but I don't love it. I said, well, what do you like? And she says, I love baseball. I said, I hope you're the pitcher. And she said, that's what I love. The pitcher's out there throwing that ball constantly, moving around and, doing the ball stuff, throwing the ball. Perfect for her. Perfect sport for her. Afraid I'm going to hit those. It would be a bad mess. So if you have anxiety, you need to exercise. If you don't have the energy, sing. You know how fast you sink and how all of a sudden you're yawning and saying, oh my God, I'm so relaxed. That's what singing does. So do it. Depression is always low bacteria in the intestines or some damage to the nervous system from some chemical. So you know what to do that? High rotten eggs or meat, or do the suppository. You're feeding the fresh fats to the E. coli that feed the brain and the nervous system. Okay? So we really don't need to eat any other foods. Over the years, I've experimented with a lot of things, telling people to eat salads here in the end of the day. They have a very impacted intestinal tract. I found that may help them have a bowel movement, but what I really need to do is educate you like I did earlier. When you're on a raw food diet like this, getting the foods that you can digest, your body's going to digest every bit of it, and there's not going to be waste. And what it can't digest will get very hard in the sigmoid colon. Your body doesn't want to release it, just wants to keep pulling it out. Only way you can stop that is to give the bowel fresh, raw fats. Period. Because as I said earlier, your body's taking all the fats in from the mouth to the stomach. Small intestine is going to take it all the good fats. And everything it can digest properly, it's going to leave just waste for the bowel. So if you feed it directly, bowel's very happy. Of course, if you eat ice cream like you do, there's going to be quite a bit of good stuff that gets to the bowel. Good stuff gets to the bowel if you eat that much. That's fine. But most people don't eat that much, that much fat. Just for me, when I come back from Asia, I go down to a 30-inch waist. And when I'm here, you can see this is a 34-inch waist, and I'm already over it. I go from 160 pounds to 190 pounds. Right now I'm at 180. And next month before I leave, for my abroad tour, I will be 190 pounds. I'll gain 10 more pounds in this month. But I'll eat a cup of cream a day. And I'm eating at least a stick of butter a day. Sometimes 2 sticks of butter a day to gain it. So we need all that fat on us to buffer any poisons that get in the system and to remove all those that are already in the body.
Undigested fat that goes into the gut is not damaging the gut?
No.
As they say that.
It will still be protective.
Yeah.
That's a lie. I mean, the worst you could have is diarrhea.
Yeah. And you say you eat 2 sticks of butter a day. I mean, if I eat a lot of fat, then I'll get nauseous. I mean, I might dizzy, almost passing out. So I don't know.
That's, your liver is very toxic.
Yeah, but I
And
mean,
you're forcing it to produce a lot of bile quickly.
yeah. But why don't you just stop to do it and just leave the fat go through? And why don't you just let the fat?
Because the body wants the fat. You're so thin.
Yeah.
The body wants the fat.
Yeah.
So it's saying to the liver, just like you read my book with the poison mushroom, I destroyed 90% of my liver.
Mm-hmm.
My living, my ability to live, I was on a thin line. And I knew the only way I could do it was suffer the agonizing pain of eating 1 pound to 1.5 pounds of butter a day. Going through the agonizing nausea and the pain and the dry heaves from eating it. Yeah. I vomited only a few times, basically dry heaving. But that kicked my liver back in. Started producing the bile to digest it. But I always mixed butter with the fat. So I knew that the liver could digest it better.
Butter with the honey.
I mean butter with honey. Butter and honey. So always have honey with your butter. Maybe, 2/3 butter to 1/3 honey. And then eat a teaspoon every hour. So your liver gets stronger. Don't eat a lot at one time if you have that problem. But eat a teaspoon an hour. So let's say you're awake 16 hours in a day. So that's 32 teaspoons, and 3 teaspoons to a tablespoon. So that's 10 tablespoons. That's over a stick of butter. So start with that. Okay. So we don't eat a lot of complex foods, like I said earlier. That tribe that lives. Averages 132 years old. People's lived as long as up to 152. I think they had one person lived 156 years. They live on 2 foods: coconut meat, fresh coconut meat, and raw fish. And that was it.
The hard coconuts or the young ones?
The hard.
The old ones.
Yeah. A lot of chewing. But the women would eat half of one, and men would eat a whole one. Every day. And then eat only fish. And maybe a barely ripe banana or a mango maybe once, twice a week. Wasn't really a big part of their diet. I don't know why they ate it, probably just for novelty. But we certainly need it because we're very toxic. We need that fruit, that alcohol with the fats. So, and now to have a balanced diet, because we're not high carbohydrate eaters, and we'll have all that advanced glycation end product that will make the blood and the neurological fluids sticky. For the first 6 to 7 hours of the day, you don't want to eat anything high in carbohydrates, unless it's heavily diluted with some kind of fat and with egg. So, awaken in the morning, you're going to have poisons to dump from the stomach into the stomach lining into the stomach. Always eat about 1 to, depending upon your size, 1 to 3 tablespoons of cheese. If your intestines are starving for fat, so you don't get too constipated with it, eat half a teaspoon to a teaspoon of butter with that cheese. Now that's going to arrest the poisons that are dumping from the stomach lining into the stomach and also the intestinal walls into the intestines. So we'll vacuum that up before you start eating. Then 10 minutes later, to get the brain and the nervous system going well, remember the egg white will produce a great non-waste producing glycogen to feed the brain and the nervous system. So suck an egg. 10 minutes after that, suck an egg, another egg. If you're a larger person, 5 minutes after that, suck another egg. If you're a very large person, 5 minutes after that, suck another egg. If you have a cramping with any of those eggs after having only 5 minutes in between, you place 10 minutes between an egg. One egg and another egg. Then about 20 minutes after that, have a little sugar cube sized amount of cheese, which is about a half a teaspoon. So whenever I say cube, I mean a sugar cubed amount, which is a half a teaspoon. Then about 10 minutes after that, you have an option of having a vegetable juice or a meat meal. If you have a vegetable juice, I suggest putting an egg in it and 1 teaspoon to 1 tablespoon of raw cream, depending upon your size. Doesn't matter how much juice you're having. If you only have a cup to 24 ounces at a time, only have 1 egg in it. Unless you have diabetes, then you might put 2 eggs in it. Or a heavy sugar problem, you could put 2 eggs in it. A vegetable juice I'm going to recommend, a general vegetable juice, is 1/3 carrot, 1/3 celery, 1/3 cucumber puree, and 10% cilantro or parsley. Or 5% parsley, 5% beet. If you have a problem digesting proteins, then have a 5% beet. Beets have a lot of nutrients that help stimulate hydrochloric acid. Chlorine is very involved in hydrochloric acid formation. Beets contain a lot of natural chlorine. Also remove toxic chlorine from the body. But you have to limit it. No more than 5% of your juice can be beet. I can't tolerate more than 2.5% of my juice being beet. My urine turns red and I taste it forever.
They say it's because there's not enough hydrochloric acid. It's called the beet test. Is that real? Is that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. You don't have enough hydrochloric acid, so you do the beet test, and if your urine comes out pink, that means you don't have enough hydrochloric acid.
Well, they severed the vagus nerve to my stomach,
So you wouldn't.
so I don't produce much hydrochloric acid.
Okay.
In my stomach, I still produce a little bit throughout the small and large intestine, but not in the stomach. So yeah, my urine is very, very pink if I'm drinking beet juice.
I was surprised to hear that most people actually don't have red color in their urine when they eat beet because
You have
it's red.
You have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First time it happened, I thought, man, I was bleeding bad.
Yeah.
No.
And it happened over time, but I was very surprised to notice that most people don't experience that.
Yeah.
So it's because of
That means they produce a lot of hydrochloric acid. You don't, nor do you produce good bile. So your intestines are in a problem.
Well, I think it started when I started the raw meat. Actually. Before that, I don't remember that happening.
You started the raw diet?
Yeah.
But what raw diet did you start?
This one. It's the only one I know.
There's many vegan raw dieters.
But I don't know the diet. I've never tried it.
Well, then you've got a lot of waste product in your stomach. You must have a lot of vaccine toxicity in your stomach lining. And some of it's gone to your liver. So now you're detoxifying. So eat that cheese. For you, I suggest eating a little piece of cheese every 15 minutes. So that's 4 an hour. So that's a teaspoon or 2 teaspoons of cheese every hour. You notice I suck. I don't drink. I suck. It's like a baby when they suck. They pull all of that bacteria, all the saliva into the milk. If you just drink, you're not getting any saliva in your milk. You're not filling it full of bacteria and pre-digesting it. So you need to suck. I suck it through my teeth. Sucking it from anything. So that's helpful for digestion. So after you have if you have the vegetable juice, and the cucumber you peel and slice. All the other vegetables, well, others are vegetables, that's not a vegetable. That's a bland fruit. So you take all the vegetables, you just juice the vegetable juice, and you put the slices in that and blend it all together. So you've got cucumber pulp. Reason for that is all the years that I didn't do it, I found that a lot of people were putting their toxins in their connective tissue and they were losing collagen. Well, cucumber has a lot of collagen precursors, so it helps replace it. Because I had a few people, not everybody, it's only a few, that developed lupus or MS on the diet. Those are the only people that ever developed a disease on the diet. So after I realized that the waste that went under the skin wasn't being cleaned, it was also dissolving the connective tissue, causing either lupus, which is dissolution of the connective tissue, or MS, hardening of the nerves. So it could cause either. But there were only 2 cases of it. But I could see that if they added the cucumber pulp in there, it would prevent that. It definitely does. So you never have to worry about disintegrating your connective tissue, as your body discharges the poisons through your skin. Okay. So after if you have the vegetable juice at that time, you need to wait about, you have the egg in it, a teaspoon to a tablespoon of cream, and you sip it. You suck it. You do not gulp it. Whenever you gulp any food, a great amount of the water, the H2O in it, will rush to the kidneys. Too much water at one time. So then when the nutrients need to carry H2O when the cells need to carry H2O with the nutrients, won't happen. So you've lost a lot of your H2O. 100% of your H2O in food can be absorbed and digested, unless it's not with the nutrients. If you have water without nutrients, you can't absorb and utilize that either. So when people suck on water, all they're doing is diluting their body and making themselves even more dehydrated. Only way water can get into a cell is with the vehicle of ions, minerals and nutrients, vitamins, enzymes, proteins. It all goes together.
So what do you do when you're in the Arizona desert then? You don't drink water?
No. Aborigines don't either. They'll go pull a plant out of the ground, they'll grate it and wring it. Of course, they're used to doing it. They'll go on with a cup of vegetable juice, they'll go 100 miles in a hot desert that's 140, 150 degrees. But that's the way they were raised. They know better when you drink water. Because the more water you drink, especially in the desert, the more you're going to dehydrate. So the idea in the desert is not to perspire. So you only have little bits of fluid at a time and have it as vegetable juice where you have nutrients so the cells can actually consume it. If you have water, you're going to hydrate your system but not the cells. So what's going to happen, your cells are going to dehydrate, you're going to be even more thirsty. So not a good thing to do. So milk is 86% minimum water. Meat's 55 to 70% water. Fruits are anywhere from 90 to 92% water. It's a lot of water. When you cook something, you fracture the ion bond with the H2O. Won't carry to the cells properly. So, people are dehydrating because they're eating cooked foods. And they eat water and they'll never hydrate properly.
So can I ask something because the hour
It's better if you keep your questions to the end.
Okay, I want
because
to
we're
know.
getting late.
Sure.
So if you have a question, write it.
Okay.
And if I don't answer it, then I'll have a Q&A period.
Okay.
Okay? Then, so after you have the vegetable juice, let about 45 minutes to 50 minutes pass. After you finish the vegetable juice, you finish sipping, sucking it, whatever you're going to do. And then have a piece of cheese. You could have a piece of cheese, every 15, 20 minutes in that time, or every 30 minutes, just to keep collecting poisons after the vegetable juice. Then have a piece of cheese again at that hour. Then about 10 minutes after that, you could have a meat meal. The first meat meal. If you do not have a vegetable juice, instead of a vegetable juice after that, 20 minutes after you've had the last egg, then have the cheese 10 minutes after that, have your first meat meal. And it should be at least a cup of meat. And for, if you want to gain a lot of weight, suggest you do a cup and a half with a lubrication formula, moisturizing lubrication formula, which will allow you to digest the butter better. If you have the lemon and honey with the butter and eggs with the butter also, you will digest the butter better, quicker.
But you're talking about the meat meal? No.
With the meat meal.
So you eat butter with your meat?
Yeah, always.
Always?
Always.
Even when the meat is fatty?
Even when the meat is fatty.
Oh, why is that?
Because the body will use the proteins in the meat as an energy producer, as a fuel, rather than as a building block. And I want fats to be used as my energy, because fats produce 2.5 times more energy than protein or carbohydrate.
Yeah. But the fat from the meat will be...
Fat from the meat is usually used as a cleanser. When the body makes the fat into a energy producing substance, let me tell you, the body utilizes it pretty quickly. Doesn't store it. Only fats that are made into energy producing fats are
Well, I'm
stored.
not talking about like fat that's in the meat. I'm talking about big pieces of fat,
Yeah.
meat fat around.
That's storage fat for detoxifying.
Even that's not enough.
That will not produce energy and won't give you weight. I've done it with hundreds of patients. Just does not work. Butter is the main important thing.
Oh, okay.
Even after all the years, that I've been doing this diet, if I eat the meat fat,
Yeah.
I won't gain an ounce. Not an ounce. I won't gain any weight whatsoever.
Well, isn't
I
that
sure enjoy it though.
yeah. Isn't that a
Especially
good
big
thing?
fat.
Isn't that a good thing that to put on weight, but like to be able
No,
if everything works
It
properly?
doesn't put on weight for me. The meat fat won't put on weight
Yeah,
for me.
that's what I'm saying.
Butter does.
Yeah, but why is that a good thing to put on weight? Like in terms of extra fat, I mean. You talking about muscle weight, or you talking
No,
about?
well, I'm talking
extra-
about fat anywhere,
Yeah.
especially on the intestines.
Yeah.
We all
But
have
if
toxins.
you have the right amount from the meat fat, why do you need extra?
You don't.
Yeah.
We are so toxic in the
You don't
toxic
get it.
world
Okay.
that we need more fat than we need anything else. Calorically, we need double the fat that we do of anything else. Almost 2.5 times more fat than anything else. Right now, you have no extra fat in your body. And all the poisons will go right into your cells. I want the poisons that enter my body to go into fat deposits, to fat tissue. I don't want it to go into my live cells. And that's what will happen in yours. That's what is happening in yours. So then, I have 1.5 if you're a small person. Have 1.5 tablespoons of butter with your cup of meat. 3/4 to a cup of meat. If you're a bigger person, then you could have 3 tablespoons of butter with your 1.5 cups of meat. If you want to lose some weight, you have more meat like 2 cups of meat and only 1.5 tablespoons of butter. Remember, meat and protein will break down fats. We'll utilize them as energy. Break them down. Then 25 minutes after you finish your meat meal, have another little cube of cheese. Then 10 minutes after that, could be as much as 15 minutes after that, you have cheese. 2 to 3 tablespoons of cheese with 2 teaspoons of honey.
Aajonus, you haven't done any of that this afternoon.
I don't do it while I'm lecturing.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm doing it while I'm doing readings, and I'm always keeping up with it. But trying to break down the cheese and talk at the same time, not easy because you have to get a lot of saliva mixed with it. So, very difficult to do. To do that whole routine. And if you really want to make this diet work, you prepare the foods for the whole day in that first hour in the morning. Already ready. You take it with you. You got no excuse. I didn't get to run to the store, so I went to McDonald's. I didn't have time to wait. I couldn't get to Whole Foods. There are thousands of excuses. But if you prepare your foods for the whole day and you have it with you, you have extra time in the day. You're not going into the kitchen and prepared, it's already finished. You've done the dishes. All you have to do is clean the jars or the bowls that you're carrying the food in at the end of the day. That's it. So easy. And you have extra time. You're not running to the store. You're not waiting in a line to pay at a cashier, It's so easy. You get so much more time out of your day when you prepare your own foods. It's very quick. Raw foods are so quick. And if you get my new recipe DVD, you'll see how quickly I make sauces, 2 to 3 minutes. And that's sauces you can make for the whole week, or 2 weeks, or a month. Just pull them out of the refrigerator, put it with your meat, and there it is. And, like I can do a whole elaborate meat dish, all, embellished with, different kinds of food for color. Even though you may not eat them, it's still, you can make a nice presentation. And I show you how to do it in minutes. Show you how to make a cheesecake in 20 minutes. Who can make a cooked cheesecake in 20 minutes? You can't do it. So I'm going to teach you how to make it. You watch me make a blueberry cheesecake. I'll also show you how to make coconut cream fast. There's no way to make coconut cream real fast. But I show you how to choose the coconut. I show you how to crack it. I show you how to pry it out easily. And I show you how to use the juicer. I show you how to take the meat and what to do with it to make it go through the juicer easily without jamming your juicer. So I show you how to make juice. I show you where to stand with the juicer so you're not broadcasting the EMF field into you. Most people stand with the juicer right here, and it's lengthwise, and they've got the juice coming out here, pulp coming out the end, and they're standing there jamming in. You've got the motor right here, broadcasting the EMF field into you. I don't do that. I turn the back end around, and it points at me. So the pulp's coming out toward me, and I'm over here pushing the stuff in this way. The motor's back here. So my whole torso here does not get affected by the EMFs. Only my arms and hands. So I show you how to do everything to take care of yourself. How to handle the blender, how to handle the food processor when you're using that. I show you how to use the machinery. 2 hours and 14 minutes of showing you how. And it's very, very simple and very easy. So if you get that and watch it, you'll know the keys of how I'm doing it. A lot of people, they read my, it's detailed and understandable in my book, but people have to see it to understand how simple it is. A lot of people got these mechanisms going in their minds, when I'm describing it in the recipe book. But it's all so simple once you see me do it. So I'm encouraging everybody that doesn't have the recipe DVD to get it. And it's normally $67, and I'm selling it for $50. First time anybody's heard me ever pitch.
Wow.
Ever pitch. But I'm here in Toronto, going to lose money this time. So after you have the cheese and honey together, now cheese and honey together allow you to digest the cheese. When milk is dehydrated like that, anything's dehydrated, you have no active bacteria and no active enzymes, bioactive enzymes. Everything that's dehydrated will have very little digestibility. Adding honey to it or eating fruit with cheese will allow it to digest. Honey with it will allow it to digest almost completely. And that is the mineral supplement we need. Everybody needs a mineral supplement because we use mostly calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium, which are alkalinizing minerals, to bind with acidic and caustic minerals in the body. And when you cook your food and have eaten a lot of processed food, you have a lot of those stored in the body. And to neutralize one acidic caustic compound, you may need 12 minerals, 12 alkalinizing minerals. So the ratio is very great when you're toxic in the need for those alkalinizing minerals. And the only place you can get them in concentrations like that is in cheese, but the honey with it. Okay? So that's your mineral supplement. Then after that, for the next 4 or 5 hours, have little pieces of cheese, like anywhere between 1 and 4 pieces an hour. Depending on how toxic you are. If you have frequent nausea, you need to eat it every 15 minutes. Nausea is an indication that poisons are dumping from the stomach lining into the stomach. In your body, nausea will promote production of hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid neutralizes poisons, as well as breaking down food particles into smaller food particles.
So what's creating the hydrochloric acid? The cubes of cheese?
No, that's absorbing the poisons.
Right, I got mixed up.
When poisons get into the stomach lining and your body's dumping it into the stomach
Right.
to be dealt with,
Oh, God.
the hydrochloric acid is produced by the stomach with nausea. And if the poisons in the stomach can be neutralized with the hydrochloric acid, it will neutralize it. But you still need to absorb it into something. Or you can eat the cheese to absorb those poisons. So your body doesn't have to secrete hydrochloric, doesn't have to manufacture and secrete the hydrochloric acid. So when you get nauseous, first thing you can do is eat a piece of cheese. Absorb the poisons. If it continues, you can keep eating cheese every 15 minutes to arrest the poisons. But if the body feels it still needs hydrochloric acid, then you will continue the nausea. But most often, I'd say 85% of the time, it stops the nausea. The cheese. Absorb it, just eliminate it with the body, so you have to deal with it. You have to make that hydrochloric acid. You have to exhaust the body's nutrients and time and energy producing hydrochloric acid. So, you're eating the cheese frequently to absorb the poisons that are in the stomach lining and intestinal lining. Pull it out as it goes through. And like I said, if you have a tendency to, body saying, oh, there's all this fat in this cheese, which we don't digest very much of. and we don't digest any of it unless there's honey with it or fruit with it, then the body's going to try to hold on still, try to get as much fat out as it can. Any they can spare that's not chelated with the poisons that have been absorbed in the cheese. So you will have what's called constipation, which isn't true constipation. True constipation is when you have a block in the intestines and food's not moving at all anywhere. And your stomach just keeps getting larger and larger and larger. Of course, the sigmoid colon getting larger and larger with harder fecal matter is like a block, but it's not a disease block. It's a starving block where the bacteria in the body wants all that fat to feed the nervous system. So eat a little honey, spread the honey on the cheese. It's like I said, it's 1/3 cheese maximum to 2/3 cheese. So there's 3 teaspoons and a tablespoon. So if you're having a tablespoon of cheese, it's only a teaspoon of honey. Or less. Could be a half a teaspoon of honey. You have to explore and experiment with what helps you most in the way it helps you. Okay? Right now I'm at probably 8-to-1, 8 butter to 1 honey of cheese. That's all the honey I need with my cheese. And I digest it perfectly, and I do well with it. It adds that extra minerals, the extra minerals that I need to neutralize poison, especially after those forced injections. So for the next 4 to 5 hours, though, you eat cheese and sip on milk in a sport formula. Now, sport formula is a little complex, so since there are so few people here, I'm going to email it to you, so everybody make sure I have your email address. Anybody doesn't receive my emails, here. 2, okay? My email address, I need your email addresses with your names, okay? If I'm going to see you for a consult, I will get your names and email addresses then. But if I'm not going to see you personally, write down your email address and your name, please. And then I will email that sport formula for you. Or if you get my newsletters, you already have it. Well, wait a minute. I think Jim put it up on the website.
He did.
I said just post it outside the newsletter. So I think you can just go on WeWalkToLive.com and look for the sport formula. Not sport drink, sport formula. Sport drink is the garbage that Gatorade puts out, the Coca-Cola and those guys. There's nothing but chemical, all chemical, not food. So you sip on the milk and the sport formula. You can even drink one on top of the other, that's fine. But don't guzzle them. Sip them in between the cheeses. Then, so you do 4 or 5 hours of that. So 5th or 6th hour after that, have your fruit meal. Also in there, if you get a little brain fatigue, you start losing, look for a word like I am once in a while, and you see me get up and suck an egg or a little bit of milk. That's just my brain low in glycogen. Not stupid, I'm just low on fuel. Expecting your brain to work is like expecting a car that's out of gas to run. It's not going to work, So you beat yourself up about it. You feed the brain. Give yourself some food to feed. Egg will do it the fastest, of course. But if I'm too hungry, ice cream makes me incredibly hungry for some reason. So more and more of it. So I'm a little low today to the ice cream. But I only got a cup of it. If I had my normal quart at a time when I do have ice cream, I'd be okay today. But I'm very hungry today. Very hungry for more of that cream. And I haven't had my fruit meal with a cup of cream yet today. And I won't until I finish here. Have your fruit meal with coconut cream. Now, coconut cream is your best cleansing fat. Coconuts are 80% fat, 15% protein, that's a mature coconut, and 5% carbohydrate. What's the ratio of the body's energy system?
Same.
Exactly the same. 80% fat in the citric acid cycle of utilizing fat as energy, your greatest energy that you can produce. 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate. And the ratio of oil is almost the same in vegetation. Only 7% of the fat is oil. 7% of that 80% of the fat of a coconut, only 7% of that 80% is oil. That means it's 93% water-soluble fats. Nobody talks about water-soluble fats. They started to in 1960s, early 1960s and late 1960s. And then they stopped in the late 1960s, early 70s. Why? Because it went against the whole paradigm of no cholesterol, stop eating meat. So they just threw that science out the window. But your water-soluble fats you need the most of. In your meat, in your food, no matter what, in your dairy, in your milk. Most of the fats that are in there are water-soluble fats, not oil-soluble fats. Most of your B vitamins are in water-soluble fats. Most of your A vitamin structures of vitamin A are water-soluble fats, easily absorbed, easily digested. Oil-soluble fats are not easily digested. So in the coconut cream, you have, even though it's a fruit and higher in alkaline, it allows for cleansing. When you're eating animal fats, you have the same kind of ratio, but it's highly acidic, so it builds the body. The slightly alkalinizing of the coconut cream helps cleanse the body more, especially if you're eating it with a fruit that produces alcohol. But you don't want to irritate and damage the nervous system, so you drink a little bit of dairy cream with it. People don't digest butter easily. You add, don't digest cream easily and get nauseous with it. Then you add a little butter with the coconut cream, with the fruit. And one of the fruits that cleanses the lymphatic congestion and the intestinal toxicity the best are pineapples. Medium to green pineapple, medium ripe to green pineapples.
Sorry, why do you add the dairy cream to the coconut cream?
To protect the nervous system.
Okay.
When you said you need to eat fruit because you're looking for your words or mentally something.
Oh, when you're looking for when you have fruit, you need the alcohol in it.
Oh, it's the alcohol you look.
The alcohol, yeah.
I thought you said something like nitrogen.
No.
You're low on alcohol. That's why you're looking for words.
How you use a cleanser in the body is to produce alcohol from your fruit.
So alcohol is good for you.
Alcohol from fruit, fresh alcohol.
But like wine.
No, that's the highly long fermented. It will damage your nerves.
Because I don't look for my words when I drink.
Yeah.
Or any kind of alcohol.
Yeah,
That's
well,
a problem
it
I have all the time.
Yeah, it will definitely feed your brain, but it will also deteriorate your brain cells.
And liver.
Yeah, and liver. Yeah. But, if you do like the French did, they would
We
eat
get all the time.
lots of cream and butter sauces,
Okay.
and they would have, like cheese, on top of cream cheese, on top of crackers, while they drank all their wine.
A little bit of everything.
So the wine went into the fat
Yeah.
and made it into either a fuel or a cleanser. So they didn't gain a lot of weight from it. And they get damaged from the alcohol. But now, even in France,
Yeah.
Everybody's on a fatless diet. It's ridiculous. When I lived there from 92 to 93, several months a year, I went to look for dairy because I couldn't find it anywhere. So I go to the farmers markets, the outdoor farmers markets, and I'd ask for sweet cream, and they said, "What do you mean sweet cream? Why do you want sweet cream?" All they had was sour cream. All cream was soured. Their fresh cream was soured. They said, you don't digest 50% of it if you have sweet cream. I thought about that. I said, yeah, that's true. Your feces will float and they'll be all creamy looking. When you eat sour cream and soured butter, your poops don't float. Very little of them. I mean, they won't bob up. They may still go up near the surface of the water, but when you don't digest them, they're up there above water level, hanging out, floating like ships. But when you digest it, even though it may stay up near the top of the water level, you've digested most of that fat. So it's like, are you insane to eat fresh? That's what they were saying. Are you insane to eat fresh cream?
Because you don't digest
You don't digest it. You only digest 50% of sweet cream. It's not pre-digested. It's also, like I say in the books, it's the hardest fat to digest.
So isn't it better that we eat sour cream then?
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you were saying no sour cream. Sour cream
No,
is
I'm
better.
saying sour cream's better.
Okay,
I'm saying we're idiots for thinking that sweet cream is better.
Uh-huh.
And we don't digest half of it, and it's very freaking expensive
Right.
and hard to get.
Right.
So don't you need that first?
What is the sweet cream? The one that comes out of the cow? What's
Well,
something?
cream is taking the fat off the top of the milk.
Yeah, that's
That's
the sweet
cream.
cream.
And it's sweet when you take it fresh off and eat it. Doesn't digest very easily,
So
only
you have to-
50%.
That is-
It takes a lot of good bile to do that. I'm getting a little chilly.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you kidding now? A little chilly.
Okay,
Just
I'll
now.
close this up
It's
too.
been freezing for 6 hours.
Okay, sorry, because
I
it got
know
kind
it.
of
Oh,
warm in here.
Yeah, but it was,
And then-
that was okay.
yeah,
I like
just-
warm.
Just keep telling me
Yeah.
because I'm doing the hot flash thing.
Oh, you are.
Bad indication of when temperature.
I love heat. That's why I bought my farms in the tropics. I love heat.
Okay.
And I live in California for that reason too.
Since you're a northerner, isn't your blood used to, you were born in the north, so.
I was born in Denver, Colorado, and 14 feet of snow.
Yeah.
That year was 14 feet of snow.
But you grew up in the north.
Yeah, I grew up in Cincinnati. Well, until the age of 7. From the age of 3 to 7, I grew up in Tennessee, just near the, near Georgia. I mean Alabama. So I was at Oak Ridge. It was right in there at the lower south end of Tennessee. And then when we moved, I was very sickly, so I hated the cold. Now I can tolerate it, but I don't enjoy it very long.
Cincinnati and Toronto are the same weather. We're just opposite
Yeah.
on the lake.
Yep.
It's the same.
Yep.
But you never
I don't
got
like
used
it.
to
I hated it. I had, all kinds of bone problems. I hated getting up. I was in pain in my joints. Now I get uncomfortable in this knee. This knee still hasn't repaired very well from all that last year of the toxicity before I got those injections. Before the detoxing this leg, I didn't have any problem. I could handle the cold. But now I'm back to that state of less health. So I don't like to go. To go. So we'll give you some ice to chew on. Take your hot flashes. You can snort some ice chips. That will cool you off. Or ice water. Ice milk. So for that 4 to 5 hours you do that. Well, you have the fruit. You have the fruit with the fat. If you have a lot of metals in the body, berries are the best thing to remove them. If you have iron and iodine, if you have a lot of orange and rust color in your eyes, strawberries and raspberries are the best. If you have a lot of black in your eyes, tin, gray and black, then you have a lot of tin and mercury, cadmium and lead and other minerals. Your dark berries are the best for that, especially blueberries. So you eat the dark berries with the coconut cream and the dairy cream. And you have the coconut cream and the dairy cream with the light berries for the other metals. And also, to harness those poisons, have 2 to 3 tablespoons of lime juice in that.
Oh,
Very tasty.
what did you say, to cleanse from the heavy metals? Is that what you
Tell
said?
cleanse to no. You're cleansing the berry meal with the coconut cream and dairy cream. Helps remove toxic metals from the body.
And what does the lime juice do?
The lime surrounds them so you don't have to use so many fats. Because sometimes people discharge so many poisons and they'll get very nauseous if they eat too much coconut cream. Or they'll start leaking coconut cream out their eyes. I've seen all sorts of things. So I found that if you put lime juice with the coconut cream, it magnifies the ability to harness metals with less fat. Because remember, like in the book and recipe book, and before I used to say 2 to 4 ounces of coconut cream with your fruit. Now I've taken it down to 2 to 3, 2.5 to 3, maybe 4 tablespoons at the most. So that's half the coconut cream. But in order to do that, I needed some agent in there that would help handle the heavy metals. Cilantro is not delicious. It's an option, but it's not delicious with fruit. But lime juice is.
I have a question about cilantro and parsley.
Pardon?
I have a question about cilantro and parsley.
Uh-huh.
When you say to eat these things, it's which part of it actually? Because I find that like cilantro, the leaf doesn't have any juice or anything, right? And it doesn't taste good if it's raw. It's really the steam that.
You need a whole thing.
So you put the you just.
Juicer.
No, what you do is on the recipe DVD, I show you how to put the foods in there in what order to get the most of the juice from them.
Because the leaf won't make any juice.
Oh, yes, they will. If you know how to put it through the juicer, what to put foods, what to put through, how to even put it in the juicer. Okay, so so what else? Let's say you have a back problem. You have back pain, back problem. Papaya is good to help the back cleanse. If you have poor intestines, poor digestions, papaya is very helpful for building digestive enzymes. So that can help. If you're very toxic in your intestines and you have a lot of hardening in the intestines, then pineapple is good for that, along with the cleaning out lymphatic congestion. And you can also put a couple of tablespoons of lime juice with the pineapple mixture. I do it. I'm going to surround and bind with as many poisons as possible. And then after your fruit meal, you go 4, 5, 6 hours, again, eating the cheese frequently and sipping on the milk and the sport formula. Then after that, you wait 10 minutes. If you need another vegetable juice, if you're feeling very dry and your skin maybe feels dry, time to have another vegetable oil.
Vegetable juice.
If not, then don't. Go right to another meat meal. Go from cheese to 10 minutes after that, have another meat meal. Have your butter with the meat meal. Now the butter can be a part of a sauce. And in the recipe book, I have 82 sauces for meat that can be made in 3 to 5 different ways each. So that's over 400 sauces. Choose the ones you like and make big batches of them and put them in the refrigerator. But for the first at least 3-4 years on the diet, I suggest that 90% of the time you have butter with your meat meals. Don't have dairy cream with your meat meals unless they're part of a sauce that will help you digest. If there's onion in that sauce, you'll digest the cream. If there's papaya in it, you'll digest the cream. If there isn't, or pineapple with that meat meal, you're not going to digest the cream. If it's sour cream, you'll digest the cream because it's already pre-digested. You'll absorb it fairly easily. Then again, 25 minutes after you finish the meat meal, you have a piece of cheese, and then 10 minutes after that, you have your cheese and honey together. So you're getting your mineral supplement, concentrated minerals, twice daily. And you're going to need them. And you'll find your muscles will be stronger, you'll be stronger, you'll have more stamina, everything will be much better. Then in the evening, go back to eating little pieces of cheese with your sport formula milk, all the way up till it's time to go to bed. Now if you have allergies, if you're, have irritation and dryness in your throat and sinuses, you need a milkshake. You need to produce mucus. You're not producing enough mucus. So you need milk, eggs, and cream together, and honey. And even take a little bit of ginger root and grate a little bit of ginger root in it, just enough to flavor it. Ginger helps stimulate digestion and circulation. So it's helpful to digest cream. So you have the milkshake, have half of it there. Like if you're making, if you're a larger guy, you can have 2 eggs in it with, an ounce of cream, 3 ounces of milk, and 2 eggs, and a tablespoon of honey. Blend that together. You drink a half of it before you go to sleep and a half during the night. Because you do not want to go 5 hours without eating. If you do, like I said earlier, your red blood cells will eat each other. And then you'll wake exhausted because you have anemia. The only way to resolve that is to eat at least every 5 hours. So wake during the night, eat, and go back to sleep. If you're a hyperactive individual that has, let's say, 7 to 9 or 14 activity rings, don't wake up after 5 hours and eat because you're not going to go back to sleep. It's going to give you too much energy. So you set the alarm for 3 hours, wake, go back to sleep for 5 after you eat, and then you'll feel good. I remember one fellow that was a long-term vegetarian. I think he was 16 years as a vegetarian. He was only 46 or 47 years old, and this was his body. He walked like this. And, he channels an entity called Hilarion. And Hilarion said, there's a diet out there that's raw meat and raw dairy. Go find it and go on that diet before you die. So he found the primal diet, and his entity said, yes, that's the diet. And to this day, 17 years later, Hilarion still tells everybody to go on the primal diet. Says it's the only perfect diet for the human body and the human spirit. Because your body is your temple. If your temple doesn't work, your spirit is not going to be happy in that temple. So the only way to be truly spiritual is to take care of your temple. It even says that in every Bible and every whatever it is. So anyway, he got onto the primal diet, and within 2 years popped out strong. It was like he got his age again. So instead of looking like he was 62, he went down to looking like he was in his mid-40s. But he said to me, this was at the 3rd time I was going there to Nevada City to do a workshop, and he said, Aajonus, this diet is so great. He said, but I don't have any energy till like 10 o'clock in the morning or noon. And I said, John, are you hearing what I said in each workshop about you can't go 5 hours without eating? You're obviously going through the night without eating. He said, yes. He said, well, sometimes, there's so much information in a workshop, can't digest it all. I said, but we've already been through it 2 times, and that's one of your problems. Why don't you hear that one? I said, try it tonight. set your alarm for 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours, wake, eat, and go back to sleep. He did it. He woke at 8 o'clock in the morning, was charged with energy. That was all it took. But he was eating his red blood cells every night. He was anemic. You can't replace red blood cells without the spleen giving them up. And the spleen doesn't give them up unless you're cold or you've bled too much. So the spleen isn't just going to be handing out 4 tablespoons of blood every day because you're an idiot not eating. Your body isn't that stupid. So...
Is it best to do eggs in the middle of the night, or what?
That's good. Eggs, meat, whatever works. Just remember, eggs alone make you very hungry. It's hard to gain weight eating just eggs, raw eggs. Milkshakes are better if you want to gain weight. But if you suck an egg, you better only sleep about 3 hours after that. Because you're going to be starved for protein again. Very quickly. Remember, an egg digests in 27 minutes.
Yeah.
Milk still takes 10 to 16 hours, even if you're only having a half a cup. If you're having a half a milkshake, you're going to be feeding yourself long over 5 hours, and that's a good thing.
I just think you don't want to wake up too much, so if you can throw a few things in there quickly, and
Yeah.
then you can go back.
Well, if you make a milkshake, in the morning, and you have half of it before you go to sleep and half of it during the night, that's going to be a good milkshake. Because bacteria is already growing in it, breaking it down, pre-digesting it.
So you make it and leave it at room
I make
temperature?
all of my food for the day first thing in the morning.
And you don't refrigerate it?
I refrigerate the things that need refrigeration, but that's usually very little. My vegetable juices I will keep refrigerated until the time I'm going to use them. Sometimes I won't take the meat out until 6 hours before I'm going to use it. Sometimes I'll leave it out for days before I use it. And I usually take milk out 12 hours before I'm going to use it. Milkshake, of course, I can be out, 20 hours, 24 hours before I will drink it. Okay? That's the whole diet. Questions? Oh, wait a minute. Still talking about bacteria, parasites, and all that. I did say that they are janitors. I explained how the body works, so you understand that. But the difference between parasites, bacteria, fungus, and virus are remarkably different. If you understand them, nobody's going to hoodwink you about what they really do and what they are. Parasites consume 100% of their weight, 100 times their weight in 24 hours. They only have a 1 to 5% waste from that. That's an excellent janitor. I want that janitor. Because that means my body only has to deal with 1 to 5% of that waste product. It's like somebody coming in and reducing your trash from 100 pounds to 1 to 5 pounds. What do you want to deal with? You want to deal with 100 pounds of waste, or you want to deal with 2 to 5 pounds of waste? Give me a parasite. Not easy to get. I've tried thousands of times and only got one once. Literally, I tried thousands of times and only got one once. And then the next are bacteria. They consume 50 times their weight in 24 hours. They have the same ratio of waste, 2 to 5% only. Again, great, but they can only consume 50% of their weight, whereas a parasite can consume more. Fungus consume about, I think it's 40 times their weight in 24 hours, but their waste is very, very caustic. They don't break it down like bacteria and parasites do. So you notice when you have a fungus, you have a lot of deterioration of the skin. You have itches, you have rashes, you have peeling of the skin. So when you have a fungus working, it's a good thing, but you need to apply a mixture of like half bone marrow, half butter on that area to penetrate and strengthen those skin cells so when those toxins come through, as a waste product from the fungus, it won't damage your skin as much. Then we have virus. Virus are not alive. They knew that 30 years ago. Between 30 and 60 years ago, the pharmaceutical and medical industry acknowledged that viruses are not alive. No point in giving an antibiotic. You have to let a flu run its course. They found that with several diseases that were viral in nature, you can't do anything about them. You have to let them run their course. And they will. Virus is the body making solvents. Cells make soaps. Soaps that are so caustic, like muriatic acid, that will dissolve organic dead tissue. If they're so toxic that parasites, bacteria, and fungus can't eat them, how are you going to get rid of dissolve that tissue? You're going to call a laboratory and give me some kerosene and gasoline? And you're going to drink it? No. Your cells have to make a similar compound that is natural. And it's a solvent, and it dissolves cells. Hydrochloric acid is something you can make. You can make a alcohol that's very similar to kerosene and break it down, but it is a natural one formed in the body, not the natural one from the earth, which is very poisonous. So the body takes the solvent, dissolves dead cells or particles of dead cells, and then what you have is a soup of toxic organic waste. Viruses are not alive, so the waste is not reduced. You have, it's like taking muriatic acid and cleaning the grease off of your garage floor. You add water to it to help dissolve it, right? Water's a solvent. It's not a nutrient, it's a solvent. It dissolves rocks so plants can eat. It rots anything in the ocean. You know, it dissolves stuff. It's a solvent. So you put one solvent with another solvent, and it disperses easily in the solvent water. So it makes it much more potent. If you tried to clean your clothes with pure detergent, what's going to happen? You're not going to get the dirt out of it. You're just going to saturate it with soap. Your clothes with soap. You're not going to get it out. You're going to wash it 50, 60 times to get all the soap out of it. When you use a little soap in water, it permeates and breaks down fat molecules and dirt molecules, breaks it down so you can get rid of it. Water is the main solvent. So what happens after you clean your garage floor of grease? You have this muriatic acid in a solution of water. Now you've got all this 2.5 gallons of contaminated water. It hasn't been reduced to 2 to 5% anymore. Or, to about 10% like fungus do. You have a complete toxic liquid mess. Pollutant. How do you deal with it? You try to bury it. You won't get into a well system. You try to put it in sand. Best thing to do, you put it in sand. In the human body, you have solvents that are made called virus. It dissolves the compound, whatever it is, but you have a very thick amount of toxic water, fluids in the body. Take the difference between bacterial meningitis and viral meningitis. What happens in bacterial meningitis? The bacteria eats the meningi of the brain, or whether it's cerebral or spinal, eats the lining of the nerves or the brain, eats the dead cells there, and reduces the toxicity. No swelling. When you have a virus, you have this tremendous swelling with meningitis. So you have paralysis frequently. Especially the pharmaceutical industry, medical industry, shooting you up with antibiotics. And they shouldn't be giving an antibiotic for a virus, for meningitis. And even the IV that you inject into you, even if they're only doing that, you're going to be swelling. So all of a sudden you rupture the spinal cord or the brain, and you have a stroke, and you're paralyzed. That doesn't happen with bacterial meningitis, only with viral meningitis. So understand between the difference. You get a virus, you're going to have a lot of fluid waste that's very toxic. You get into a hot bath many times a day to get that stuff out of the system so it doesn't start dissolving healthy tissue in your body. If you can't get into a tub, you don't have a tub and you only have a shower, you get 7 hot water bottles. Everybody should have 7 hot water bottles. If you don't have a hot tub and you want to sleep and you don't have time to take a bath, 90-minute bath, you take those 7 hot water bottles and you make your bed a hot chamber. You take those hot water bottles and you fill them to about, fill them with about 135, 137 degrees. You've put that in a flannel pillowcase. That lowers the temperature of broadcast. It lowers the broadcast temperature to about 110. But it will keep the hot water bottle warm and hot during the night 2 to 3 hours longer. If the hot water is just exposed on its own, the heat evaporates fast from it. It isn't thermally isolated and hermetically sealed. The hot water bottle will last 2.5 hours under the covers. Wrapped in a hot water bottle, lasts 5 to 7 hours. Still warm.
And you put them under the sheet or just around you?
No. What do you do? Everybody likes to jump ahead. First of all, you put 3 beach towels underneath you on the bed so you don't perspire and make molds grow in your mattress. I had that happen. Very awful. Stinks. I had to throw the darn thing away. It was so bad. Moldy, so bad. The molds are terrible. Every time you go to sleep, the molds are smelling stinky. So you put 3 beach towels down. And then you take 1 hot water bottle in the flannel pillowcase. You can use a regular pillowcase, but it doesn't hold the heat as long. Half as long with regular sheet pillowcases. You put 1 hot water bottle between between the calves, 1 between the thighs, 1 in each hip, 1 under each arm, all where the lymph glands are. You notice that most of these are where the lymph glands are. Since you have a lot of lymph networks going down the legs and you have narrower circulation, you need the heat down in that area. Then the neck is the next area. You only put 1 on the neck area, unless you want headaches and all kinds of problems. So you just put 1 on the face and neck, on one side. The next night you put it on the other side of your neck and face. And then you just melt away your lymphatic congestion, you perspire out your viral detoxification. And that's the way to do it. I like water. I like feeling buoyant. When I'm in a bed with all these heavy water bottles and I can't move much, it doesn't make me feel free. It certainly makes you healthy, but it's not as free feeling. You know the song, I'm free falling. So I get into a bath. I like my steady hot bath. But right now I'm in a place where I have no bath tub. So I have my 7 hot water bottles. And then you put a towel over that, or a silk blanket or cloth. The reason silk, because silk doesn't hold fluid. It evaporates. It allows the moisture to go away. So that it's not dripping down to the 3 beach towels below you is going to be evaporating up out of your bed. If you have, let's say, a cotton towel or cotton sheets above you, they are going to be wet. You're going to have to dry them the next day, like you're going to have to dry your towels. Or you put another beach towel over you and let that absorb the fluids. If it's cold, I will put long johns on, long underwear, and let that absorb it, as well as having, towels underneath me and over me. I want to stay a little warmer if it's cold. You can still do the same if it's very hot, but the body sometimes feels a little bit less claustrophobic when it's warm if you're naked underneath. That's up to you. Now, water is a solvent, like I said. Not a good idea to have much water. You will need a little water to help dissolve certain chemicals, compounds in your body. So usually, felt like you should have no more than 3/4 of a cup of water a day. You should have no more than probably half a cup of water a day. And sip it, tablespoon at a time, no more than 2 tablespoons at a time. Or you have it in the sport formula. If you use water, in your sport formula, then that's an option. But no more than 3/4 of a cup for you, no more than half of a cup for you. In the sport formula. So that's sipping your water, pure water, a little at a time. Now, salt is the second worst thing to cooking your food. Salt is an explosive. It's more explosive than nitroglycerin when sodium is isolated. The U.S. military and the NSA paid General Electric $2 billion to make sodium into a weapon. My father that was one of the projects that he worked on for the military, working for General Electric. They spent $2 billion, found that they cannot harness it because a pure crystal of sodium will ignite with only a 1.5 degree temperature change. Much more volatile than nitroglycerin. They also found that a crystal this big, the size of a football, would take out all of New York City, all of the buildings, one. So about 50 times more powerful than a hydrogen bomb. But they can't harness it. When it gets into your body isolates, separates the sodium from the potassium bond, if it's, table salt, or if you're having potassium, sodium-potassium combination, which is saltpeter, which they use in water systems to make the water softer. Different ways that the body can take in sodium. When it gets into the blood, it isolates it. It'll isolate a lot in the intestinal tract. So you have all these explosions going on in your blood and intestines. So what happens to food in the blood? Is you've got a smorgasbord of nutrients, anywhere from 96 to 117 nutrients that a cell will eat. You've got vitamins, enzymes, proteins, carbohydrates, very little of them, carbohydrates, all of the nutrients, all the vitamins, every nutrient that we can have, the cells have it available in the blood. If you have sodium ion, concentrated sodium isolated, concentrated sodium ions, even when it's only 5, it explodes near a cell, it kills a cell. If it explodes near these smorgasbord of nutrients, fragments it into smaller particles. So if a cell opens to eat, draw in the nutrients, it's going to get 1/5, 1/3, 1/2, 3/4 of the nutrients that would be a balanced diet for it. And a complete balanced diet for it. So it's, all of the cells will start becoming malnourished. And that's what salt does. Salt screws with the brain terribly. People who don't focus, who go off, a lot of the people who go off of this diet, although they've been on it for 10 to 12 years, always when they start eating salt. You know, but it's sea salt. Somebody talks them into thinking that they need sea salt. And it's the biggest hoax in the world, produced by the King and Queen of England when they caught people doing it in India. Oh, man, that changes the flavor of your food. And, you know, most people like cooked food, and cooked foods are pretty bland and nasty unless you have many spices in them. And you can't see anybody putting more spices in their foods other than Indians from India. I mean, they've got, 80 different spices that they put in their food? And salt was one of them. Salt was easy to make. You didn't have to grow anything. You just go to the ocean, separate the salt water. You keep brushing it out, and then you dry it, and there you have salt. That's pretty simple. And you have salt in 2 days. Not much sunshine, let's say 5 days a week. To a week to make it. But it's fast, very fast. So
what do you do for salt cravings then?
well, you have plenty of foods which are high in sodium. You've got tomatoes, you've got avocados, watermelon, celery. So,
What
choose.
about eggs? I find eggs work pretty good.
Well, eggs are high in sulfur, not really that much high in
They
sodium.
salty, no?
I know, but that's, a lot of your minerals taste salty. It doesn't have to be just sodium.
Yeah, but that's what the craving is like a taste for something salty, not necessarily
No,
sodium.
you're craving minerals.
Yeah.
Most people go for salt because that's what's been isolated and separated for them. Even if it's sea salt, they say, we have all other minerals in it, but not in concentration. Your sodium is the thing that's concentrated and not healthfully.
But if you have a craving for something salty,
Then
something
eat
that
one of
tastes
those
salty
foods.
would do, right?
Yeah. Mineral, cheese. Best way to get rid of it. Cheese and honey. You want minerals. Oysters. If you want protein with it. So salt is a very dangerous substance. It also causes dehydration of cells. Because when sodium ions clump, the cell goes to open, it's got only 1 or 2 ions inside it. And it magnetizes that group of very lightweight ions that has all the nutrients inside. So let's say your cell is this big, and the smorgasbord of 117 nutrients is about the size of a marble. That's what it takes in, that feeds the whole cell. Sometimes the nutrients will be as big as my fist if the cell is this big. Takes in those nutrients and doesn't eat for maybe another 5 hours. And so it eats like every 5 hours, red blood cells. If it only has a small amount of nutrients or it has sodium concentration in the blood, when the cell goes to open up to eat, the sodium ions are down, the magnetism is greater outside. Pulling those sodium ions have a great deal of magnetism. So they will pull the ions outside of a cell, out of a cell, the gut of a cell, and the cell can never eat again, anything. So it shrivels like a grape to a raisin, and that's the end of the cell. So one little bitty grain of salt can destroy 1 million red blood cells. So sodium is a very, very bad thing when it's outside of a living food. Living means not cooked and not dehydrated.
So why do animals go to salt licks then?
In wood and things.
Well, that's only unnatural ones. Out in the wild, they don't. Once in a while, they might. You know, animals out in the wild may go 5-6 months without ever drinking water. Maybe they'll run across a a salt lake place area where rain has, caused minerals to cluster. They'll go over and lick that, but maybe it's mostly calcium or phosphorus or magnesium. And that's what they lick, or clay. That's what they're licking. They're not going for sodium, they're going for minerals. And that's usually in a drought season that they'll go for that. Normally they won't. Domesticated animals will go for all the time because they're fed only cooked processed food. No water bound to it, to the ions in it. Everything's denatured and they're starving and dehydrating. So, a processed, domesticated food eater will crave all kinds of bad things and eat all kinds of bad things because their instincts are messed up. Okay, questions?
I have a pile. A simple one first. You don't recommend eating vegetables, but a lot of your recipes have vegetables in them, like onions, for example, which is a vegetable, yes?
Like I said in my book, if you only use 2 tablespoons per meat meal, it's not going to be a problem. You're only using enough to flavor it.
Okay.
When I make a meat meal for myself and I use onion, I use less than a teaspoon.
Uh-huh.
And I chop it very finely because it's too powerful for me. It'll make me hungry quickly. I'll digest the meat so fast that I'm too hungry. So I can't eat a lot. The gorillas, when they eat meat, they'll eat whole onions. But they eat 13 to 14 pounds of meat at one time. Because it's like their periods. They will only eat meat once every 28 days.
And fruit the rest.
They eat green bananas and leaves. They'll chew the leaves and spit out the pulp. They don't digest it. They only drink the juice of the leaves. But they'll eat the whole peel and everything of the green bananas. And it's so alligator. I can't get enough saliva to do that. But they salivate tremendously. But, some of those, like the silverback gorillas, may eat 20 pounds of meat in 48 hours.
You never eat salads then? Green salads?
I never eat salads. Never.
But fruit salads like tomato, cucumber, red pepper, you would eat?
Well, those are bland fruits.
Those are fruits.
Yeah.
But
I might eat that. I don't, but I may eat that once in a while.
But regular green salads, you would never eat?
Never eat.
Even with cheese added to
No.
it?
No. You've got highly alkalinizing substances in there. It takes an herbivore with an alkalinizing digestive tract to digest it. Ours is entirely acidic. Our bile is very acidic. Our hydrochloric acid is acidic. Our intestinal bacteria is 92% acidic bacteria. We only have 8% alkalinizing bacteria. So we can handle 5% fruits and maybe a little vegetable juice. That's about it. If you put that pulp in there, it's going to neutralize some of the acidic digestive juices and neutralize the acidic bacteria. So you're going to digest half of your milk, half of your meat. Not a good thing. You drink your vegetable juices, the things you can digest that won't turn the digestive tract by continuing all the way through. If you're drinking your vegetable juice and you have a green bowel movement, that means you're not doing well. It's alkalinizing. And you're not even having the small amount of pulp, digesting the small amount of pulp in the vegetable juice. You need to strain it. Like through a cheesecloth or, like a t-shirt like that, organic. Strain it through. Can make it colorful and interesting. Yeah. But just strain it through and get that pulp out of there. Because you're not digesting, it'll interfere with the digestion of the animal cell food that you're eating. Whether it's egg, milk, or dairy, or meat. It'll lower the digestibility. Now some people who have really dark brown around you're not supposed to have brown eyes, dark brown around the pupil. A salad every night's not going to hurt them, but it cannot be preceding meat. It has to be way after meat. The last meal of the day, a salad, a green vegetable salad.
Why again?
Because no acidic food is going to fall behind it, except in the middle of the night when you have, an egg or some milk or a milkshake during the middle of the night to provide some protein. And it's mostly if you're doing eggs and milk and milkshake, it's not going to catch up with that salad. You've had at least 5 hours. If you have it, let's say 2 hours before you go to sleep or an hour before you go to sleep, it's going to be 6 hours, maybe 7 hours that vegetation has gone through, and it goes through slowly. Before that, that food will be far enough along that when you eat the egg, the milk, or the milkshake during the middle of the night, it's not going to catch up with the alkalinizing food. And you will have restored the natural acidic environment of your intestinal tract and stomach. Because we're supposed to have 5 acidic level, blood, urine, and saliva.
So why did naturopaths say 7?
Because they're full of shit. Because they've got this concept that the body will heal itself by alkalinizing itself. But that's herbivore. Those are animals that eat vegetation, not humans.
So you don't recommend naturopaths then?
No, not at all. They're just chemical people.
They prescribe digestive enzymes, right? No good?
They're digesting enzymes that have been treated with kerosene. If they've taken, let's say, bromelain or papain from papaya or pineapple, what did they do? They dissolved it in kerosene first. 2 to 4 days. Extract the bromelain and papain out of it. So what's in the papain and bromelain? Kerosene.
And what does that do to your body, kerosene?
Poisons it.
So
It attacks the adrenal glands. Gives you a high.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is it like a heavy metal sort of poison?
No, it's a solvent. It'll eat your tissue away. Put gasoline or kerosene on your hand and see it just dries it out and dissolves it. Kills the cells, like burns it.
So same thing with the probiotics that they offer?
Absolutely.
All that acidophilus,
All
that's
of it. Yep.
garbage.
All of it's treated.
Okay. So you were saying earlier about the, we're in fight or flight most of the time, and we all get excess adrenaline, we should work out. Are we all in that kind of mode where we're pumping a lot of adrenaline into our system?
No, somebody who's lethargic, has chronic fatigue.
And you said that now that they can't digest anything and they're totally burnt out.
Well, I said some people.
Some people when they get
happen.
like that, yeah. So at that state, can they rebuild on this diet?
Well, if they can digest the eggs at least, yeah.
And then eventually add papaya and stuff?
Eventually what?
Add papaya and cultured foods?
Yeah. Well, let me give you an example. Now, I suck. I don't drink. So listen.
Like a baby.
I'm usually not that noisy, but I wanted to demonstrate. I'm sucking it to my teeth. Get that saliva. See, my saliva keeps pouring and pouring into my mouth. Even after I've stopped sucking. That's why you see me once in a while drooling a little bit after I've sucked an egg. I'm talking when my mouth is still salivating, getting more of that bacteria down there. If I gulp, that'll never happen. I won't salivate. Do you notice that when you gulp, you don't salivate? But when you suck, you'll salivate. It's like chewing. If you just swallow your food, you're not going to salivate. If you chew your food, you're going to salivate. So what about 10 years ago, my mother stopped eating. And my younger brother called me and said, you should come. Mom's going to die in the next few days. She stopped eating. And I said, she's got to have some meat on her. No, she stopped eating 3 months ago. Okay, why the fuck didn't anybody call me? Why are you waiting till now to call me and tell me that she hasn't been eating for 3 months? You know this is my work. I said, now you've got her in a state where she's only skin on bones and her flesh is hanging down and you don't call me? So I flew back there and I fed her my custard. Papaya, eggs, butter, and honey. So, and just a tiny bit of ginger to stimulate digestion and circulation. So I fed her one of those in the morning. She ate 4 meals that day. The next day, I fed her another one. She ate 4 meals that day. The next day, she wouldn't eat another custard. So I gave her a half a cup of just papaya. Ripe papaya. She ate 4 meals that day. So I stayed there 12 days. She put on 10 pounds in 12 days. And everything was okay. And I said to my father, and I said, now, you have to feed her for a whole 30 days this papaya. And if she stops eating again, you have to get the papaya and feed it to her. And it can't be, fermented ripe, but just barely soft ripe, and it'll be fine. And he said, okay. I get a call 3 weeks later. Well, Mom stopped eating again. I said, you're feeding her the papaya. No. Feed her to go to Jungle Gyms and get the freaking papaya. And feed her just a half a cup of that the first thing in the morning. She lived another 10 years. She just died last February. And the reason she died? The doctors told her that she had breast cancer. That she had one lymph gland that was swollen and hardened and was cancerous because they did a biopsy on her. I said, Mom, you're a nurse. They want to do a lumpectomy on you? They want to take out 11 lymph glands around your breast? The lymph gland is responsible for cleaning dead cells out of the body and waste. You remove 11 lymph glands, where is your body going to go when you breathe in something toxic? Where is it going to go? Is it going to go under your arms? Is it going to go into your neck? You won't have them there to prevent cancer. What if you get cancer in your mammary gland because you don't have ability to clean the dead cells because you're missing your lymph glands there? Oh, well, the doctors know what they're doing. I said, Mom, you've been around the doctors all your life. You know what they did to me. Oh, yeah, but they're better nowadays. They've got better science. They've got pinpoint radiation. I said, you mean you're going to do radiation too? Yeah, I'm going to have 11 lymph glands taken out, a lumpectomy they call it, and then I'm going to have pinpoint radiation. I said, what's behind your breasts? And she said, my lungs. And I said, your lungs are going to get radiated, just like when they irradiated my stomach, they cauterized my spine and freaked me out for 15 years, or 30 some years I was in pain. Finally stopped when I started eating the cheese and honey, enough of that together. I mean, I didn't have to deal with it 24 hours a day, but when I was using my arms like juicing, I had a lot of pain in my back, and that's the point where they pivoted, because they were going like this. So there was a point in my back that was always getting the same amount of radiation as the machine would go over it. So my mom says, no, they have pinpoint radiation now. It doesn't go any deeper. I said, okay, Mom, it's your life. I had to get sick too. I had to do stupid, crazy things. Well, respect it. I said, okay, I'll respect it. Okay. She was on oxygen for 8 years. Pinpoint radiation. They're so full of shit. I wish they were full of shit. They'd be smart. They're so full of toxic chemicals. They don't have a clue. They lie to people about everything. Lie, lie, lie. You know? And then she got an ear infection, which she had a colloquial, whatever they call it, implant for hearing aid into her skull attached to the brain, directly to the brain. Well, she got a little infection there. All you had to do was put lime juice on it. They gave her antibiotics. 9 months of antibiotics.
Wow.
9 months of antibiotics. She stopped adjusting again. Couldn't pull her out of it. She died. That's how she died.
What do you think is
On oxygen and, unable to eat.
The hypocritical oath.
Yes. Yes.
so?
One time I said that to a doctor and he said, "Oh, well, we don't swear on the Bible or anything."
Oh, God.
Hello? The thinking. I mean, it's like, okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. Belong in front of the firing squad.
Yeah, you won't go to hell.
All the murdering these people do.
Don't they all?
Okay, other questions? Anybody over here? Yes.
So you gave a schedule for eating, and I was wondering if you have any suggestions for where's the best place to put a hot bath within that schedule?
Well, I used to believe it was in the afternoon because when I experimented with some people, they had it in the morning, they had no energy for the rest of the day to be active. Then it was in the afternoon, it was good because they could, catnap in the bath, and then they'd have their working day behind them and then be able to relax in the evening. I found that people weren't able to do the afternoon bath unless they were retired. So I decided, well, go to sleep. First hour and a half of your sleep if you have a hot tub. Put it at, 40.5 degree, 40.5 centigrade, and which is 105 degrees Fahrenheit, and let them go to sleep in it for 90 minutes. Set an alarm, get out and go to bed. Or stay in it all night if you want.
Can I ask a related question about hot tubs? Mm-hmm. So I've been doing some research into buying one, and most of them offer some kind of toxic chemical like chlorine or bromine to clean it. So obviously I don't want that. Mm-hmm. But then...
All it takes is sand.
Sand. So, but I'm thinking, so if I'm perspiring toxins into that water on a regular basis, then would I have to change that water?
Sand. Yeah, you have to change the water. On my outdoor hot tub, when I was at the house, when I built it, I built a huge one that held about 12, 13 people. I was going to have parties and friends over, get well together. But I was so far out in Malibu, nobody wanted to spend the hour going out 45 minutes to an hour coming out of L.A. So that lasted a few weeks only. But what I did was I got a huge 300-pound sand filter that goes to a swimming pool. And you put the sand in there, it makes the water crystal clear. It filters every toxin out of it, every waste product out of it. So the water's crystal clear. But it will allow the algae to grow in the hot tub. So what does the algae do? The algae grows long tentacles, and you lie on it so soft, and it draws metals out of your body because that's what algae does. Algae eats rock. So you can have crystal clear water, doesn't stink, with the sand, and I had it for 12 years and never changed the sand once. And I would put coconut cream in it because I bathed with coconut cream, wash my hair with fermented foul-smelling coconut cream, and I put vinegar in it, everything. The sand is a miraculous cleaner. You can go on the internet and look up sand filters, demonstration like video of. And there's this one India guy who has a plastic container of sand, and he fills it with water, and then takes old car oil used car oil from a car, black, thick with carbon and stuff, dumps it in there, and the water, you can see the water is just all murky and terrible. And then he's got the way the water passes through the sand and out, crystal clear, and he drinks it. And you watch him do the whole freaking thing right there. And let me tell you, working with that sand filter for 12 years and watching that water, no matter what I put in that water, sometimes I'd pick sage and put it in the water and let it rot for a week or two in there. And it would keep that water crystal clear.
Can you talk about pregnant women and sushi and raw dairy?
It's all. It's raw meat. It doesn't create any diseases. Let me give you an example. In 2007, I was going to give a workshop in Cincinnati, Ohio, and there was these 3 couples there that had to personally thank me when I got there. They were waiting, like I had groupies or something. And, these are mature individuals, mature couples. Each one of them had a baby in a crib. Mm-hmm. The oldest couple there, they were in their late 30s. He was in his early 40s, she was in her late 30s. They had tried to have a baby for 16 years. Spent over $200 and some thousand at fertility clinics. No baby. Another couple that had tried for 8 years, no baby, and spent almost $100,000. Another couple that had tried for 5 years, spent $50,000, no baby. One of them heard about my diet, that she was on the diet and she had a baby almost instantly. So they went on the diet and started with milkshakes. The couple was pregnant in 1 month. 1 month. Just on the milkshakes, the raw eggs and the raw milk. So they went to their fertility clinic to tell these two couples that they had become friends with over those years that maybe this diet would do it. Each couple got pregnant only a month on the diet,
Wow.
eating mainly milkshake.
So what about parasites in raw fish?
That's all fallacy. I've eaten chicken, I've eaten chicken with parasites, I've eaten meat with parasites, beef with parasites, lamb with parasites, lamb's brain with parasites, pig's brain with parasites, and never got one parasite. I was trying to induce parasites in me because I knew they cleaned up toxicity in dead cells quicker. I couldn't get one. I've had thousands of people try. It's all a propaganda. It's all a lie. They want you eating cooked foods. They want you sick and going to the doctors and taking medication. They want you eating foods that don't gratify you, so you'll keep eating. It's all bullcrap. You have people on this diet who are bulimic and always starving, get on this diet, and all of a sudden, oh my God, they're not hungry all the time. They're satisfied. They can go a day sometimes without eating. I don't recommend it. But they can go a day without eating when they used to eat all day long till they vomited. When I was a fruitarian, I was bulimic. I would eat sometimes, 27 pounds of food a day and be vomiting and still hungry. You have to get rid of all that nonsense. Like I said, 99% of what you hear from the medical profession, the pharmaceutical industry, is exactly the opposite of what they say. Do the opposite all the time. You'll only be wrong 1 out of 100 times.
I think part of the problem with sushi is people are getting it in restaurants and it's very low quality. It's coming out of farms. It's not clean.
And
I think
they have ammonia and bleaches cleaning the surfaces. They're not rinsed properly, so you get that into it. I stopped going to sushi bars because of that.
Yeah, exactly. So
if I go to a sushi bar, I will go to a so-called not a non-affluent area where they're doing it just bacterial style, the old way, where there's full of bacteria on it. And when I go to Asia, I only buy the meat out in the market. If I see insects on it, that's the one. That's the meat I want. I won't go in a grocery store because I know they put formaldehyde, they put ammonia, they put bleach, and it's in that food. shop where there's bugs, there's rats, there's everything.
Using on
No, they're the
Right,
flies.
yeah.
I've trapped them. You know, I've got big ones at my farm in Thailand, and they eat them. They eat the big ones. They don't eat the small ones, but they eat the big ones. I haven't eaten them. Yeah.
They're dirty animals, right?
No. These are forest rats. They're not eating pollution. They're eating, you know, whatever's out there, bugs and
What's the grossest animal you ate?
tarantula.
Tarantula. There you go.
I would
Good
agree.
answer.
I would agree.
Really?
You know, pop the poison gland off of it.
Oh,
Scorpion was the next. Next, probably snake, but I've eaten a lot of snake.
Yeah, you told us.
what about like appendix? Because I had my appendix removed, or they removed it because it was like.
Thank you for reminding me. I forgot all about the
Because she was
appendix.
saying something before,
Okay.
and but
The,
now what
the
happens?
appendix is a library
Right.
of every foreign object that's been in the body.
Uh-huh.
So if you've had a bacteria that's foreign to you, like a poison mushroom or anything like that, the body analyzes it, knows what to do about it. It records it in the appendix.
Mm.
So if it ever enters the body again, your body knows what to do about it in minutes.
Right.
If you don't have an appendix, your body may take 36 hours to analyze what to do about it again. So if you don't have an appendix, you're in grave danger.
Because you know what's actually happening? I went on, well, not raw food, but like trying, what's his name? Marcus Raffquans. He's doing as well, like saying have everything in a blender and to like, you know, so you can digest the
Can't digest it. It's pulp. If it's vegetable.
stuff. And I was trying to do that and eat like raw as much as I could,
Right.
but I got kind of really weak.
Uh-huh.
And also my appendix, whenever I eat certain things, I'm not quite sure what, I feel that pain where the scar was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, should I worry, is there like something growing there, but...
Well, your
I don't know,
appendix
but-
may be trying to regrow. At 50 years to the week that I got my tonsils removed, I grew half of one back.
So
I got my tonsils removed at 3 years old, and to that week, 50 years later, I grew half of one back. Had a sore throat and all kinds of nasty taste. So I went to look at my throat, it was shining a flashlight, looked in the mirror, and there was a half a tonsil. A half a healthy tonsil. I said, whoa, this is great. So who knows, maybe your appendix is starting to grow back a little bit.
that would be amazing.
Yeah.
It was like,
But the body has another,
30
unless mine's
years
grown
ago.
back and I was unaware of it. Last year, I had the house built in Thailand, and I had down pillows and, my sheets, all organic cotton sheets, in a box, ready to pull out. I'd gotten the organic cotton sheets from Turkey that make very good quality weavings of organic fibers, and very nice. I wanted them for my home, new home. And I opened the box after the house was built, put the bed in, the wood bed in, and put my futon down that I had made futons there, all cotton futon, and then was going to put the sheets on with my pillows. And I grabbed the pillows which were on top. I grabbed one out like this, and then I felt this sting in my arm. I thought, oh, crap. So I pulled the pillow away, and there's this tiny scorpion, about an inch long, that had stung me, and those are the deadly ones. They say because the older it gets, the more diluted the venom gets. But in the infants, there's no dilution. So those are the ones that'll kill you. So I said, oh, crap. So, I didn't think it was going to kill me. I just didn't know what I was in for. So the sensation, numbing, swelling, went down the hand, back up the arm, and down the side. This is over a 24-hour period. But no real great swelling and no pussing, no breaking out of the skin or anything. It was mainly internal nerve, feeling the arm was real heavy, tingling, that kind of thing, and hot. And it was gone in about 24 hours. So I said, wow, that's cool. I did put some lime juice on the area and around there because I knew that would help neutralize some of the poisons. So 5 days later, I'm going to do some work, so I put my gloves on, my leather gloves, and I feel a sting here. Pull it up, sure enough, another one, even smaller than an inch, had stung me right there. I thought, oh crap, another 24 hours. And I'm thinking, well, if it does it on top of the same arm, maybe it'll be worse. It lasted only 3 hours. It didn't go all the way up my arm, it just stayed localized here. Then, 5 days later, I get stung again. So I shake my clothes out, I shake my shoes out, everything gets shaken before I put anything on in Thailand. And it stung me here. Same arm. And 10 minutes, sensation was gone. And it was a little one. So, even though I may not have an appendix still, my body's responding quicker as it gets, because that's the first time I've ever been stung by a scorpion.
How about comfort food? Is it all right once in a while to have a baked potato or a baked sweet potato with lots of butter?
Yeah, that's up to you. Just know that anytime you consume cooked food, you've got 32 toxins that you put in your body that your body has to deal with. So you're going to trade off some energy for the comfort. You have to weigh it. I stopped doing that in 74. I committed to all raw foods in February of 72. But it's decided, every time I cheated, which wasn't frequently, probably cheated 10 times in that 2 years. But I noticed that when I cheated, I slept more that night. I had less energy for the next 1 or 2 days, 3 days even. I thought, for a freaking 10, 20-minute meal, even if I eat it slowly, it takes me 20 minutes. I'm going to take 20 minutes of enjoyment for a loss of energy, time, and productivity in my life. Screw that. I'm not that dumb. But that was my choice for me. I don't think it's dumb for other people because other people value their taste buds more than I do. So it's not dumb for them, but it would be dumb for me. So I'm not judging other people. I'm just saying for me, that was my analysis about me. But there's other people that I say, go do it. You'd make yourself crazy if you don't do it. And then you go off on a binge. So have it when you want it. Just make sure you're eating something to help protect you from those toxins that they produce. And it's up to each individual how healthy you want to be. Just remember that every time you eat raw food, easy to digest, you're not spending your body's a lot of energy on it, and it'll give you energy. When you eat a cooked food, it's going to take energy away from you, and it's going to be difficult to digest, and we won't feel as comforted here, in the long run. So you have to decide what your comfort level is. There are people that only enjoy doing this diet 50%. But they like that gained health. And it is gained health. Better than just the donuts. Like, I lived on donuts and RC Cola and Sprite. And I put them in a blender. And when my gums, my bones rotted after the radiation therapy. I had to blend everything. And donuts were my favorite. Donuts and rice and sugar crisp. And I put 2 to 3 tablespoons of sugar on top of that. And had it in skim milk. Or in Sprite, or RC Cola. So then I blended it in a blender and sucked that out. Because anytime I bit on my own teeth after the radiation therapy, I bled. I was getting 1 to 2 transfusions a week. So I had to blend my food. And that was my diet until that young African-American boy, 18-year-old black guy, 18 years old out of Watts, turned me on to raw carriages and raw milk. How the hell does he know this? It changed my life, took me out of autism, put me on the right path to getting well. After you're drinking the mainly milk with, let's say, 1/3 carrot juice to 2/3 milk, my bone grew back around my teeth. They wanted to pull all my teeth. 3 weeks before they were going to put me in the grave. Well, let's remove all the teeth so you stop bleeding. Wait a minute, I'm going to suffer extraction of all the freaking teeth in my mouth. And then you're going to bury me? Are you stupid? Are you completely insane? Yeah, they are. They are completely insane.
Do you ever have like people that have young kids? What did that? Like families with young children? What eat?
Oh, many families of children.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they will, it depends on their upbringing and their taste buds and what they will eat. But most of the children born on the diet stay on the diet.
Right.
And very bright children. I have several children who grew up on a vegan diet. And they don't like the raw meat diet, the raw fruit diet. They like the milkshakes, but they don't like the raw meat because their body never developed. I mean, they were born vegetarian, vegan. The mother was a 6-foot-tall beanpole. Now she's been a raw fooder for 15 years, 12 to 15 years, and she's a bear of a woman. And she takes care of 5 children, her 5 children. She takes care of a big house. She takes care of a co-op with 400 members every week. She goes to the farm and she gets the product. She makes it available. She puts it all out. She takes their orders. She sends the orders in. When she gets the product, she separates it into bags for the people. And she makes all these delicious gourmet foods for my recipe. Strawberry cheesecake, cherry pies, all these elaborate, chocolate parfaits, chocolate fudge. But she does it all the way I instruct to do it. And she does all of this and sleeps only 5 hours a day. And she's like 170 pounds overweight. But she's got all that fat protecting her from being this skinny vegan that couldn't do hardly anything. Was very, very sick. And now she's on the diet. I mean, her 3 oldest kids that were vegetarians have problems with eating this diet because they were brought up not to have the natural human bacteria. They still drink the raw milk, they drink the raw milkshakes, but getting them to eat the raw meat, they won't do it. The babies do. The 2 babies, well, one's 5 now and one's 7. They'll eat all the meat in the world, all the raw eggs and all the raw milk. And of course, they're the healthiest. So.
A few questions. Like you said, to eat just a cube of cheese. I've tried that before. I find that I can't do it because I end up eating the whole block of cheese.
But you do it throughout the day. Not in one
I can't. When I start eating, same thing with milk or any dairy product. When I start, I can't stop. So I can drink this thing.
That's because you're so freaking skinny and starved.
But it doesn't seem to change if I do it for many days after, even many months. I mean, it's like always.
Well, I haven't put you on a diet. If I put you on a diet, it would be different.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if you do that, what's the problem with that? What's the danger with it?
Well, it'll just take all your digestive juices and acids and dry you out quite a bit.
Does that mean that it won't work?
Well, no, it'll still work, but you're just filling yourself all at one time. So you're going to pull only so many toxins out of the stomach and intestines with one bowl of cheese going through there. And you need it going through often because it's always sloughing off dead cells with toxins that have been built into the intestinal cells in the walls and in the mucus. So it's going to take care of one bowl going through, and you're really not going to digest it unless you're eating with honey. If you sit down and eat a block of cheese with honey, You're going to digest it and you'll do good. But when you eat the honey, the cheese without honey to remove poisons, that's the object of that. But if you're starved for minerals, you're starved for any food. If I were you, I would sit down. I had a model from New Zealand, 6 foot tall, as skinny as a beanpole, like Twiggy. And I dated her one night, and I never called her again. I took her to Butterflies Are Free, the opening. And, we were walking out the back of the theater, because I was still very ill at that time. This was 72. And I was still ill with my cancers, recovering, but still pretty ill. And I didn't want to go out with all the paparazzis because all the flashing gave me a headache. So I took her out to the back way of this new theater. It was the first multiple theater in the world. And it was a Cineplex from Canada, a Cineplex Corporation from Canada, that had built this triplex theater. So this was the first multiplex. Only 3, now they have 24 and 27 and all kinds of numbers of theaters. And it was just being built, so only the main theater was open for the opening of this Butterflies Are Free film. Butterflies Are Free film. And I didn't want to go. So we went out the back way, and there was all this construction material in the back. And then the door was shutting down. Justin, her manager, and my publicity agent, the head of MGM, was with us. And I said, don't let the door close, just in case we can't get out of here. Twiggy freaking panicked, screaming at the top of her lungs. We couldn't get her to stop. She had no fat on her body, nothing to buffer the information going to her brain. And that's the problem with very thin people. They have buttons that are easy to push, and they overreact because there's no fats to buffer the information in the system. Also, people will have appetites out of this world. So what I got this New Zealand model to do that was as thin and as volatile as Twiggy, I let her sit down with a whole brick of cheese and eat it with a half a cup of honey. She did it again 5 hours later. She did it again 5 hours later. She did it for 30 days. Mainly ate cheese and honey. She gained 50 pounds and it took her 30 days to calm down and get fine and gain enough weight.
I really don't get the honey part though. Because
Pardon?
I really don't get the honey part because I really don't like it. I've tried it with dairy before. It's not working at all. I like dairy. I can drink a lot. I can eat a lot. I don't see any problem digesting any of it.
You won't digest the cheese. If you ate that much cheese, you gain weight. You can't digest cheese. It's dehydrated. There are no, as I said earlier, there are no bioactive enzymes and there are no bioactive bacteria in cheese.
Yeah, but honey is really the worst. I don't
What happens with honey?
You're doing raw honey?
Unheated honey.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, okay.
What brands of honey were you using?
Well, Pacifica. And,
Honey Pacifica?
yeah, they're the best. And, I don't. It doesn't work for me.
How much
Doesn't
honey
taste
are you
good.
using?
Huh?
Doesn't taste good.
Can you imagine honey not tasting good? 1% out of
Maybe
a
different
billion.
brand of honey.
No, I've tried like 100
Honey.
different.
100 different
Oh,
flavors.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
tried everything, all the honey too. And it's all the same. And
Did you try making it into a cheesecake?
no, I just
There you
mix
go.
it. I mix it.
Yeah, but make it as a cheesecake. All the difference in the world. Because you don't taste the honey there. But the honey's already into the cheese.
Well, I can't understand how I cannot digest the cheese if I want to eat so much. I'm
Well, if
obviously
you eat so much
digesting
and you don't
something.
gain weight, you're not digesting it.
I'm obviously digesting some of
If you didn't gain any weight while you ate it, that much
No,
cheese.
I did gain weight.
Oh, you did?
Oh
okay.
yeah, I'm not saying
I
it's
thought
not
you said you
working.
weren't
No, I'm
gaining
not saying
weight.
the raw dairy is not working. No, raw dairy, cheese or milk works. I gain weight, muscle weight, not fat weight.
Good.
Muscle weight.
Mhm.
That's the only thing that gain. I've been eating raw meat for 5 years, never gained any weight on that. but the rod area, as soon as I start 1 week, I can see a difference. But like I say, I can't stop myself. I cannot eat 1 cube at a time. So that's what I'm saying.
You're starving. It's okay. You're digesting
that's why
it.
you're
No, but
craving
even
it.
after I feel better after a month or so, I still just can't stop it. I have some
Don't.
kind of
You're
a
still so
crazy ass
thin.
craving for that.
When you gain 20 more pounds,
But
you're
that's,
going to
that's
level
because
off.
you're saying eat just 1 piece. That's why I'm asking.
I'm talking about for people who don't
Normal
have,
people.
who aren't skinny like you.
Okay.
You know, that's
Because
fine.
I was trying, I couldn't do that. I was
No, what I
freaking
tell
out.
people as thin as you to eat as much as you can. Eat until your next bite's going to make you vomit. That's when you
Oh,
stop.
but I do that all the time.
Good.
Yeah.
Vomit?
No, till I
Eat
get
to the point where you
noxious. I mean,
Good. Good.
like when I was talking to you earlier about fat.
Uh-huh.
Like I would eat till I get noxious, yeah? But then
Great.
after that I get so dizzy I almost pass out, right?
Uh-huh.
So I cannot stop eating. I start.
Terrific.
Okay, so that's good.
Good. That's excellent. I say it in my books. I say when you're skinny, you have to eat until you're ready to vomit. When that next bite will make you vomit, that's the one you don't eat and you stop at that point.
Because you always
You
come
don't
up
let
with-
yourself get hungry.
Yeah, you always come up with these rations, and I don't. It doesn't feel very applies.
Once you gain the weight and you're balanced, you'll reach that level of how much.
Okay.
But right now,
Little
you're
part of
starving.
it is good.
Like I said, when I was skinnier than you, I would go through a gallon of ice cream in a day.
Yeah. Well, I was
Couldn't
doing
stop eating it.
That. Yeah, I was doing that before I started the run. What about?
But it wasn't raw ice cream. I was
No, it wasn't raw. It
Yeah.
was the other type. But obviously, I was craving the.
Yeah, fats.
Eggs. When I eat more than one, my stomach kind of slack off, like my belly, and I'm getting cramps from just walking or doing exercise. It's like I don't have any, force, any strength anymore around the area. Is that normal? Is that out?
Well, for somebody that's thin, I don't tell you to eat raw eggs by themselves.
Or I should eat it with cream.
Always in milkshakes. Yeah. Because eggs by themselves will cause weight loss,
Yeah.
fat burn, fat utilization as energy. So I only use that for people who need to lose weight.
But you were using it on people that were sick. I was expecting them to be thin and,
But no, the eating that. If I eat 27 a day, I won't lose weight. But I have to eat that many. If I'm eating only eggs, I have to eat 27 a day to not lose weight. But I've done it. I've eaten up to 50 a day.
Well, I don't just eat that. I eat that I eat a couple and I feel not too bad. And 2 hours later, of course, I'm hungry, so I eat some meat and some.
Good.
whatever.
Just keep eating. Don't let yourself get hungry. Eat.
I was thinking eggs, there was a problem because, I'm using this strength and I don't.
There's not fat that'll stay on your body.
And-
That fat in the egg yolk,
Yeah.
they say, oh, it's full of cholesterol and this. Let me tell you, you cannot store egg yolk on the body. You can raw cream. That's why I say milkshakes if you want to gain weight.
Dairy. When I eat a lot of dairy,
Uh-huh.
I'm getting cramps. I'm thinking it's because of the calcium. Too much calcium.
No.
But
Because
I
you've
mean-
got toxins that are being pulling out, and as they're coming out of your intestines, it's like an earthquake. Shakes it up to move it, and it causes burning of the tissue, and that'll cause a muscle cramp. It's like you get lactic
Yeah, it's
acid
muscle
buildup in your muscle.
It's not lactic acid, it's not calcium.
No, but it's
more
like
toxin.
lactic acid. It's
Well,
just a toxin.
It needs to get out. So it
Needs
needs
to
to
be
work
removed,
more
yeah.
to get out. What more does it need to get out? To
Well,
remove the
cheese,
cramps?
a little bit of cheese
No,
all
but the
day
cheese is
long.
what causes the cramp.
Yeah, cheese will absorb that poison.
So I need to
Pass
eat
it
more.
out. Well, you need to eat some beside, you can eat a lot at one time, fine. But also eat your little chips. Pig out on it, and then eat little chips for the rest of the
And
day.
at one point the cramps will stop. This will
Pardon?
stop. At one point the cramps will stop.
Yeah, it could be a
Right.
while. Usually when you're as thin as you are, you collect a lot of poisons inside the cells. For a lifetime.
I eat a lot of fat though.
But
You say
when you're
it's
that
not-
thin, you've got no
Oh, I
protection.
never actually realized that. I mean, I'm eating a lot of fat.
Yeah.
The thing I'm eating is what 2-3 teeth.
Well, now you're taking care of the toxins that you may be creating in this time.
Yeah.
And you may be eating fats enough, but the old toxins that are stored in your cells, you need tremendous amounts of fat as they come out and bind with them, then you won't have cramps. Okay?
I have a question about green pasture.
Uh-huh.
Do you know if they have Holstein or
Oh, you mean for the X butter? It's the Jersey cow. Yeah. But I don't buy that. It's expensive. I experimented on probably 20, I guess, well, only the ones that reported back to me were about 22 people out of 30. And it didn't give any extra benefits on this diet. That's for people who eat cooked foods.
The butter oil.
The butter oil is only improves people's lives if they're eating cooked foods. Yeah. On us, it's just an extra expense because we get it in our butter. We get what's extracted in our butter. We don't need it in that high concentration because we're not poisoning our bodies. Same with vitamin D. You don't need all that vitamin D that they're saying you need if you're on a raw diet. You're not putting that many poisons in your body. We don't need all those supplements because we don't need those poisons.
You consider this thing only as a supplement?
Pardon?
You consider this product only as a supplement? This
You mean
butter.
those products?
The butter from green pasture.
Yeah, those are supplements. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, even the cod liver oil is a supplement. I haven't found any change on it. Only with people who eat cooked food. And I helped them make the cod liver oil.
But the thing with apparently here people can find a lot of fat, dairy fat easily, but I couldn't find that before, so that's why I was using that, right? So it was being shipped to me, and then, but I was just wanted to know if it was true.
Okay, do you have a question?
Well, I had a question about cheese.
Uh-huh.
So there's many different kinds of ways to make cheese, and you can make cheese that is still quite wet if you just let milk separate and strain it through.
Yep, that's fine. Any of them will work.
Even though
Because anytime you've taken it to that point, you've dehydrated the bacteria. Once it dries, the bacteria is gone. The bacteria is no longer active. It takes moisture to keep bacteria going.
But if I make this white cheese, it's
Soft?
Yeah, so just let milk separate, strain it through a cheesecloth. And it's not dry, I mean, it's still quite moist.
Then it still has some active bacteria. Probably not much active enzymes, but it will have some. But if you let that sit for maybe a couple of days, at room temperature, exposed to the air, then it will cease that. But if you're eating cheese, wet cheese like that, you're going to digest it. And they will collect the poisons and digest the poisons.
So that kind of cheese is not good.
That does not work for
Okay.
absorbing poison. Dry cottage cheese will.
Okay.
But that's on the dry side.
I had one other question. So he brought up cod liver oil, and I recently learned about this company called Rosita in Norway, and they claim that they do something very similar to green pastures, but they use ratfish instead of cod, and they claim that they don't use any kind of industrial chemicals or any kind of heat, and that they don't even
Just use fermentation.
Well, they say that they don't even ferment it, but they somehow manage to extract the oil. And I was just wondering if you heard of it, and
No, they'd have to show me that process. Because we went over every process there was. Only way we could get it out was fermentation. So they have to use heat or some chemical extraction.
they claim they don't. So
They
you're
don't use
skeptical.
heat or chemical.
That's what they claim.
Well, I don't believe them. They'd have to show me.
I mean, they also said they're willing to show people.
Okay, well, good. Put it on a video and send it to me.
So, Aajonus, for those of us who live in Toronto and don't have the luxury of going down south in the winter, you're saying you don't need supplemental vitamin D in the
No,
winter
you don't.
time?
No. Only if you get yourself highly poisoned do you need it. And you can even go out in the sunshine, even on a cloudy day, and get some vitamin D.
But during the
in your
winter,
skin.
the sun is so far away that we're not...
No, you still get it. As long as you have light, you're getting some vitamin, you're getting some sun radiation that will cause the production of vitamin D. And you don't need all. But if you want it, eat more fish. Get the organic, the green pastures cod liver oil. nasty tasting and bitter, will burn your throat, but that's a good vitamin D. It's the only good vitamin D if you want to supplement.
Whatever has liver, would that be on vitamin D or no?
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Can I ask about the shark? Oh, the shark meat. If you ferment it, then when it becomes more concentrated, is that what happens?
In ammonia, yeah.
Okay, so anytime you ferment that type of stingray or shark, it would be much.
Only the shark and the that I know of. Only the shark and stingray. Incrementally, all fish will produce an ammonia, but incrementally, the shark and stingray produce after the first, 30 or 4 hours after death. It starts doubling every 3 to 4 hours. The ammonia doubles, and other fish it only, it takes like 2 or 3 days to double, 4 days to double.
And is it helpful then to really speed up detoxification to help neutralize those radical toxins?
It depends on what let's say if you're detoxing some vaccine toxicity, yeah, it's helpful. Some chemical inundation, let's say there was an oil spill or gasoline spill in your house, and your house is filled with and you're full of toxins, then it would be very helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. I see you're hot again.
Are you getting cold?
I'm getting cold again.
Let this go.
You're going to have to get a cold water bottle for you.
I know I'm rolling
Cold pack.
bad legs and everything.
Speaking of getting hot, I just wanted to ask about something that I've experienced. So I've been doing the hot baths on a regular basis, and I find that
How many minutes?
usually at least an hour,
Okay.
between 1 or 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
And what I find is, say, one day I do a hot bath, and the next day when I'm at work, I start sweating like crazy, and I'm really hot, and it's as if I've trained my body to crank up its temperature.
Yeah, I guess.
No, well, when your body can finally perspire, it will get rid of toxins whenever it needs to.
Yeah.
However, if, while you're perspiring without the bath, if you're getting some plastic fats that block the pores, and you stop perspiring again till you get into the hot bath. It's not just a one-time break loose of the dam. You have to keep breaking the dam frequently because it will get jammed. Okay.
I've gotten quite sluggish. Now you put me on the Crohn's. Excuse me. So I don't know if I started reintroducing the juice just because my circulation really slowed down. I got very sluggish. Was that because we were doing almost all fat and all?
Were you doing mainly eggs?
It was, kind of eggs, cheese.
Milkshake and...
Yeah, milkshake, a bit of, meat, yeah.
Well,
I mean, it worked.
Yeah.
It totally worked.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel like my circulation got cut in half. And I started having, chest pains. I started worrying about my heart. And
Well, am I going to see you?
yes,
Okay.
I was waiting.
I'll tell you then, because you look good to me. Your circulation is not black. Blocked. You wouldn't have to have pink, and you have pink everywhere.
Okay.
So your circulation is not blocked. Your heart's not a problem because I could see it in your face. So you're just going through some kind of a detoxification. And I just have to see where it's coming from and what it is.
Okay.
We'll be able to help you with that then if I can see it.
Sure. Okay. And teeth. I'm losing teeth. I know the toxins come down, right? And they start
Out the
kind of-
gums, yeah.
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 Right.
Who knows what kind of toxins are leaving your brain to damage your teeth?
Yeah.
But they may be damaging the nerves pretty heavily. Do you have any amalgam fillings?
Yeah, and some of the really bad ones were the ones that came out. Those teeth were in bad shape. And I've gotten kind of puffy under the eyes and stuff. So it feels like
That's
I'm doing a kidney, yeah. And that's not
Well,
so much
did you
protein,
go
is it?
online and see the video on the gas from an amalgam filling?
No.
Go online and put Alberta University, amalgams. I think it was Alberta that did this. Well, just put amalgams, mercury, outgas, phosphorescent screen, and you'll come up with the right one. And you see this this tooth that had this filling in it for 25 years, and you just see it outgassing when they put it in water, the temperature of the human body, about 98 to 100 degrees, and you just watch the gas from the mercury vapors streaming, and then they take an eraser and rub it, like when you're chewing, and then it just pours out. Brush your teeth, pours out. So that's what would destroy your teeth. All that mercury gas going up into your jaw and gums and brain, and then detoxing again out the gums.
I was sick for 6 months after that dental stuff. I think probably from the injections.
Yep.
Oh, God, it was just brutal.
Those dental injections are responsible for 80% of the mouth, tongue, and neck cancers. They just solidify.
Oh my God.
I mean, I could tell it was coming out of me like crazy, but it was really uncomfortable.
Yeah. It was damaging cells on its way out.
Yeah.
Can you preventively do clay before the injections if you have to go in for something? Is there anything you can do?
No. The thing to do is go to a dentist that uses water jet with the drill or is using a laser drill. No pain, no anesthetic.
Okay. But for extractions and things like that?
I've had 4 of them done without in fact, last month I went to my dentist in Mexico because he doesn't require x-rays or anything. He does exactly what I wanted. And since I got those injections, I've lost 7 teeth.
Oh, my God.
7 teeth. So I had one back here that was causing the others to loosen at the bone. And it was a, okay molar. It was still my tooth, never a cavity or anything. And it was just rocking, causing pain every time I was eating. So I had to grind my meat. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sit there and chew on meat. So I went to him and he was closed that day, all the way down to Mexico.
Aww.
I was doing a lecture in, my workshop and a potluck and Q&A in San Diego, so it was only an extra hour trip. But I got down there and he's closed. Guy's never closed. He was closed this Monday. So I said, screw it. So I went to a hardware store, got some kite string, wrapped it around the sucker twice. So I had the string on both sides, put it in my mouth, yank, popped it right out.
God.
And that was that. Yeah, you really don't need it. Once you get the Novocaine, it causes, or Novocaine or xylocaine, it causes swelling in the gums and bones. So a brief moment of pain will last because it causes swelling. So now you've got a toothache that's going to go days or weeks instead of a split second. So you have to weigh your options. Do I want to suffer for a day or a week, 2 weeks, or do I want this to be in a few seconds of pain? And that's what it is, a few seconds of pain.
What's the kind of dentistry you recommend? Laser jet or
Laser.
or
Laser drilling or a drill with a water jet on it. See, the tooth will only get frightfully painful when it's being drilled if the bit gets hot. The bit gets hot, the tooth gets hot, the nerve burns.
Oh.
And then you've got a burn on the nerve and you've got that swelling in the nerve. You've got all these dead nerve cells that have been burned, and the body has to take all this fluid in there to dissolve these dead cells and remove it. You don't have space like that in a tooth. Tooth wasn't meant to receive that kind of heat deep in it. So if you've got a water jet on it, it's a cold jet. Keeps the bit cool, so it never gets hot.
and it's not painful?
No. No. I mean, if he hits the nerve directly, it's going to be an instant of pain, but that pain's going to be gone away in 15, 20 seconds.
So you never have anesthetic?
No, it isn't.
You never have anesthetic for dental work? Then?
Not since 1970, 1972. I had 16 amalgams in my mouth, and I had them all removed in 1978. He removed all the ones on the bottom on one morning, 4 hours of drilling, and 4 hours of drilling on the next day. I didn't have one drop of anything. Well, I did take some clove oil that I had made. I take the cloves, I put them in water, soaked them in water for a couple of weeks, and then juiced them. And then I took that cream and then put it on my teeth to numb them a little bit. And that's all I did.
I had 12 amalgam fillings, mercury fillings. My biggest teeth, they all are really big and deep. And I got them removed in India 2 years ago. And they never used anything to, freeze me or anything. They just did it like that. And they made me jump once or twice, but apart from that, I didn't feel anything. Yeah. And I have to tell you that all these 12 fillings, and I had on my baby teeth also before that, all the work that has been done with the product, they hurt me more when they did it.
Yep. With injections.
Yeah, so I'm sure.
So I'm saying the swelling causes pain to linger. Usually the pain is gone.
Yeah,
15, 20 seconds at the most.
But also, I don't think, if they hit the nerve, I don't think being frozen changes anything.
But if it's a healthy root, and you have like a cavity, and you don't want to have a root canal, that's what I had back here. And I had
Why
it
would you have a root
extracted.
canal?
No, I didn't. I just had it extracted instead.
Why?
The tooth. Because the cavity went so deep that it was hitting the nerve, and it was intensely painful.
Well, then you just have, have a cap put over it with biocalyx, some kind of a calcium thing that dries the surface of the
But the
nerve.
cavity was already in the nerve, like the nerve was already infected.
That's usually a lie that the dentist will tell you. I've had several times, well, I'm going to do a root canal in this tooth because the nerve's already dead. I said, poke it and see if it bleeds. Oh, I poke, and I felt it, bleed, and I said, see, it's not dead. You're not going to pull my freaking tooth, and you're not going to do a root canal on it.
Okay.
So they lie a lot.
This was live, and instead of having a root canal, I just decided to...
If you had pain, it was alive.
Yeah. So I just opted for an extraction instead of having a root canal, though.
That's up to you.
But they had to take, a pair of, a wrench.
Well, because it was in the bone.
Yeah.
Don't have those removed. If it's in the bone,
So what
your bone is
do you do for the pain? The pain was, I dealt with it
As I
for 2
said,
weeks,
you take the filling out that was already in there.
There was no filling. Yeah.
Okay, then you just put biocalyx in it and put a filling over it.
What's biocalyx?
It's a calcium that helps dry out the nerve so it's not so sensitive.
Oh, okay.
So when you put a filling, because a lot of dentists will put a filling right on top of the nerve, and you'll have pain forever.
Oh, yeah.
All right, yeah.
And if you put the biocalyx, like a calcium, a powder on it, and then put the filling over that, no pain.
So even if you have an infected nerve, you put biocalyx, it'll dry the nerve out.
The only way you can infect a nerve is if you drill it and hit it. Or poison it with mercury.
Yeah.
Was it filled
No.
with the mercury? Then it was not a nerve that was
There's
damaged.
a big hole in the tooth.
Yeah,
And you
we
said it
just
was
kept
back
collecting
then, you said it
food
was
in there, and
from
the
mercury.
food kept jabbing it.
Leaking. It was after I started the diet, so.
No, it would be the food getting stuck on that nerve. Put the powder over it, put the filling on it, and there you will have it. You have your tooth.
Okay.
In the future, don't do that. When a tooth is attached to the bone, does not need extracting.
What if it's so bad?
The pain was just...
Yeah, I saw her.
Like I say, I told you why the pain was.
Oh, God.
If your nerve's exposed, you have to put some kind of powder on it, calcium powder on it, to stop it from swelling. And the calcium will absorb the excess moisture, and that swelling will stop.
God, I wish you could train the dentists of the world, man.
Yeah, but they're taught to damage teeth, so you keep going back to the dentist. It's a rat trap. All the medical profession is a rat trap. It's to keep you sick and coming back to them.
What about implants? Because I had the root canal and I had problems in the tooth forever and everything was done, and then I had the implant put in, and then I had this pain down here, and now they told me I have the nerves in my neck are like arthritis.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure if it's connected to the nerve.
Could be.
Like,
They're saying they're having a lot of
Implants.
trouble with metal implants.
do they?
So now you're using a different substance, it's like bone. You know, so
So, it's to say it's very good. It's not like the body doesn't reject it apparently. What do
well,
they use
still
for
it
implants?
leaches
I think-
metals.
Because I'm super sensitive, and it's like yeah.
Well, any metal still degenerates in the acids in the body. Whether it's stainless steel or what are they putting those posts in? Kind of metal.
Titanium. I think it's
Titanium.
Titanium.
Just in the last a year and a half ago, they came out with a report showing the bad side of titanium. And it was not a safe product to use, although they said it for 20 years that it was a safe product. They lie anything. They spend a lot of money to produce a product. They want to make money back on it. They don't care what it does to you. They just want their money.
So can you actually find out if, because every tooth is like connected to a vertebra, to nerves or organs, can you actually see in the iris if what it's connected to, or if it's from the teeth?
No, I
or-
can just look in your mouth and see that. If you've got a problem there in that tooth or that part of your mouth is causing problems here. The teeth don't show up easily in your eyes.
Yeah.
And that nonsense about the nerves are connected to a certain part of the body from the tooth, it's overblown and exaggerated. Like you can have a bad tooth that'll cause a bad organ. That's absolute bullshit.
Yeah.
Absolute
How
bullshit.
do you know
That's
that?
interesting.
Because I've seen plenty of people with bad teeth and good organs.
With bad teeth and good organs?
Yes, bad teeth and good organs. And then they're always saying, all of a sudden they find a bad organ and saying, oh, it's because he has bad tooth in the same area. I've seen in Thailand, in Asia, they eat so much rice. 80% of their diet is rice. They only maybe 5 to 10% of their diet is meat. That's not a diet for humans. So their teeth decay very early in life. And they have great organs and great physical strength and everything, and their teeth are just rotting out of their heads. If the teeth were causing a disease, every Asian would have a glandular and
That's true,
body
but
part.
all these bad teeth, they cause them pain, because you don't see them complaining pain.
Well, they don't eat a lot of chemicals. Most of the ones that I fraternize with and that work for me don't eat packaged food.
Because it seems like your teeth can get really, really bad, but still the nerve doesn't get attacked. See, because some people have, my dentist showed me pictures, it's amazing, how tooth can degenerate to a point that it's getting really small, all yellow, black, and the person still has it in his mouth and goes around
No
his
pain.
life. So, if the nerve is not attacked, it's just the tooth. I mean, why would it cause any problem to his organ?
It wouldn't unless you got injections.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. You can see someone with really bad teeth, and doesn't mean that his organ will be attacked. But if the nerve is touched, then maybe the organ will...
Yes, and if they go to all of a sudden have dental work done, change their mouth, and they get injections, then every one of those tooth's going to have a nerve problem. Because it goes right into the nerves. You understand, these nerves run down all the way up into the brain everywhere.
Because I had a feeling, not a feeling, but a cavity. Well, yeah, feeling. They dig up to the nerve and then they feel it. Okay, so the feeling was always touching the nerve.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But from there, I developed pain in my belly. Okay. So I really, from my point of view, it's really true that if your nerve in the tooth is attacked, it's touched, then you'll develop problem in your organs. I don't have any, no scientific would say yes to that, but I think before saying it's completely different, I wouldn't be so sure about it.
I know. I've seen it thousands of times. Now, if you had, just because you had an ache there and you had an ache here, they were probably just coincidental.
Yeah, that's what doctors say most of the time.
Coincidental.
Yeah.
But, I've seen plenty of people with teeth that were to certain organs, and, and people who don't even have teeth.
Yeah.
How can, then, according to a dentist, if you don't have a tooth, you shouldn't have an organ, operating organ.
No, dentists don't say that.
No, but they're saying if the nerve that normally goes from that tooth to that organ, if that tooth is not impulsed by chewing, and a lot of them say that, you don't stimulate that organ. I've had a lot of dentists, alternative dentists say that. Say, if you lose that tooth, it's better we put an implant in there because you'll still have pressure in that area, it'll stimulate that gland. I say, I know a lot of people who are toothless. My mother was toothless since she was 27 years old, and her glands worked. So they have all of this crap that really bothers.
It's not about having your tooth or not. It's about having an infection to the nerve. Your nerve is touched in some way.
But the one to the stomach isn't here. You identified this one as being the one to the stomach. That isn't the one to the stomach. According to there, you said that this tooth.
I was just pointing out.
Oh, okay. Which tooth did you have a problem with that caused the stomach?
Second premolar.
Doesn't go to the stomach.
Yeah, it does. Not the stomach, the belly. I said the belly.
Pardon?
I said the belly.
Belly.
Belly. You mean the abdominal
Yes.
region? Where in the abdominal region?
On the same side, on the left side.
Uh-huh. Probably purely coincidental.
That BioCalix, can you buy it somewhere and just do it
No,
yourself?
only dentists can order it.
Only they have it.
Well, I mean, if you can get it, if you got friends with a dentist, or with somebody who sells dental equipment, then you can get
And you
it.
can just do it yourself. That if you get like an infected nerve from a cavity or something that's been untreated,
Sometimes
plug it in
I
like
got
that?
all kinds of dental stuff and medical stuff. I would say I'm in school, I'm doing research in a laboratory. I need some of this kind of my thing. Not without even seeing a student ID or anything, they tell me. You just have to be clever.
Aajonus, have things improved since that rather idiotic article in the New Yorker regarding the raw food in your area and so on?
Well, we still have our other co-ops. She talked about, in that article, she talked about the dairy ferry. That's one woman, but we've got now like 5 different people who are getting the foods and supplying to, the 1,500 people that were part of Rawson. So everybody is being supplied, but not in just one place anymore. So, yeah, we're doing okay.
Good.
Can I ask one more thing?
Mhm.
So I've read a lot of books about PCBs and other fat-soluble toxins. And one thing that they all mention is that research has been done on wildlife and animals living in the wild, eating a raw diet. And they basically saw that these toxins accumulate as you go further up the food chain. Mm-hmm. And they also found that they are causing reproductive problems. And, really troubling problems like both female and male sex glands in the same animal. And I just find this a bit...
That's what I said early when I was talking about the plastic that went into canned foods and lining any kind of processed food item now has plastic lining in it.
But the thing that's troubling to me is that, these are predators eating an all-raw diet with plenty of raw fat. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking, why doesn't that raw fat protect them?
Because it's a plastic fat. It is not normally absorbed and broken down in the body. You can't dissolve that fat. It's a plastic. The body temperature, the body heat, the body chemistry can't break it down. The only way I found to be able to break it down is at hot temperatures. Mm-hmm. By the use of, vinegar and pineapple. Oh, and if you have congestion in the body, you've got calcium builds up anywhere in your system, vinegar, raw, unpasteurized apple cider vinegar is the way to dissolve it. and that's in the sport. You got about a tablespoon in the sport formula. You could have a tablespoon in some raw milk, like 2 ounces of raw milk. That's the way to get your vinegar in every day to help clean. Now, when I was 15 and a half when I started having heart attacks. They checked me for, congested carotid arteries, and they checked me for EKG, EEG of the heart, make sure it was okay. They couldn't find anything wrong with it, but I was passing out with chest pain. And I was autistic, so I couldn't really explain anything properly. I just point to my chest, my mother see me pass out. But the doctor said, because they look for congenital malformation or congestive plaque in there. That's the only thing they look for. They don't blame toxins that get into a muscle and cause spasms. Yet they know the lactic acid buildup can cause a Charlie horse. But they totally discredit anything other than those 2 reasons for a heart attack. Mm-hmm. Unless you've had a blood clot somewhere and the blood clot is gone and it caused the heart to lose oxygen and go into a cramp because it's lost oxygen. But that's congestion again. So only those 2 reasons. So the doctors, the cardiologist told my mother that my heart condition, my pain and passing out was all in my head. Yeah. So at least they didn't give me any medication for it. Had they given me medication, I'd have been in worse shape. I probably would have died if I had gotten that into the heart and had gone to a cramp and not let loose and stopped. So, and I had, when they checked, I had some congestion in my carotid artery on the right side, and it was about, a 30% congestion in there, and they said that I was too young to go in and clean it out, and it might break up and move, but it wasn't hard enough to cause, a heart attack or get into, it might cause, some kind of a brain stroke or something like that later. But they didn't think it was such a problem. So I carried that all these years, and every 2 to 3 years or 4 years, I'll go to Lifeline screening, and they do ultrasound to check for different problems, bone density and all of that. So it's all on non-invasive testing, ultrasound. So every year, every time that I went to get it, this was still that congestive artery. So I said, I'm going to try to remove it. I'm going to take vinegar and have it maybe 30 times over a year. 1 tablespoon only at a time, 30 times over the next year. And I did that, and I went back for my screening, it was completely gone.
What kind of vinegar again?
Raw and pasteurized apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pardon?
Wow.
Of course, raw.
Yeah.
Raw apple cider.
No, I said wow.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, 30 times in a year. It's gone. I had it since I was 14 years old. And this was only 2 years ago that I did it.
Did you mix it with anything or just take it straight?
No, I mixed it in either 2 ounces of raw milk, followed with 2 ounces of raw milk, or I put it in my sport formula. Okay. I'm so clean to an extent, if I have vinegar, it's likely to demineralize me. So I have it in milk or in something else that has eggs or milk. The sport formula has eggs and so many things in it that it's not going to cause, and it's so diluted in that, it's not going to cause a mineral deficiency, mineral imbalance.
How can you remove tumors, or does it depend where it is, or is it like one thing for...
Well, that you're getting into a whole big subject of cancer, and we don't have time to go into that.
Yeah.
But vinegar and pineapple, those are very helpful. Yeah. Just remember that cancer is nothing other than the body's inability to dissolve dead cells, dead body cells. The dead cells in the red bloodstream are eaten by the phagocytes, the white blood cells. So those are never a problem. If you have a red blood cell problem in your bone marrow, that's a problem.
Right.
If you have cells that do not dissolve in the whole body because the lymphatic system is not working, that will build up into a tumor. Whether it's benign or malignant,
Right.
it depends upon your body.
Right.
And if you have malignant tumors, much better. Because you have circulation into it and you can dissolve a tumor. But a benign tumor has no blood, lymphatic, or neurological circulation into a benign tumor. It's just a rock in your body. Body won't dissolve it, won't go away.
So you can't really work with it then.
No, usually, well, you can work with it, but the body has to work on it from the outside in. Very slow process. Getting nutrients in a little at a time.
Mm.
But if you can get the lymphatic system working with a hot bath, eat the cheese frequently so the poisons will get recycled in your body, then the lymphatic system will dissolve dead cells and you'll stop building tumors.
The
Stop collecting
lymphatic
dead cells.
system has to be clean, right? So
Pardon?
it's very important that the lymphs work.
The lymphatic
So
system is all
then-
important.
Right.
Yeah. And the lymphatic system depends upon the liver making the bile. The lymphatic system depends upon fat to make solvents to dissolve the dead cells. If your bacteria is not normally eating dead cells. Usually it's the bacteria in the lymphatic system along with fats that break down cells, dissolve them. But when that's impaired and not flowing, then they collect. And the liver isn't working to make the fats for the lymphatic system, so the lymphatic system can fail just by failure of fats, even if the lymphatic system isn't jammed.
It's so like connected all right.
Absolutely,
It's amazing.
yeah.
It's like
And the doctors misrepresent, misdiagnose how the body works, so everybody will be confused. They don't even know their butts are all on the ground. So they don't really know they don't really know anything about the human body properly. Only a few do, let me put it that way.
what they realize.
But they're not doing regular medical stuff.
Yeah.
They're doing alternative.
What
Okay,
about a bag
guys.
of chips?
We're finished? Pardon?
What about a bag of chips? Like, what happens? I know it's bizarre. We're eating so healthy here now, but just can you comment on what you think of a bag of chips? Like,
A bag of chips are the worst things you can eat
why?
because they're boiled in vegetable oil.
Okay.
And anything that's fried, boiled in
Acrylamides.
vegetable oil.
The acrylamides,
And-
right?
Yeah,
salt.
well, yeah, not just the acrylamides. You've got plastic fats.
Okay. So the chips are plastic,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
Right. Is there any? Yeah.
And
Okay.
there's salt on them.
Okay. Okay.
You have
that's all-
salt,
that-
you've
that
got
helps.
acrylamides, and you've
You're trying
got...
to break yourself with that?
No, it helps because sometimes after I get healthy, real good, and I think 4 weeks or something, I deserve a bag of ketchup chips. And I'm a healthy person on the diet when I'm super healthy, And then
You put the plastic fats in. How do you think you're going to get beyond that?
Thank you. That's why I asked. It's perfect. Plastic fats turn me off.
Yeah. You can't digest them. They just clog your system.
Oh,
But
Get
you,
into your nervous system, they'll make you crazy.
but you once
That's
had
why.
some hot air popcorn with lots of butter. On occasion, we could do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's not fried in oil.
so chips are the worst thing. Cookies are even worse too. Cookies are bad. All that, because Americans have nice Twinkies and all,
Yeah.
all garbage.
Twinkies, there's nothing food in Twinkies.
I know.
They mine that. That's actually rock that's mined. They make it out of all rock. They dissolve it in solutions. They put all these chemicals in it, and most of it's petroleum. It's completely manufactured food. It's not. It's manufactured
Not a
rock.
food. Yeah.
No, it's not a food.
Or all those pastries that already come prepackaged and bought, right?
All of that's all garbage.
It's mine. It's like
Mined. Yeah.
plastic too, or just.
Oh yeah, that's what the fats they'll use because there's no shelf life on it.
Oh, okay. So that helps.
I mean, there's all the shelf life in the world on
And
it.
if the chips are fried like in a duck fat instead of vegetable fat?
Well, they're not as bad then.
Well, yeah, but still very bad for lymphatic
Well, you
system.
still have the lipid peroxides that form,
Yeah.
but you don't have the plastic.
So
fats.
Okay, but thank you very much.
So get french fries made in duck fat.
You'd have to make them yourself.
Yeah.
For a man of 40, you look wonderful.
Oh, thank you.
It's the other way around.
No, I meant it. Looks
Okay.
Thank you
All right.
so much.
So I'm going to see some of you tomorrow.
Yes.
That was a marathon, congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Amazing.
Oh, I didn't stop.
It's okay.